Part II, Chapters 17 and 18 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest, Alfred, VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, in which Sauveur makes up his mind to have his money's worth of fun. Mademoiselle Claire Martelly was a tall, handsome girl of 23, whom circumstances had thrown into devotion. She was to have married one of her cousins, who was accidentally drowned at Andoum during a pleasure trip. Despair had brought her nearer to God, and, little by little, she had tasted such sweetness in frequenting churches that she had fallen asleep, as it were, in the penetrating perfume of the incense, soothed by the murmuring voices of the priests. Hers was not precisely a religious mind, it was a gentle and contemplative one, which religion had consoled, and which was grateful on that account. Perhaps one of these days there might be an awakening, and she would return to the joys of the world. In the meanwhile she lived a rather retired, calm life, and her tastes were simple. Her brother, who was a free thinker and a republican, of broad intellect and a kindly nature, allowed her to do as she pleased. She only took advantage of his position as head of the family to protect her interests and assure her an independent position. Marius found Mademoiselle Claire in a small drawing room, where she generally worked at baby linen, which she gave away to the poor. The young girl knew Marius and treated him affectionately, as a friend of the family. Monsieur Martelly had often taken his clerk with him to an estate he owned near Estac, and there Marius and Claire had become good friends. Brave hearts find each other out, and are not long in coming to an understanding. The beautiful devout, on seeing the clerk enter, jumped up and held out her hand to him. "Ah, it's you, Marius!" she exclaimed gaily. "So you're well again? So much the better. Heaven has granted my prayer." The young man felt very much touched at this friendly welcome. He gazed in the young girl's eyes, and found naught there but a pure flame and a look of calm virginity. That look appeared to him so tranquil and straightforward, that he felt as if relieved of a lump that had been choking him. "I thank you," he answered, "but I have not come to show you a ghost." And, handing her the prayer book, he added, "Here is a mass book which it appears you left behind you yesterday at St. Victor." "Ah, yes," said the young girl, "I was going to send and fetch it. How did it come into your hands?" "A beadle just brought it." "A beadle?" "Yes, from Abbé Donadei." Claire took the book and placed it quietly on a piece of furniture without showing the least concern. Marius followed her anxiously with his eyes. If the slightest color had risen to her cheeks he would have thought all lost. "By the way," continued the young girl, sitting down, "I think you know Monsieur Chastanier?" "Yes," answered Marius, astonished. "He is an excellent man, is he not?" "Certainly; he has a good heart and a profoundly pious and upright mind." "My brother has sung his praises to me loudly, but in religious matters, you know, I do not place unlimited confidence in my brother." She smiled. Marius could not understand what she was coming to, only he found her so quiet and happy that he felt entirely reassured. "I see Abbé Chastanier is a positive saint," she continued, "and from to morrow I shall entrust him with the care of directing my conscience." "Are you going to leave Abbé Donadei?" exclaimed Marius, warmly. The young girl again raised her head, surprised at the clerk's tone of voice. "Yes, I am leaving him," she answered, very simply. "He is young, and has the light mind of an Italian. Besides, I have learnt ugly things about him." She continued stitching quietly with her needle, there was not a tremor in her hands, and her forehead remained white and pure. Then Marius withdrew, convinced that he could act without wounding this virgin conscience, and that while punishing Donadei he would punish him only. He did not know the real cause that had decided Claire to change her confessor. Perhaps she had understood that she was no longer in safety in the hands of the gallant Abbé, but in any case there had been no act or word at which she had cause to blush. Marius had preserved the soft pink paper containing Donadei's declaration. He could have simply taken it to the Bishop of Marseilles, but he preferred to punish and deride the Abbé himself, in return for his having impudently made fun of him when he had sought to recommend Philippe to his kindness. His plan was formed; only to put it into execution he required the assistance of Sauveur. He did not return to his office after lunch, but went in search of the master stevedore in all the cafés. Sauveur was not to be found. He then made up his mind to go and ask Cadet Cougourdin if he knew where his principal was in hiding. "Oh, he is not hiding himself, that's not his habit," answered Cadet, laughing. "He must be in a restaurant at the Reserve, and I'll bet he's trying to show himself to all Marseilles." Marius went down to the port, and was rowed to the Reserve in one of those small pleasure boats supplied with a spare red and yellow striped awning. The boat glided slowly over the dense water of the harbor, amidst refuse of all sorts, orange peel, vegetable remains, objects without a name which were gathered together in a sort of whitish froth; and it continued on its way in the middle of a passage preserved between the vessels, skimming along in proximity to their dark sides. It was as if lost in a forest which shot up, on all sides, its straight, slender stems, each surmounted by a shred of crimson bunting. Before Marius had landed, he could hear the noisy laughter of Sauveur seated at a table on the terrace of a restaurant. He could not be seen, but he arranged matters so as to make known he was there. The restaurants at the Reserve resemble those at Asnières and St. Cloud. They are chalets, pavilions, all kinds of ugly architectural conceptions. As a matter of fact, they are built of plaster and planks, and the blasts of wind threaten to blow them out to sea. Sauveur delighted in frequenting these restaurants, because the charges there are very high, and one can be seen a long way off. Marius, guided by the master stevedore's elevated voice, found him at once. He was on a terrace with Clairon and Isnard, whom he no longer left. He was convinced he had the appearance of being more wealthy when dragging two women along with him, one on each arm. The terrace trembled beneath the storm of Sauveur's gaiety. Moreover, the worthy man was getting slightly tipsy. Bravo! Bravo! he shouted, perceiving Marius. We will begin lunching again. We have been lunching since noon. We have eaten cockles, bouillabaisse, tunny. He continued and enumerated a dozen dishes with childlike pride. He felt quite flattered at having given himself indigestion. Hey! he continued, one is very comfortable here. It's expensive, but everything is very correct. What will you have to eat? Marius excused himself, pointing out that it was 3:00, and that he had lunched long before. Go along with you! One can always eat!" exclaimed Sauveur, delighted at being caught at such a rakish pleasure party. We are going on eating like this until evening. It'll cost money, but so much the worse. Clairon, my girl, you'll get drunk if you take so much champagne." Clairon paid no attention to the remark, and swallowed another large glass. Besides, she had nothing to fear, as she was tipsy already. Good heavens! How amusing these women are!" continued Sauveur, rising, and fanning himself with his napkin. He went towards the balustrade on the terrace, and shouted out very loud, so as to be heard by the passers by. I've already spent a great deal of money with them, but I don't regret it. They're so comical." Marius leant over towards him. Do you want to have a good evening to morrow?" he asked him. Of course I do," answered Sauveur. It will cost you a few louis." The deuce! Will it be very funny?" Very funny, indeed. You shall have your money's worth of laughter." I accept, then." All Marseilles will hear of the affair, and they'll be talking of you for a week afterwards." I accept, I accept." Very well. Listen." Marius bent down to Sauveur's ear, and spoke to him in a low voice. He explained his plan. An instant later the master stevedore burst into a fit of laughter that almost choked him. He thought the thing funny, very funny. That's agreed," he said, when Marius had told him his secret. I will be on the Boulevard de la Corderie with Clairon to-morrow evening at 10:00. Ah, what a good joke!" CHAPTER XVIII. How Abbé Donadei eloped with a sister soul to his own. Abbé Donadei had allowed himself to be overcome by one of those violent desires which sometimes burst out in cunning, sneaking natures. He, so clever, so prudent, had been guilty of a clumsy mistake. He was conscious of it when the beadle had left with the prayer book and love letter. From that moment he must be prepared to meet all the consequences of his audacious act. Claire had excited a yearning in him which he meant to satisfy in spite of all. He was beyond the sacred scruples of his calling. He looked on things human from too lofty a height, he had mixed in too many jobs of a more or less honorable nature, to hesitate at a seduction. That was the least thing that troubled him; it was the sequel to the seduction at which he felt alarmed. For 2 long months he had tried to attract the young girl to his house. Then, as she was about to accede to his wish in all simplicity, he had renounced that plan, convinced that an intrigue of this nature could not be carried on in the midst of Marseilles. It was thus that he had, little by little, reached the point of wishing to play all for all, like a daring gambler. His passion was increasing and torturing him, and he was ready to exchange his influential position for a woman's free and entire love. He preferred to elope with Claire openly, and fly with her to Italy. Donna Day was too sharp and intelligent not to have thought of a retreat. If the young girl in the long run had been in his way, he would have shut her up in a convent and obtained the forgiveness of his uncle, the Cardinal. When he had examined and calculated everything, an elopement seemed to him the most easy and prompt of all plans, and the one which presented the least danger. He only feared one thing — that Claire would not keep the appointment and would refuse to run away with him. Then the love letter would become a terrible arm. He would be without the girl and might lose his position. But he was blinded by desire. He did not notice the calm candor of his penitent, but took the acts of adoration addressed to the Almighty for so many mute avowals made to himself. However, he had still fears, and regretted having advanced too far to be able to retreat. All his prudence and cowardice returned to him, and he impatiently awaited the beadle's return. As soon as he caught sight of him, he exclaimed, "Well?" "I gave the book," answered the beadle. "To the young lady herself?" "Yes, to the young lady." The beadle made this answer with superb self-possession. On his way back he regretted having given Marius the prayer book, and as he saw that he had performed his errand very badly, he determined to lie in order to deserve the Abbe's good will. Donna Day felt somewhat reassured. He judged that if the young girl felt offended at the note, she would burn it. Hazard, forgetting a prayer book, had hastened a solution that he had been seeking so long. He had now only to wait. The next morning he received the visit of a veiled lady whose features he was unable to distinguish. This person handed him a letter and promptly withdrew. The missive only contained these words: "Yes, to night." Donna Day was beside himself with delight, and set about making his preparations for departure. If any one had followed the veiled lady, they would have seen her join the gallant Sauveur, who was awaiting her in the Rue du Petit Chantier. She raised her veil. It was Clairon. "He's a very nice fellow, that Abbe," she said on reaching the master stevedore. "Does he please you? So much the better," answered Sauveur, and they went off bursting with laughter. At about 9:30 in the evening, Clairon and Sauveur were again in the Rue du Petit Chantier. They walked slowly, stopping at each step as if waiting for some one. Clairon, who was dressed simply in a black woolen gown, had her face hidden beneath a thick veil. Sauveur was disguised as a commissionaire. "Here's Marius!" the latter suddenly exclaimed. "Are you ready?" inquired the young man in an undertone, as soon as he was close to them. "Do you know your parts well?" "Of course," answered the master stevedore. "You'll see how we can act. Ah, the good joke! I shall be laughing over it for the next 6 months." "Go on to the Abbe's. We will wait for you here. Be prudent." Sauveur went and knocked at Donna Day's door. It was opened by the Abbe himself, who was attired in a travelling suit, and seemed very excited. "What do you want?" he inquired roughly, disappointed at seeing a man before him. "I have come with a young lady," answered the sham commissionaire. "Good! Let her come in quickly." "She would not come up to the door." "Ah!" "She said like this: 'Tell the gentleman that I prefer going straight to the carriage.'" "Wait a minute. I have something to take with me." "Yes, but you see the young lady is afraid, standing in the middle of the boulevard." "Then run quick, and tell her that the post chaise is at the corner of the Rue des Tyrans. Let her get in. I shall be there in 5 minutes." Donna Day banged the door to, and Sauveur held his sides and almost split with silent laughter. This adventure beat everything he had ever heard of. He returned to the Rue du Petit Chantier, where Clairon and Marius were awaiting him. "Everything is proceeding marvellously well," he said to them in an undertone. "The Abbé falls into the trap with angelic innocence. I know where the post chaise is." "I noticed it coming along," said Marius. "It is at the corner of the Rue des Tyrans." "That's it. There is not a moment to spare. The Abbé has promised to be there in 5 minutes." All three set off along the Boulevard de la Corderie as far as the Rue des Tyrans, skirting the houses. There they perceived the post chaise standing in the shade, all loaded and ready to start at the first crack of the whip. Marius and Sauveur hid themselves under the archway of a great door. Clairon stood before them in the road. Sauveur and Clairon joked in a low voice while awaiting the Abbe. Pooh! He will not care for me," said Clairon. He will cast me off at the first change of horses." Who knows?" He's very nice. I was afraid he would be old. But, I say, you seem in love with the Abbe. Oh, I'm not jealous. Only if you're going off so willingly with him, you might return the 1,000 francs I gave you to persuade you to assist us." The 1,000 francs! Oh, indeed, and if he suddenly leaves me, must not I pay for my journey back?" I was joking, my dear. I don't take back what I have given. Besides, I'm having my money's worth of laughter." Marius intervened, repeating his instructions to Clairon. Do exactly as I told you," he said. Try to arrange so that he does not discover the trick until he is some leagues from Marseilles. Do not speak, play your part with art. When he has discovered everything, act firmly, tell him I have his note, and am determined to take it to the bishop if you suffer the least harm, or if he shows himself here again. Advise him to go and seek fortune elsewhere." Can I return at once to Marseilles?" inquired Clairon. Certainly. I only want to drive him from the city by making him ridiculous forever. I could have had him expelled from the Church by his superiors, but I prefer annihilating him by mockery." Sauveur was splitting with laughter at the thought of the scene between Abbe Donadei and Clairon. My dear," he continued, tell him you are married, and that your husband will no doubt be seeking you everywhere to prosecute you for your misconduct. Shall I run after you, and put your ravisher in a horrible fright?" The idea of this joke so amused Sauveur that he very nearly choked with hilarity. In the meanwhile, Marius had noticed a dark form advancing rapidly towards them. Silence!" he exclaimed. Here, I think, is our man. Attend to your part, Clairon. Place yourself in front of the carriage door." Sauveur and Marius secreted themselves more closely in their hiding place, and Clairon, with her face thickly veiled and dressed all in black, stood in the shadow thrown by the post chaise. It was Donadei, quite out of breath. He had thrown off the cowl, and looked very smart in ordinary mufti. Dear, dear Claire," he murmured with emotion, kissing Clairon's hand. How good of you to have come." Claire, Clairon," muttered Sauveur, it's all the same." Ah ! Providence must have advised you," continued the priest, pushing the girl gently into the carriage and then following her. We are off to Paradise," he added. The postilion cracked his whip, and the post chaise started away with a frightful rumbling noise. Sauveur and Marius then showed themselves, laughing until they almost cried. The Abbé is eloping with the sister soul to his own," said Marius. A pleasant journey, Abbé," cried Sauveur. When the chaise had disappeared in the night, bearing away Donadei and Clairon, the master stevedore and young clerk sauntered down the Boulevard de la Corderie, chatting about the adventure, and giving way to sudden displays of gaiety at the thought of the priest travelling alone with this creature. Can you fancy the face he'll make presently," said Sauveur, when he raises Clairon's veil? Between you and me and the lamp post, you know, Clairon is ugly. She is at least 40." The master stevedore willingly acknowledged Clairon's age and ugliness, since the girl's 40 summers and fainted countenance made the joke he was playing the more amusing. He was splitting with laughter and anxious to reach the Canebière to tell his friends the story. Marius, who was more serious, was thinking he had given the priest the company he deserved. He left the master stevedore at about 11 o'clock at night, and went home. At midnight every one at Marseilles who had not then retired to rest knew that Abbé Donadei had just eloped in a post chaise with a girl who had been wallowing in all the debauchery of the city for the previous 15 years. Sauveur had been shouting out the news in the cafes, and had related the adventure with a wonderful profusion of detail. That precious phrase of the graceful Abbé as he got into the chaise, "We're off to Paradise," was repeated from mouth to mouth. They knew he had kissed her hand, and they speculated as to the reason why the amorous couple had fled. The best part of the business was that Sauveur, not knowing why Marius had had Clairon carried off, displayed absolute naivete. He understood that if Donadei's passion for her could be made to appear serious, the joke would be all the more funny, and he therefore lied with all the assurance of an inhabitant of the south of France. He made believe that the priest was really dying of love for this wrinkled, sallow faced creature, worn out with shame, who was known to every one. There was general astonishment, universal mockery. People could not believe that the gallant Abbe, with whom the penitent ladies of Marseilles were so charmed, had run away with such a woman, and they jeered to their hearts' content at the monstrous alliance. Next day the scandal was known to the whole city. Sauveur triumphed and became a personage. They knew he had been Clairon's last protector, and that the Abbe had stolen the girl away from him. All day he sauntered up and down the Canebière in slippers, comically receiving the condolences of his intimate acquaintances. He shouted out very loud, answering some, calling to others, using and abusing of his popularity. He certainly did not regret his 1,000 francs. He had never put out money for his amusement at so high a rate of interest. The scandal became awful when Clairon returned 2 days later. Sauveur bought her a silk gown and drove about Marseilles with her for a week in an open carriage. People pointed them out, and ran to their doors as they passed by. The master stevedore almost burst with delight. Clairon had gone as far as Toulon. Abbe Donadei had not been long in discovering the kind of person he was eloping with. He had then flown into a frightful rage, and wanted to throw her out on the highway at 1 o'clock in the morning, far from any dwelling. But Clairon was not to be so easily got rid of. She had talked big and threatened the Abbe, making use of the arms Marius held in his hands. Donadei, trembling, and compelled to give way, had been obliged to conduct his companion as far as Toulon, where they separated, Clairon returning to Marseilles, and the priest hurrying across the frontier. Sauveur drove the young person so much about and raised such an outcry, that the authorities took the matter in hand, and at the bishop's request sent Clairon to exercise the power of her charms elsewhere. Since then the master stevedore, in his effusive moments, which occurred 10 or 12 times a day, was in the habit of saying to all who liked to listen to him, "Ah, if you only knew what a pretty person I had under my protection! It was the priests who took her away from me." End of chapters 17 and 18. Part 2, chapters 19 and 20 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Philip's Ransom. Marius went to his office on the day following the elopement, delighted with his expedition of the previous evening. He had just saved an honorable family from despair, and had delivered the city of an intriguing man, against whom he had, moreover, a personal grievance. He was about to set work with a light heart and tranquil conscience, when they came and told him that M. Martelli would be pleased to see him. On his way to the drawing room the young man suddenly made up his mind to ask his principal to lend him the money for Philippe's ransom. This decision set him all of a tremble. He felt he would never dare to make such a request if he did not do so by a sort of impulse. As he had to see M. Martelli, it would be useless to wait any longer. It would be better to risk the application at once. He found M. Martelli and Abbé Chastanier in the drawing room. The ship owner was pale, and his eyes were sparkling with anger. He came straight to the clerk, and speaking rapidly, said to him: "You are a straightforward and courageous young man, and I thought I would not act in such a serious matter as this without asking your advice." Abbé Chastanier appeared sad and ashamed. He made himself quite small in an armchair, his poor hands trembling with age and grief. "I have just had this gentleman's visit," continued M. Martelli to Marius, pointing out the old priest, "and have received information of a plot that has quite upset me." "Be calm, for mercy's sake!" interrupted the priest. "Do not make me repent having done my duty as an upright man in coming to set you on your guard. I may have been unnecessarily alarmed. You would not be here, sir, if your suspicions were not based on certitude. I thank you for your visit. I understand the feelings of dignity that have brought you to my house, and I understand the final effort you are making to protect the infamous." The ship owner turned to Marius and continued in a bitter tone: "Only fancy, a priest is trying at this moment to dishonor me. This gentleman has just told me to watch over Claire. He has informed me with many omissions that Abbé Donadei exercises a dangerous influence over her, and that he fears — if that wretch has tarnished the child's purity, I'll kill him like a dog." Abbé Chastanier hung his head. He did not regret the steps he had taken, he had acted as an upright man; but he was quite overcome at Monsieur Martelly's explosion of anger. He suffered as much as if he had been guilty himself; he felt ashamed for the entire Church. The shipowner became a little more calm, and after a few moments' silence, continued: I did not want to come to a decision before consulting a quiet and intelligent man, and I sent for you, Marius. My first impulse was to run to this priest and smack him in the face. There is perhaps another course to pursue that would be better. Marius had listened quietly to his principal and this somewhat tranquillized Abbe Chastanier. The young man, who had his answer all ready, was not thinking of Donna Dei. He was wondering how he could solicit a loan. At that moment he heard Monsieur Martelly say to him in a loud voice: Come, in my place, what would you do? The young man smiled. I would do what I have already done, he answered simply, and he gave an account of Clairon's elopement. From the first words, as soon as the young man had spoken of the interview he had had with Claire about the prayer book, Monsieur Martelly pressed his hands effusively. The certitude that his sister had not dreamt of the peril through which she had passed gave him great joy. He became quite gay when he had heard the whole account of the adventure, and even Abbe Chastanier could not restrain a sad smile. I should not have confessed to you, concluded Marius, the part I had taken in this mystification if you had remained in ignorance of the danger threatening you. I merely wished to reassure you. Do not try to escape my gratitude, exclaimed the shipowner. I already looked on you as an adopted son, and you have just rendered me so great a service that I really do not know how to recompense you. Speaking thus, he took Marius aside, and then gave him a kind and encouraging look in the face. Have you no secret to tell me? He inquired in an undertone. Marius became troubled. You are a great child, continued Monsieur Martelly. Fortunately, I saw Mademoiselle fine during your illness, otherwise I should still be in ignorance. Wait, I'll sign you a draft for 15,000 francs, which you can encash at once in the counting house if you wish. Marius, on hearing the shipowner's generous offer, was spellbound to the spot. He turned pale, and inexpressible emotion filled his eyes with great tears. He felt like choking, and was afraid of bursting out into sobs. Hey, what? He was suddenly offered this money which he had been seeking for in despair for so many months. He had asked for nothing, and his dearest wishes were satisfied. He thought he must be dreaming. Monsieur Martelly had gone towards the table. He sat down and was preparing to write out an order on his firm. But before doing so he raised his head and simply said to Marius: It's 15,000 francs that you require, is it not? This question drew the young man from his stupor. He joined his hands and said in a trembling voice: How is it you know my secret thoughts? What have I done that you should be so good and generous? The shipowner smiled. I will not say to you, as they do to children, that my little finger has told me all, but in truth I received the visit of a fairy. Have I not already confessed it to you? Mademoiselle Fine came to see me. The young man at last understood. He thanked warmly, from the bottom of his heart, the good angel who, while saving him from death, had worked to bring him tranquillity and hope. He now understood the flower girl's placid, smiling countenance when he had spoken to her of Philippe. She was certain of the prisoner's safety. She had accomplished all alone the whole of the hard work connected with raising a loan. Marius hardly knew if he ought to throw himself at Monsieur Martelly's feet or at Fine's. He was overcome with gratitude. The shipowner was delighted to see his clerk's countenance lit up with joy. His eyes met those of Abbe Chastanier, who had remained seated, and the two men understood each other. The free thinker, the republican, as well as the priest, experienced the joy of doing good, the delicious sensation of making another happy, and of being present to see that happiness. But, exclaimed Marius, amidst his delight, I do not know when I shall be able to refund you so large a sum. Do not let that trouble you, answered the shipowner. You have rendered me great services, you have, perhaps, just saved me from dishonor. Allow me to oblige you without it being a question of refunding between us. And as a sort of gloom passed across Marius's forehead, he took his hand and added: I do not mean to pay for your devotedness, my friend. I know there are some debts that cannot be settled with money. I beg you to look at the matter in a different light. You have been with me for the last 10 years, and I trust you will remain much longer. Well, the 15,000 francs I am about to give you are a gratuity, a small share in the profits I have made with your help. You cannot refuse." M. Martelli bent forward to sign the order, when Marius stopped him again. Do you know the use I am going to make of this money?" he inquired, with some concern. The shipowner laid down his pen, annoyed and rather pale. Good heavens !" he exclaimed, how difficult it is to oblige straightforward people. They compel you to know everything. But for mercy's sake do not make me your accomplice. I am aware you are a good fellow, a devoted and affectionate soul. That is all. I have no need to know about all your acts and all your thoughts. You will never do a bad action, will you? That's quite enough for me." M. Martelli, obedient to a scruple which was quite reasonable, wished to appear ignorant that the money he was giving Marius was going to purchase a conscience. But apart from that, he lent a willing hand to Philippe's escape, being aware of the arms M. de Cazalis had made use of to imprison the young man. However, in principle, he wished to preserve his republican austerity intact. He had made up his mind that he would not openly be an accomplice of the escape. Marius insisted. Then Abbe Chastanier intervened with that blind sentiment of charity that always made him accept the heaviest responsibilities. Do not refuse," he said to the young man. I know your plans, and I will be your guarantor with M. Martelli that what you want to do is right and legitimate." He smiled, with his meek smile of an old man. Marius understood what supreme charity had dictated his words, and warmly shook his hands. In the meantime the shipowner had signed the draft for 15,000 francs. There," he said, handing Marius the paper, I advise you to go to the counting house at once." And as the young man, after thanking him again, was about to withdraw, he called him back. Look here," he added, you must still be a little out of sorts. Take a week's holiday. You will work all the better afterwards." He wished to give him time to deliver Philippe. Marius understood it, and was again moved to tears. He hastened away, so as not to cry like a child, and repaired at once to the counting house. When he had the 15,000 francs in his pocket, he went down stairs in 4 jumps, then he ran along the street like a madman, to find Fine. The flower girl was just then in her little room on the Place aux Oeufs. Marius burst in on her laughing and dancing like a lunatic, took the young girl in his arms and gave her a spanking kiss on each cheek. Then he spread the 15 bank notes out on the table. Fine, who was astonished and almost frightened at his sudden entrance, now began to laugh and clap her hands. A charming scene full of mutual tenderness and effusive thanks followed. Marius vowed he was a simpleton, and that she alone had saved the ship. He kissed her hands, fell on his knees before her, and gazed up at her face with a troubled expression of ecstasy. She, on her side, blushed, protested warmly, and sought to prove that she did not deserve the least acknowledgment. For 6 months they had given themselves up entirely to a difficult task, and had knocked in vain at every door. And now, all of a sudden, Philippe's ransom was spread out before their eyes. Naturally, they forgot all their anxiety and fear, all the shame and stupidity with which they had momentarily come in contact. There was nothing in their hearts at present but tranquillity and intense joy. Before separating, they arranged that they would leave for Aix the following morning. CHAPTER XX. THE ESCAPE. The next morning at about 7 o'clock, Marius hired a cabriolet. He did not wish to go by the diligence, and as he needed a vehicle for the flight, he preferred to hire one at Marseilles which would take him to Aix, and serve to bring back his brother. On the previous evening he had made an arrangement with the sea captain to convey Philippe to Genoa. Marius and Fine set out at 9 o'clock, the young man driving. It was quite a pleasure party for the two lovers. At the hill of La Viste, they got down and ran along the road like children, letting the horse come on at his own pace. They breakfasted in a small room at an auberge at Setem, and at dessert sketched out a multitude of plans for the future. Now that Philippe was about to be set at liberty, they could think of their marriage, and were quite affected as they saw the time approaching when they would be able to love in peace. The remainder of the journey was also very gay. Towards noon they passed beside the Alberta's property, and stopped again, to give the horse breath and take rest themselves beneath the trees on the right hand side of the road, reaching X at 3 o'clock. Notwithstanding all the delay, they still arrived too soon. So as not to arouse suspicion, they had decided not to go to the prison until the evening. In the meantime, the young man left the cabriolet in care of his companion in a deserted street, and proceeded to the house of his relative Isnard, who placed horse and trap in safety, promising to bring them at midnight precisely to the summit of the hill of Arc. When these precautions had been taken, the two young people hid themselves until dark. As Marius and Fine were returning to Isnard's shop, the former, at the turn of his street, almost fell into the arms of Monsieur de Cazalis, but he walked on rapidly with his head bent down, and the deputy did not notice him. Nevertheless, the young man was in despair at this meeting. He felt extremely anxious, fearing that some new misfortune might happen at the 11th hour, to prevent him bringing his task to a happy issue. Monsieur de Cazalis had no doubt come to X to hasten his vengeance, he thought, and had perhaps succeeded. Marius was in a fever until the evening, and the most strange ideas passed through his mind. Now that he had the money, he dreaded meeting with other obstacles. At last, at 9 o'clock, he went to the jail accompanied by Fine. The two young people knocked at the massive door. A heavy step was heard, and a harsh voice inquired what they wanted. It is us, uncle," exclaimed Fine. Open the door." Open quick, Monsieur Revertéga," added Marius, in his turn. The voice grumbled, and answered in a surly tone, Monsieur Revertéga is no longer here, he is ill." The wicket was shut, and Marius and Fine stood mute and bewildered at the closed door. The flower girl had not thought it necessary to write to her uncle for 4 months. She had his promise, and that sufficed. So the news of his illness fell on her and her companion like a thunderbolt. It had never struck them that the old fellow might be ill. And now all their efforts were paralyzed by an unforeseen impediment. They had Philippe's ransom, and were unable to deliver him. When they had in a measure recovered from their painful astonishment, Fine drew herself up. Let us go and see my uncle," she exclaimed. He must be with one of his cousins in the Rue de la Glacière." What's the use?" answered Marius. All is lost." No, no. Come along." He followed her as if bowed down by despair, while she stepped out boldly, unable to believe that chance could possibly be so cruel. Revertéga was, in fact, at his cousin's in the Rue de la Glacière. He had been laid up there for a fortnight. When he saw the young people enter, he understood their errand. He raised himself up, kissed his niece on the forehead, and said to her with a smile, Well, the hour has come, then." We have been to the prison," answered the young girl, and they told us you were ill." Good heavens! Why did you not warn us?" exclaimed Marius sorrowfully. We would have been more expeditious." Yes," continued the flower girl. Now you are no longer jailer, what are we going to do?" Revertéga looked at them, and seemed surprised at their despondency. Why are you in such despair?" he inquired at last. I am rather unwell, it is true. I asked for a holiday, but I still hold my post. I shall be at your orders to morrow evening, if you like." Marius and Fine uttered an exclamation of delight. The man who answered you," continued Revertéga, is taking my place for a few days. To morrow morning I shall go and resume my duties. I have now only a little fever, and can go out without any danger. Besides, the matter is urgent." I knew there was no occasion for despair," exclaimed the flower girl, triumphantly. Marius was trembling with emotion. You did quite right to come and see me to day," continued the jailer, after a short silence. I heard this morning that Monsieur de Cazalis was at X, and was doing all he could to hasten on the performance of the sentence. They tell me he has succeeded in having it fixed for 3 days hence. If Monsieur Philippe should not get away to morrow night, I shall no longer be able to be of use to you, for after to morrow the prisoner will be transferred to the jail at Marseilles." Marius shuddered. He had come just in time. He arranged with the jailer, and made an appointment for the next evening. He then ran out and told Isnard that the escape was delayed for 24 hours. On the morrow the two young people remained hidden all day, and having a certitude, they were more calm. The escape was to be made at 11 o'clock. Towards 10 they repaired to the prison. Revertégat, who was at his post, gently opened the door and introduced them into the gaol. "All is ready," he said. "Is my brother prepared?" inquired Marius. "Yes, but I have had to take some precautions. To save my responsibility as much as possible, I wish the prisoner to appear to have fled by the window of his cell." "That's a capital idea, uncle," Fine interrupted gaily. "This is what I've done," continued Revertégat. "This afternoon I filed through one of the bars at Monsieur Philippe's window myself." "But is it necessary for my brother to go through the window?" asked Marius, anxiously. "Not in the least. We shall fetch him now, and he'll walk out with us by the door. Only I shall remove the one bar and fasten a piece of cord to the others. To morrow they will suppose he escaped that way. I shall all the same send in my resignation, but by following this plan I shall avoid great annoyance." Revertégat lit a dark lantern, and the three proceeded towards Philippe's cell. They found him up and ready to leave, but he was so pale and emaciated that Marius hesitated to recognize him. They greeted each other in silence, refraining from speaking, so as not to make a noise. The gaoler went to the window, wrenched out the iron bar, and fastened the cord. Fine had remained in the passage on the watch, and all four then returned down the narrow corridors, gliding slowly along the walls in fear of knocking up against each other in the dark. Marius had not let go of Philippe's hand. As soon as they had attained the gaoler's lodge he threw a cloak over him, hid his head in the hood, and wanted to get away at once. Now that he had almost reached the end of his trouble, he dreaded failure. He started at the least sound. Revertégat, who feared that the noise they had made coming along the passages might have given the alarm, had the greatest difficulty in keeping him quiet for a few minutes; being determined not to open the gate until he was sure that all was well. When he had ascertained that absolute silence reigned in the prison, he decided to draw back the bolts. The two brothers, with heads bent down, hurried off towards the Place des Prêcheurs, Fine remaining behind for a moment to give her uncle the 15,000 francs. She rejoined her companions just as they were entering the little Rue St. Jean. They then took the Cours, walking in the dark shadow of the trees. They had now only one fear: they must quit the town, then close with gates which the keepers were required to open to belated travellers; and they were in dread of being stopped there miserably. They continued walking, glancing around them, distrustful of the few people they happened to meet. On reaching the Rue des Carmes, they perceived a man who began following them. Their hearts were beating fit to break. Suddenly this person hurried forward, and came and tapped Marius merrily on the shoulder. "Hey, I'm not mistaken," he said. "It's you, my young friend. What on earth are you doing at this time of night on the Cours?" Marius, in silent anger, was already clenching his fists when he recognized the voice of M. de Girousse. "As you see, I'm taking a walk," he stammered. "Ah, you're taking a walk," continued the Count, in a bantering tone. He looked at Fine, and particularly at Philippe, wrapped up in his cloak. "That's a form I know," he murmured. And he added, with his friendly abruptness of manner, "Shall I accompany you? You wish to leave X, do you not? They don't open the gate to every one. I know a keeper. Come on." Marius gratefully accepted. M. de Girousse had the gate opened without difficulty. On the way he had not addressed a single word to the young people, but when they reached the Place de la Rotonde, he held out his hand to Marius, and said: "I'm going in by the Hopital gate. A pleasant journey." And bending forward, he added in an undertone, "I shall have a good laugh to morrow when I see de Cazalis's face." As Marius looked after this generous man, who hid his goodness of heart beneath the sour tempered manners of a well doer, he was quite affected. Isnard was awaiting the fugitives with the cabriolet. Philippe wished to drive so as to receive all the night air full in the face. He experienced intense delight in feeling the vehicle bearing him away in the darkness, and appreciated to the utmost all the charm of liberty. Then came effusions of the heart and mutual confidences as the horse slowly ascended the hills. Fine and Marius confessed their love to Philippe, and when the latter heard that they would soon be married he became sad. He thought of Blanche. Marius understood his feelings, and conversing with him in an undertone promised to watch over everything during his absence. In the meanwhile he would make active efforts to obtain his pardon, and neither he nor Fine would forget the exile. The next morning Philippe leaned on the bulwarks of the little craft bound for Genoa, gazed for a long time towards the shore of St. Henri. Right away, Above the blue waves he perceived a grey speck, the house where poor Blanche was shedding away all the tears in her heart. End of chapters 19 and 20. End of part 2. Part 3, chapters 1 and 2 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The Conspiracy. One calm evening in February, about 2 months after Philippe's escape, Blanche was taking a very slow walk. Twilight was just setting in. Far away the sea was quite pale, and it broke sluggishly over the boulders on the beach, barely making any spray under the impulse of the evening breeze. The warmth of approaching spring could already be detected in the clear air. In the grand blue sky of the south one sometimes meets with winter suns, possessing all the invigorating heat of those of summer. The young woman was taking short strides beside the cliff, watching night falling over the waves, which were turning a blackish blue, whilst their plaintive sounds were becoming softer. The unhappy girl was much changed. She was barely 17, and yet the terrible fatalities of which she had been the victim had caused her to stoop and had overspread her youthful face with the paleness of death. All her strength, all her gay and thoughtless life had passed away in tears. She was about to become a mother, and she walked along with faltering footsteps, suffering more from mental trouble than from her position. A few paces behind her came a tall, thin, stiff-limbed woman, who followed her as a convict keeper does his prisoner. She did not allow her out of her sight, and watched all her movements. This woman was the new guardian whom M. de Cazalis had given his niece during the previous few weeks. The deputy was then at Marseilles, where he had hastened as soon as he had heard that a child was about to be born. He wished to be there on the watch. This child, this bastard, which was about to make its appearance in his family, exasperated him. But his mind was made up, and he was only waiting to put into execution the plan he had long since decided on. When he had been able to absent himself, and go privately to the cottage at Saint Henri, he came to the conclusion that his niece was not close enough a prisoner. She must be completely shut up if he wished to carry out his intentions. The first guardian he had selected appeared to him too weak and accommodating. He had heard that a young girl came almost daily to talk to Blanche, and that made him particularly anxious. It was then that he decided on entrusting the guardianship of the cottage to a vigilant jailer, who would allow no one to enter it, and who would give him a faithful account of the least incidents that happened. Madame Lambert, the stiff-limbed, thin woman, the convict keeper, was admirably adapted for such a position. She was an old maid, brought up with exaggerated ideas of religious zeal, had the harsh character of narrow-minded people, and the unrelenting cruelty of those who have never loved. She knew Blanche had given way to the dictates of her heart, and that made her all the harder, all the more implacable, she whom all men disdained. She rigorously performed the duty M. de Cazalis had entrusted her with, watched over her prisoner with diabolical cunning, surrounded her with absolute solitude, and dismissed all who approached too near. The cottage thus became a sort of citadel in which she entrenched herself, and where she had Blanche at her mercy. Fine was pitilessly driven away. As soon as she appeared on the hill, Madame Lambert placed herself at one of the windows and continued to spy her movements until she withdrew, so the flower girl in the end was obliged to give up her visits. Then poor Blanche almost died of grief and despondency, for she felt herself throttled by the coils her jailer set about her, and which were drawn tighter every day. Abbé Chastanier was the only visitor admitted, and even when he came Madame Lambert arranged to hear what he said to his penitent. On that particular evening Blanche had obtained permission from her guardian to take a short walk on the seashore. She was in great uneasiness, and suffered from fits of giddiness, which were calmed by the fresh air. The two people continued to follow the cliff, the young woman wondering how she could baffle this supervision which interfered with her plans, the guardian glancing behind each rock in fear that some one would suddenly rush out and rob her of the prisoner. As they were about to return, they suddenly saw a dark form advancing towards them along the narrow path. Night had completely set in. Madame Lambert was greatly afraid, and was advancing rapidly in front when she recognized Abbé Chastanier. The priest, not having found Blanche at the cottage, had come to look for her on the beach. "Let us go in quick," said Madame Lambert, sharply. "You will be more comfortable talking in the drawing room. The breeze is becoming fresh." "We are very well here," murmured Blanche. Let us remain a little while longer." And she nudged Abbe Chastanier so that he might support her. Yes," he said in his turn, "it is quite a spring evening. The fresh air of the sea is beautiful, and will do our dear invalid a deal of good." Then he took the young woman's arm, and added gaily, "We'll walk along together, my dear child, like a couple of lovers. If you are afraid of catching cold, Madame Lambert, pray go in. We'll rejoin you presently." And he continued along the path beside the cliff, leading Blanche, who was laughing at his adroit manoeuvre, along with him. The guardian took very good care not to go in; for she would have preferred to run the risk of catching 20 colds rather than lose sight of her prisoner for a quarter of an hour. She therefore proceeded to follow the pair at a distance of 10 paces, full of anxiety, straining her ears to discover what they said, and angry against the waves, the sound of which prevented her hearing. She could listen at her ease in the cottage, either openly or hidden behind a door; but there on the rocks she did not dare, she was unable to exercise her calling of spy. "How much I thank you," said Blanche to the priest, in a sad and grateful tone, "for having helped me to procure a moment's conversation with you. My prison, as you see, becomes narrower and narrower every day." "Have hope, my dear child," answered Abbe Chastanier. "You will soon be free, and you will then be able to act according to your faith and heart." "Oh, I was not thinking of myself, they can do what they please with my personality, without fear that I shall ever have the least idea of revolting. Besides, you know my resolution, your words have shown me the only road I can follow now." "It is not I, it is Providence that has brought you peace and hope." Blanche did not seem to understand, but continued, becoming animated little by little. "I have sacrificed all my pleasure, and am pleased to suffer, for I hope thus to obtain my pardon. At times I would like to invent harder punishment to hasten my penitence." "Then, my child, why do you complain of your solitude?" inquired the abbe, gently. "It is not a question of myself, my father. If I alone were threatened with imprisonment, perhaps forever, I would be resigned to my fate, but I am trembling for the little creature I am about to bring into the world." "What is there to fear?" "I hardly know. If my uncle had not some plan he would not shut me up like this. Look at all the precautions that are taken to isolate me, to prevent me communicating, with you even. I am certain that at this moment Madame Lambert is in despair." "You exaggerate." "No, you know what I say is true, and you are endeavoring to dispel my anxiety. All this, you see, strikes terror into me, and I fear for my child, I fear a misfortune that I feel there, in the dark." She preserved a painful silence, and then suddenly continued, in a broken voice, "Will you help me to save my child?" The priest was surprised and troubled at her cry. He hesitated without daring to answer. "Be calm," he said at length. "You know I am devoted to you." "I repeat," continued Blanche, "that I have made the sacrifice of all my joy, but I wish my child to be happy." "What can I do for you?" asked Abbe Chastanier, moved by what she said. Madame Lambert had approached little by little, and was treading almost on their heels. Blanche heard the sound of her footsteps on the boulders, and bending forward, said to the priest in a low voice, "Request Fine to come here to morrow at about 6 o'clock in the evening, and to pass beside me, without Madame Lambert being able to recognize her." The next day Blanche and her guardian were again strolling along the cliff at sunset. During the daytime the young woman had been complaining of a violent headache, and had passed the whole afternoon shut up in her room. Then, towards evening, she had feigned giddiness and complained of feeling sick, in order to take the air beside the sea. Madame Lambert, who was full of distrust, kept close to her, determined that she would not allow the same trick to be played her as on the preceding evening, whilst Blanche, from time to time, looked anxiously towards the Marseilles road. As night closed in she saw in the distance a woman wrapped in a Provençal cloak, and with her face hidden in a large calico hood, advancing from that direction. At her quick, light step she guessed it was the person she was expecting. The woman came rapidly forward, and as she passed by, knocked up against Blanche, who handed her a letter, murmuring, "Accomplish my wishes, I beseech you." Fine's sweet face appeared for a moment under the hood, with a kind, consoling smile, full of promise of devotedness, and then the flower girl continued on her way as quickly as she had come. Madame Lambert, thin and stiff, had neither seen nor understood anything. CHAPTER II. Monsieur de Cazalis has a plan. It was as Blanche had said. If her uncle had not formed certain plans he would not have shut her up in this way. The desire to hide the young woman's condition did not justify the excessive precautions that Monsieur de Cazalis was taking to isolate her, and keep her completely in his power. The merciless part played by Madame Lambert, the grave and severe attitude of the deputy, the solitary life she was made to lead, all warned the unfortunate girl that she was threatened with some cruel event which was being prepared in the dark. Maternal instinct told her that it was not her they sought to strike, but the infant that was still unborn. They were no doubt awaiting this little creature's birth, and then something terrible would take place which she could not foresee, but the thought of which made her tremble. The fear which troubled Blanche was exaggerated. The solitude in which she lived caused her over excitement and gave her horrible hallucinations. Monsieur de Cazalis was not the sort of man to injure his reputation by martyrizing a child. He merely wished to make Blanche's heir disappear as promptly as possible. But here, in a few words, is an account of the plan he had formed, along with the reasons that urged him to act as he did. Blanche, at her father's death, was possessed of several hundreds of thousands of francs. She was then 10 years old. She went to live with her uncle, who was appointed her legal guardian, and who, from that time, administered her fortune. However, he did not make any great inroad into her wealth; but at the sight of so much gold in his hands, he lost his head, cut a great dash, and spent almost all he possessed. When his niece ran away with Philippe, he was in a dreadful fright of being called upon to produce the accounts of his guardianship, for if this fortune had been taken out of his control he would have been reduced to absolute poverty, as he had been living for several months entirely on his niece's money. So long as the young girl remained with him, he knew he had nothing to fear. He could do what he pleased with her, and bend her to his will like a piece of soft wax. The child's weak character put him at ease. Such a doll would never dare to claim her own. He was counting on marrying her or placing her in a convent whilst giving her the least money possible, but the escapade of the two lovers had quite put him out of his reckoning. If he had burst into a passion, hunted them down, taken his niece violently back home, it was because he was afraid of a marriage between her and Philippe. He knew Philippe, and he knew that he was a man to make him give up the last piece of gold. His interest was affected quite as seriously as his pride. While he was protesting aloud against a misalliance, he shuddered as he confessed to himself in his mind that this misalliance would not merely be a stain on his coat of arms, but that it would also make a terrible hole in his purse, through which all his luxury and power would disappear. And now Blanche was to have an heir, and that heir would be more exacting than his mother. All his calculations were upset. He became merciless, insisted on dragging Philippe to the pillory, sought to render him infamous in order to cast some of the infamy on his child, and wished to deprive the infant of his rights before he even came into the world. When he heard that Philippe had fled, and had thus escaped the infamy in store for him, his anxiety became absolute terror. He was ruined. The struggle was becoming terrible. If he were compelled to produce the accounts connected with his guardianship, he would become literally penniless. Indeed, he would feel extremely happy if he escaped so easily, at the cost of poverty, for he was not sure that he had not made too wide and visible an inroad into Blanche's patrimony. In the one case, if he kept both his niece and her money with him, he could continue to live in grand style and plunder the young girl in a legal way. In the other, if he were suddenly asked for a statement of accounts, if the capital placed in his hands were exacted in the child's name, he would be obliged to ask for charity, in order not to die of hunger. It is easy to conceive with what energy he accepted the battle, and how eagerly he sought to triumph. Blanche for him was nothing. At a simple look, on merely raising the voice, she trembled and consented to everything. But he shuddered at the thought of the child. That little creature, who had not yet seen the light of day, made the all-powerful Cazalis turn pale. He caught himself hoping that it would be stillborn. He would not have destroyed it, out of a pride for his race, but he prayed Providence to do the work. The poor little creature would grow up, and some day, prompted by the Cayols, might demand his mother's wealth. This thought brought cold drops of perspiration to the deputy's forehead. The Cayols were his great terror. If they ever became possessed of the child, they would rear it as an instrument of vengeance. Then he thought of all the misfortunes that would fall upon his head. He would have to disgorge, hand over a whole fortune to these people whom he would have liked to crush; and as for himself he would, perhaps, have to go begging along the roads. Those were the reasons that had made him shut up Blanche in the cottage on the seashore. He sought to isolate her from the Cayols, to prevent them coming to an understanding with her and stealing the child as soon as it was born. All the precautions he was taking were in the view of obtaining full and entire possession of the infant. If he imprisoned Blanche, it was solely for the purpose of imprisoning her babe. He had made up his mind to be there at the child's birth for the purpose of seizing it and preventing it being made the instrument of his ruin. In the meantime, he had instructed Madame Lambert to keep watch in the vicinity of the cottage, and to see that no one penetrated within. He feared surprise. He said to himself that he would only be in safety when he had secured the babe. Sometimes, at the bottom of his heart, he was almost pleased that his niece had been guilty of an irreparable fault. If she had married, he would only have succeeded with the utmost difficulty in retaining a small part of her fortune. Now it was probable she would never marry; she would enter a convent to weep over her shame, and he could keep all her money with impunity. He tolerated Abbé Chastagnier's visits because he hoped the old priest would indicate religion to Blanche as a refuge. He felt that this way of getting rid of the unfortunate girl would certainly succeed. When once the mother was in a convent, he would attend to the little one. His plan consisted in keeping it near him, and bringing it up with care, so as to endeavor to set its mind also on religion. However, he could not foresee the future. The only thing he wanted was to have all the chances on his own side. In place of immediate ruin he preferred the risk of a catastrophe in the distance. His adopted son, if son it were, would grow up under his eyes, and he would endeavor to get rid of him in an upright way, either by persuading him to take holy orders, or by getting him killed in warfare after having discovered a legal means to rob him of what belonged to him. If it were a girl, he would make her take the veil. In any case, boy or girl, he must prevent the child falling into the hands of the Cayols at any cost. We now know the plan that M. de Cazalis had formed. He came to see Blanche every morning, accompanied by a doctor who gave him daily information as to her condition. When she ventured to make a timid complaint as to the way in which she was imprisoned, he flew into a passion, spoke of the honor of the family, and made her crimson by shouting out to her that she ought to bury herself in a tomb of her own accord, to hide her shame from the world. He wanted to finish with the business, for he was anxious to return to Paris, where his parliamentary duties required his presence, it being the middle of the session. But he made up his mind not to leave until he had placed the new-born babe in surer hands. Each day he made Madame Lambert give an exact account of what had occurred during his absence, and was particular in asking her if she had seen any one loitering near the house. The guardian set his mind at ease, no one had approached the place, and he began to think there would be no contention for the child. And so he was immensely delighted when he was informed one morning that the birth would in all probability take place that same evening. But Blanche had heard what had been said in an undertone, and when her uncle and the doctor had left her room, she dragged herself to the window and fastened a piece of white rag to the shutter. End of chapters 1 and 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, which tells of the effects produced by a piece of white rag. To understand the events that are about to follow, it is necessary to give a short description of the cottage on the seashore. It was built in a rather peculiar way. It had 2 doors, one in the front which gave access to the rooms below, and the other at the back which led straight from the ground to the room upstairs. The cottage was built against the rock, so that the first door, seen from the country, appeared to be only a ground floor. The room occupied by Blanche was upstairs to the left of the staircase, and had windows facing the sea. Following on to this room was a smaller one which served as a dressing room, and into this opened the door at the back. This door had a rusty lock, and had perhaps not turned on its hinges for 20 years. The key to it being lost, it was never used. When M. de Cazalis took the house, he had not thought of troubling about this exit, which seemed closed for good. Blanche, some days before being laid up, while looking for a pin she had dropped, was very much surprised to come across a key hidden between the floor and the wall, and her first thought was that it must belong to the door in question. She was not mistaken; it turned in the lock, and pulling the door towards her, she was able to gaze out on the country. She placed her discovery in safety, and spoke to no one about it, being forewarned by a sort of instinct that she would in future have a means of safety in her hands. On the day she was taken ill, she fastened a piece of white rag to the window shutter, and then, after taking the key from the bottom of the drawer where she had hidden it, went back to bed and slipped it under the bolster. As soon as M. de Cazalis heard that the baby would be born that evening, he resolved to stay in the house, and not leave it until the child was in his possession. He retained a doctor, sent for the midwife, and despatched a messenger to Marseilles to fetch a wet nurse whom he had engaged some time previous, and who was a creature of his own, on whose fidelity he could rely. When these precautions had been taken, he awaited events. To pass the time, he went for a walk beside the sea, feeling very anxious notwithstanding his busy frame of mind, and thinking he would be lost if the infant escaped him. He calmed himself a little by reflecting that such a thing was impossible, as he would not leave Blanche's door until the new born babe had been taken away by the wet nurse. He walked for several hours along the beach, casting from time to time a glance at the windows of his niece's room. Madame Lambert was to come and call him as soon as all was over. Night closed in, and he ended by seating himself among the boulders, watching the shadows flitting across the cottage windows. In the meanwhile, poor Blanche was in agony, and at one time doctor and midwife despaired of her life. She had been so weakened by sorrow that she was hardly able to bear up against the present physical trial. She had a son, but she did not hear the poor little thing's first cry. Pale, insensible, and with the appearance of a corpse, she was lying on her couch of pain. The infant was placed beside her, the wet nurse not having yet arrived, and Madame Lambert ran to inform M. de Cazalis that everything had ended well, and his niece was dying. The deputy came in all haste, very much annoyed to find that the wet nurse was not there. He, however, restrained himself, so as not to show his anxiety before the doctor and midwife. At heart he cared very little about his niece's sufferings, but in presence of her pale exhausted form extended on the bed, he had to assume a concerned and affectionate manner. Turning to the doctor, he inquired if there was still danger. "Not at present," was the answer, "and I think I can withdraw." Then, pointing to the midwife, "Madame's presence will be sufficient, only I must impress on you that the patient must be spared all worry and excitement. Her life depends on it. I will come again to morrow." The wet nurse arrived just as M. de Cazalis was seeing the doctor out. He returned with her into the house, and severely upbraided her as they went up stairs to Blanche's room. The wet nurse excused herself as best she could, and the deputy gave her his final instructions. She was to take away the new born child, and watch over him from hour to hour with the greatest vigilance. The following morning she was to leave for the village where she resided, and which was situated in an out-of-the-way corner in the department of the Basses Alpes. He hoped they would not go and ferret out his great nephew at the bottom of such a hole as that. He found Madame Lambert and the midwife silently bending over the patient's bed, but when he approached to take the child so as to give him to the nurse, he met Blanche's eyes. They had just opened wide, and were fixed upon him. He had the courage, however, to stretch out his arm. Then the young woman, making a great effort, succeeded in sitting up in bed and pressed the child to her bosom. "What do you want?" she said to M. de Cazalis, in a choking undertone. The deputy started back. "The wet nurse is here," he replied, hesitating. "You know what was agreed. You must give her your child." He had told her a few days before the event that the honour of the family depended on Philippe's child being sent away from the moment of its birth. She had shewn herself as pliant as usual on hearing her uncle's brief and cruel words. But she had hoped she would have been able to keep the new born babe with her at least for 24 hours, for it was on that hope she had based her plan for placing him out of harm's way. When she heard M. de Cazalis insist on the child being instantly handed over to the nurse, she imagined all was lost. If they took him away at once, her plan was upset. She had no time to put him beyond the danger that she foresaw, with her mother's anxiety, would be in store for him, and she became still paler than before, if possible, as she pressed him to her bosom. "Oh, for mercy's sake," she exclaimed, "leave him me until to morrow morning." She felt herself weak, and was afraid of showing cowardice and obeying. The deputy continued with a voice that he endeavored to keep calm, in order not to be overheard by the midwife. "You are asking me what is impossible. Your son must disappear for some time, if you do not wish to be covered with shame." "I will give him you to morrow," pleaded Blanche, shuddering. "Be kind, permit me to gaze on him and love him until then. That cannot do you any harm, no one will see him to night in this room." "It's much better to finish at once. Kiss him, and give him to the nurse." "No, I shall keep him. You are killing me, sir." She uttered these last words in an heartrending tone of voice. M. de Cazalis said no more, fearing to fly into a passion. This unforeseen resistance surprised and alarmed him. He was advancing to grasp the poor little creature which the mother held folded in her arms, when the midwife, who had been listening, took him aside and told him she would not be answerable for his niece if he persevered in this odious scene. He then saw that it was necessary to give way. "Very well, keep your son," he exclaimed, sharply. "The wet nurse will wait until to morrow." Blanche placed the babe beside her, then fell back on the pillow, surprised and happy at her victory. A pink tint overspread her cheeks, she shut her eyes, feigning sleep, and felt full of hope and joy. Shortly afterwards, Madame Lambert and the midwife, seeing her quiet, withdrew to take a little rest, and M. de Cazalis remained for an instant alone with his niece, who continued to keep her eyes shut. He looked at the new born babe, and said to himself that this poor creature, so weak and puny, was his most cruel enemy. As he was at last about to leave the apartment, he fancied he heard a slight noise in the dressing room. He opened the door and looked, but seeing nothing, he thought he must have been mistaken. Then he made up his mind to go down stairs, but with the intention of sitting up all night, for in spite of himself he felt secretly uneasy. If he had given way to Blanche, it was because he could not do otherwise. The infant ought already to have been far away. However, he would get rid of him to morrow, that was understood, and it was impossible for the Cayols to come and take him between now and then. He had put bolts on the front door himself. As soon as Blanche was alone, she abruptly raised herself in bed and listened attentively, for she also had heard a slight noise coming from the dressing room. She rose with an effort, took the key hidden under the bolster, and staggered along, clutching hold of the articles of furniture, towards the door of the back of the house. This was an imprudence that might kill her. But she seemed borne up by superhuman strength, and advanced along the tile flooring without reflecting that she was risking her life. She simply said to herself that she was saving her son. There was a scratching at the old front door, and that was the noise which had attracted the attention of M. de Cazalis. Blanche, who was giddy, managed to get the key into the lock, after having nearly fainted more than 10 times, and turn it. The door opened, and Fine entered. The note Blanche had given her in secret a few days before contained these few sentences: "I have need of your affection and devotedness. I know what your heart is like, and I come to you as to a friend. When I require your assistance I will fasten a white rag to my window shutter. I shall expect you at about 1 o'clock on the following morning. Keep at the old front door at the back of the house, and scratch against it softly to apprise me of your presence. You will be my good angel." When Fine had perused this note she understood that it referred to Philippe's child. She consulted Marius, who advised her to comply precisely with the instructions Blanche gave. The next morning the flower girl placed a lad on the beach at about 100 yards from the cottage, with orders to come and tell her as soon as ever he perceived the signal agreed upon. The lad remained at his post for nearly a week without seeing anything. At last one morning he caught sight of the white rag, and ran in all haste to Marseilles. In the evening Fine and Marius came in a cabriolet to St. Henri. They left the vehicle in the village, and both walked towards the rocks in the midst of which stood the cottage. He remained in hiding at a few steps from the old front door, while she scratched at it, at the appointed hour. Blanche barely had time to let her in, before falling into her arms in a fainting fit. The flower girl promptly carried her to her bed, covered up her shivering limbs, and then hastened to bolt the door on the landing so that no one might surprise them. After that she threw off her long cloak, and gave all her attention to the invalid, whose eyes remained closed. Blanche, little by little, recovered consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes and recognized Fine beside her, she raised herself up, and with her heart full of joy and hope, fell on the girl's neck and wept tears of happiness. For a few moments neither was able to speak, but Fine, catching sight of the baby, took it up and kissed it. Then a stifled cry escaped Blanche's lips. "You'll love him as if you were his mother, won't you?" she asked. The flower girl gazed on the infant with that tender look of girls who are in love and dream of maternity. While contemplating Philippe's son, she thought with a blush of Marius, and said to herself, "I shall have a child like that." Then she placed the babe on the bed and sat down beside Blanche. "Listen," the latter said rapidly, "we have very little time before us. They may come upstairs and surprise us at any moment. You are quite devoted to me, are you not?" Fine bent forward and kissed her on the forehead. "I love you as a sister," she answered. "I know it, and it is for that reason that I confide in you. I am going to give you the most sacred legacy that any woman can leave behind her." "But you are not dead?" "Yes, I am dead. In a few days, when I am well again, I shall belong to the Almighty. Do not interrupt me. I quit this world, and before leaving it, I desire to give my child a mother, for he will soon have none, and I have thought of you." And Blanche gave Fine a warm pressure of the hand. "You have done well," said the flower girl calmly. "You know I always considered that your child would be in a sort of way mine." "I need not tell you to love him," said the invalid with an effort. "Love him as you know how to love, with all your heart. Love him for me and for Philippe, and endeavour to let him have a happier life than that of his parents." She was choking with sobs, but after a few moments continued. "Although I have only to ask you for you to love my child, I must implore you with joined hands to watch over him vigilantly. From to morrow, hide him somewhere, in some out of the way corner. Endeavour to prevent any one suspecting the secret of his birth. In a word, swear to me that you will protect him against every one and keep him always near you as a sacred trust." As she spoke she became excited, and Fine had to make her a sign imploring her to lower her voice. "Do you fear foul play?" inquired the flower girl softly. "I know not what I fear. It seems to me that my uncle hates this child, and I hand him over to you so that he may not remain in his power. As I am unable to be there to watch over him, I desire to leave him to an honest person who will make a man of him. Besides, if, even, I were not going to quit this world, I would refuse to keep him with me, because I am weak and cowardly, and would not know how to defend him." "Defend him against whom?" "I know not. I shudder, that is all. My uncle is implacable. But do not let us speak of that. I give you my child, and in future he will be in safety. I can now go away in tranquillity of mind. I was so afraid not to see you to night, and not be able to hand you this poor little mite." There was a moment's silence, and Fine resumed in a hesitating voice. "As you are giving me your last instructions, I may, and indeed I ought to put a question to you. I know you will not misinterpret my intentions. I think you possess a large fortune which Monsieur de Cazalis is administering." "Yes," answered Blanche, "but I have never troubled about the money." "Your son requires nothing now, and so long as he remains with us, he may be poor but we will bestow a wealth of tenderness and happiness on him. Still, some day, a fortune in his hands may be a powerful lever. You do not intend to deprive him of your estate?" "I told you I was leaving the world. I shall be like one who is dead." "That is another reason for assuring his future. Ask Monsieur de Cazalis for a statement of his account. Set your affairs in order before you disappear." Blanche shuddered. "Oh, I shall never dare do that," she murmured. "You have no idea of the terrible power my uncle exercises over me. A mere look crushes me. No, I cannot ask him for a statement." "However, your son's interests require it." "No, I tell you, I have not the courage." Fine, for an instant, was silent and embarrassed. Her duty urged her to insist; she would have liked to overcome Blanche's cowardly attitude. "As you will not act yourself," she continued at last, "allow others to watch over the interests of this poor little creature. You make no objection to the fortune, which you now appear to abandon, being one of these days claimed on his behalf?" "You are cruel," answered the young mother, with tears in her eyes. "You make me feel my weakness and powerlessness to act. You know that I give you all authority." "Then nothing is lost. Do not put your name to any document, do not sign away a single inch of your property. And, moreover, as soon as you are better, let me have the certificates establishing your son's identity. In that way we shall be strong and able to speak with authority when the time comes." Blanche seemed overcome with these questions of money. Had she been possessed of the least energy, she would not have withdrawn from the struggle, she would have lived for her child, protected him, herself, and defended his interests. The flower girl guessed the tenor of her reflections, and added in a lower voice, "If I have caused you pain, if I put all these questions to you, it is because there is a man who has claims on this child, and who one of these days will himself watch over his interests. I shall then want to give him an account of my mission, and instruct him as to how he must proceed in order to complete it." Blanche burst out sobbing. "I have never spoken to you of Philippe," she exclaimed, "because I ought to think of him no more. He left within me a love that has devoured and brought me to repentance. Tell him I have loved him to the point of quitting this world at the age of 17, and tell him I entreat him to labor for the welfare of our son. Whatever he does will have my approval." Just at that moment, Fine heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs. She rose, hurriedly wrapped her cloak around her, and took the child which the weeping mother was holding out to her, and passionately kissing again and again. This farewell was full of mute despair and anxious haste. Blanche got out of bed to accompany Fine and close the door behind her. On the threshold she gave the little one a last kiss on the forehead. Then she had only just time to pull back the bolt of her bedroom door and get into bed again. Her uncle entered softly. Chapter 4 Part 3, Chapters 4 and 5 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, in which M. de Cazalis runs the risk of losing his head while losing his great nephew. M. de Cazalis had fallen asleep downstairs in a sitting room under Blanche's bedroom. In this drowsy state it had several times seemed to him that he heard people walking about overhead. A more distinct sound ended by awakening him with a start. He stood up, full of distrust, and went to make sure whether he had been dreaming or not. But all he feared was that Blanche might have risen to write a letter and thus inform her friends outside of what had occurred. It never entered his head that some one could have penetrated within the house, for he had kept an eye on the front door like a watch dog. He went upstairs, determined to see what his niece was doing. As he heard nothing moving, he gently pushed the door open and cast a look around the room. By the pale glimmer of the night light, he perceived Blanche with her eyes closed, and her face half hidden by the bedclothes, apparently in a heavy sleep. Encouraged by the silence, he resolved to be quite sure by making a minute inspection of the apartments. He first of all searched the dressing room and found nothing suspicious. He returned to the bedroom, and there was nothing there. He was already smiling at his childish alarm, when a thought flashed across his mind, and he suppressed an exclamation. He had not seen the child. Although he had already peered into every corner, he renewed his search. He brutally shook the bed without Blanche opening her eyes, and it did not even occur to him from this circumstance that she was feigning slumber. His mind was a prey to the most excruciating agony, and in despair he ended by moving round like a wild beast, having but one idea, that of finding the new-born babe at any cost. In his anxiety he stooped down and looked under the articles of furniture, imagining his niece had hidden her son somewhere, to make him afraid and drive him mad. For nearly a quarter of an hour he ferreted about in a fury, returning to the same spot 10 times over, unable to believe the dreadful truth. When he was tired, when he had acquired the certitude that the child was neither in the bedroom nor dressing room, he went and stood before the bed where Blanche was lying exhausted and motionless. He gazed in a stupid manner round the room where the little one had been when he had last left his niece, and repeated methodically, "He was there, and is there no longer." These words found a painful echo in his brain. At first he did not think of seeking a solution to this strange disappearance. He saw only the fact, and his fright showed him in a flash all the consequences of that fact. All his calculations were baffled. Blanche's heir was no longer in his hands, and he would be compelled, some day or other, to give him a statement as to what he had done with his mother's money. That meant shame and misery. It would be ascertained that he had already made an inroad into his niece's fortune, and they would take away from him the riches which alone upheld his power. The frightful blow was the forerunner of a series of reprisals. He had no doubt as to the hand that had dealt it, he recognized the vengeance of the Cayols, and he was in terror at the thought that these people had now his honor at their command. He saw that he was at their mercy, and that they could inflict most terrible chastisement on him for his pride. What irritated him above all was failing at the last moment. A few hours longer, and Philippe's son would have been placed beyond reach of the Cayols. He felt that if he had not given way to Blanche's tears the child would already have been far away. This thought reminded him of all the precautions he had taken, and he said to himself that a clever plan had never so miserably failed. Little by little he became angry, and gave way to blind irritability at seeing himself duped in this cruel way. Then he tried to understand how the child had been carried off, and this mental investigation increased his anger. He understood that his niece must have had a hand in the conspiracy, and had half a mind to beat her. "What have you done with him?" he inquired in a gruff voice. Blanche had been trembling between the sheets ever since her uncle had entered the room. She kept her eyes obstinately closed, in order that she might not see him, and also to delay the scene she foresaw was coming. She listened with terror to the sound of his footsteps, she followed him in his fruitless search, and in a measure as the crisis drew nearer, she trembled more violently and became still more icy cold. When he came and stood beside the bed, and examined her, motionless, dumb with stupor, she imagined he was reflecting on the means of putting an end to her existence. His loud voice made her open her eyes, but her throat was dry, thick with agony. "What have you done with the child?" Monsieur de Cazalis asked again in a stifled voice. She stammered, but was unable to pronounce a single word. Then her uncle accused and reviled her with brutal rage. "You are not of my blood," he exclaimed. "I disown you. I ought to have left you in the hands of that blackguard who carried you off. You are a worthy companion for him. What! You go in league with our enemies, you distrust me and prefer to confide your child to that family of tatterdemalions? Don't deny it. I see it all. Look here, you are a vile creature. After having dishonored our name, you do not flinch from placing us at the mercy of your lover. Oh, I was wrong. I ought to have seen that you had a filthy heart, and should not have meddled with this dirty business. I hope they'll make a rascal of your son, a scoundrel like themselves, a beggar who'll come one of these days begging at our door, and whom I'll drive away." He spoke thus for a quarter of an hour, a prey to the fury that blinded him, and which prevented him perceiving the stupidity of his behaviour. He showed no respect for anything, drenched his niece with foulness, wounded her so deeply that she rose up, trembling, powerful with courage in her indignation and grief. If he had contented himself with being imperious and cold, she would have shewn weakness and have given him other arms against her; but as he was coarse she became strong, and answered him firmly. "You have guessed aright, sir. I have handed my son to those to whom he belongs. I am not obliged to give you the reasons that prompted me in my conduct, and I tell you at this moment you are outstepping any rights you may have over me. However, you know I have come to a resolution. As soon as I have recovered, I shall take the veil, we shall be strangers to each other. Cease then reviling me." "But why would you not leave me this child whom I would have loved as a son?" continued her uncle, who with difficulty restrained himself. "I acted according to the dictates of my heart," she continued. "Do not question me, I cannot answer you. I am willing to forget your abuse, and to thank you for having watched over my childhood. That is all I can do. You have nearly killed me. Now leave me." Monsieur de Cazalis understood that he had gone too far. He was afraid that his niece might guess the reason of his anger. This thought troubled him and suddenly calmed his irritation. He could not, however, resist speaking to her on a dangerous subject. "There are accounts between us," he stammered, "which must be settled." "Do not let us talk of that," Blanche answered excitedly. "I have neither the strength nor the inclination to busy myself with such matters. As I have told you, I am dead to the world. I shall require nothing in the future. As to my son, he will apply to you later on, and set forth his claims, if he chooses to do so. I have left his interests in honest hands. Only I must warn you that those of whom you spoke so brutally a little while ago are decided on acting in case you oppose my wishes. Now, for mercy's sake, leave me." Blanche fell back on the pillow, satisfied at having conquered, and went to sleep peacefully. M. de Cazalis hesitated for a moment, and then, finding nothing to add, withdrew. The misfortune that had just happened was irreparable, but he still preferred the peril in the distance to an immediate explanation. Children do not grow up in a day, and he calmed his feelings of uneasiness with the thought that he would have plenty of time to set his house in order. Later on, when the mother had taken the veil, he could institute a search for the son and obtain possession of him. He knew Philippe had fled to Italy, and he concluded from that the new-born babe had been handed to the fugitive's brother. It was therefore against Marius that he thought of directing his operations. In the meanwhile he went to Paris to fulfil his duties as deputy. He thus avoided acting rashly, and could consider at leisure the plan he proposed to pursue. CHAPTER V. IN WHICH BLANCHE BIDS FAREWELL TO THE WORLD. Blanche was 3 weeks in bed between life and death. The great strain her nerves had undergone on the evening her child was born brought on a fever which nearly carried her off. During these 3 weeks of agony Abbe Chastanier and Fine were at her bedside. M. de Cazalis, on leaving, had dismissed Madame Lambert, who was henceforth useless, and the cottage was once more open to the flower girl. There was no guardian to watch the invalid, her uncle having been contented to place her in the hands of the old priest, in the sincere hope that on his return to Marseilles he would find her buried in some convent. Blanche little by little recovered. The tender and devoted care of which she was made the object, the bitter, healthy sea breeze that came in freely at her windows, obliged her to live in spite of her secret desire to die, and thus leave the world where she had already suffered so much pain. When the doctor told her she was saved, she turned her great, sad invalid's eyes towards Fine, and said to her with a feeble smile, "I should have been so comfortable in the earth. But it was not to be. I must continue suffering." "Please not to go on like that," exclaimed the young girl. "The dead feel cold in the earth, you may be sure. Love, do good, and you will have a long life of happiness before you." And she passionately kissed Mademoiselle de Cazalis, who answered in a softer tone, "You are right. I forgot that I could work to lessen the misery of the unfortunate, and thus secure some comfort for myself." The period of convalescence was not long. Blanche was soon able to get up and drag herself to the window. There she passed her time in a consoling contemplation of the great sea which spread out in its apparent infinity before her. All invalids should go and get cured beside the blue waters of the Mediterranean, for its calm immensity has a tranquil majesty about it that appeases pain. It was on a clear morning, beside the open window, with her eyes lost on the bluish horizon, that Blanche spoke out plainly to Abbe Chastanier of her firm intention to take the veil. "My father," she said, "I am gaining strength every day, and as the life of this world is not suitable for me, I desire, as soon as I am well, that my first steps may take me to God." "My daughter," answered the priest, "this decision is a grave one. Before binding yourself with everlasting bonds, I ought to remind you of the good things you are leaving." "It is useless," interrupted the young woman excitedly. "My resolution is irrevocable. You are familiar with all the reasons that urge me to affiance myself to heaven. You yourself have pointed divine love out to me as the only refuge against the human love by which I have been crushed. Do not treat me as a child, I beg of you. Look on me as a woman who has suffered a great deal, and desires to atone for her cowardice. Confess it, my father, there are no earthly advantages comparable to the tranquillity of one's spirit, and, if I succeed in tasting the joys of pardon, I shall not regret the mundane satisfaction to which I renounce so willingly. Do not prevent me going to God." Abbe Chastanier bowed his head. Blanche spoke in such a deep and troubled voice that he understood heavenly grace had touched this poor child, and that it would be wrong to deprive her of the sweets of abnegation. "I did not wish to raise a discussion as to my resolution," continued the convalescent in a calmer voice. "I desired to consult you as to the religious order I ought to choose. As I told you, I feel strong, and in a week I must leave this beach, every rock on which reminds me of my short life of grief and passion, I have already reflected on the choice you might make," answered the priest, and I have thought of the Carmelite order." Are not the Carmelites cloistered?" Yes, they lead a contemplative life, they kneel to God and implore him to pardon the world. They are the daughters of ecstasy. Your place is among them. You are weak, you need to forget — to place an impenetrable barrier between you and your youth. I advise you to shut yourself up in the innermost recesses of the cloister, far from mankind, and to live in earnest prayer full of forgiveness and celestial peace." Blanche gazed at the great sea. The priest's words had brought tears to her eyes. After a silence she murmured, as if speaking to herself: "No, no, it would be cowardice to seek for calm in that way, to slumber in ecstasy. It would be a sort of divine egotism, and I will have none of it. I wish to earn my pardon by working with my hands and heart for the good of the unfortunate. If I cannot watch over my child, I will watch over those of poor mothers who are without bread. I feel that at such a sacrifice only shall I be happy." There was another silence. Then, taking the Abbé's hand and gazing in his face, she added: "My father, can you procure my admission among the Sisters of St. Vincent de Paul, those whom they term the Sisters of the Poor?" Abbé Chastanier protested, saying she was too delicate, that she would not be able to stand up against the fatigue that these saintly creatures endure in the hospitals, orphanages, everywhere where there are services to be rendered to the suffering and forlorn. "Do not be alarmed," exclaimed Blanche in a transport of self sacrifice. "I shall be strong in order to earn my forgiveness. I can only accept the chalice of labour. If I do not make myself useful I shall never forget. I have a last request to make to you. Let me be placed in an orphanage. I shall fancy myself the mother of all those little creatures entrusted to my care, I will cherish them as I would have my own child." She wept, she spoke with such transports of affection that Abbé Chastanier was obliged to give way. He promised to take the necessary steps, and a few days later he announced to Blanche that her wishes would be realized. Besides, he considered the young woman's decision very natural. Her spirit, which was full of blind devotion, had been formed to understand extreme abnegation. He wrote to M. de Cazalis, who answered him in terms of perfect indifference, that his niece was free, and that whatever she decided on would be satisfactory. At the bottom of his heart he was delighted to see her enter a poor and modest order that was not so rapacious for dowries as some of the others. On the evening of the day preceding that on which Mademoiselle de Cazalis was to leave the cottage, she appeared quite uneasy and embarrassed in Abbé Chastanier's presence. Fine, who was there, pressed her with questions as to the cause of this sudden sadness. She ended by falling on her knees before the priest and saying to him in a trembling voice: "My father, I am not yet dead to the pleasures of this world. I should like to see my son for the last time, before belonging entirely to God." The Abbé hastened to raise her from the ground. "Go," he answered her, "go where your heart calls you, and learn that you do not offend Heaven by giving way to your tenderness. Heaven loves those who love. That is all the Christian doctrine." Blanche, who was quite troubled, hastened to get ready. Fine was to take her to her child, and both of them soon went out. From the day the infant had been born, they had both avoided speaking of the poor little creature. The flower girl had simply set the young mother's mind easy by saying he was in safety and well, and had all possible care. When Fine and Marius found themselves in possession of the new born babe, they returned in the cabriolet to Marseilles. The next morning they played a most audacious game by taking the child to St. Barnabé, and giving him to the wife of the gardener Hayes, thinking that M. de Cazalis would never seek him there. It was to St. Barnabé, then, that Fine took Blanche. When the latter caught sight of the gardener's cottage, with the great mulberry trees spreading their branches before the entrance, when she saw the stone bench on which she had been seated with Philippe, all the past flew back to her memory, and she burst out sobbing. Barely a year had gone by, and yet it seemed as if centuries of suffering separated the hour of her first love from the present. She could still see herself hanging round her lover's neck without a care, and hoping for a future full of happiness. And, at the same time, she saw herself disconsolate, her heart bleeding, so broken that she was on the point of renouncing the pleasures of her 18 summers. She was choking with intense bitterness when she reflected that a few months had sufficed to take her from those hopes of happiness which are burning in the hearts of all the young girls to the dark thoughts of remorse which weigh on the minds of penitents. Blanche had come to a standstill before the gardener's door, trembling with emotion, not daring to enter, fearing to meet Philippe's ghost in this cottage where he had fondled her. Fine, who perceived her trouble, dispelled her fright and calmed the fever of her memory by calmly saying to her, "Come, go in. You will find your son there." Blanche darted into the house. Her son, she thought, would defend her against the past. As soon as she had taken 3 steps in the first room, which was spacious, countrified, and full of smoke, she found herself before a cradle. She bent over the infant who was sleeping in it, and contemplated him for a long time without awakening him. The gardener's wife, seated near the door, was knitting a stocking, and singing a sweet, slow Provençal air, in an undertone. Blanche kissed the baby's forehead in the twilight. She wept, and her tears awoke the child, who put his little arms forward with a vague complaint. The mother felt her heart fail her. Did not her duty call her to this cradle? Had she the right to take refuge in the bosom of God? But she was afraid of giving way to a yearning she had not avowed, to mad hopes. Then she said to herself that she had sinned and would be punished. She thought she heard a voice crying to her, "Your punishment will be to be deprived of the caresses of your child." And she ran away sobbing, after having covered the face of the little creature she was to see no more with kisses. Henceforth the young woman was dead to all love but that of God. She had just rent in twain the last link that attached her to the world. This final crisis freed her of her own flesh and blood. She became all spirit. On returning to Marseilles, she handed Fine the documents establishing the identity of her son, and the following day left for a small town in the department of the Var, where she entered an orphanage, in accordance with the wish she had expressed. End of chapters 4 and 5. Part 3, chapters 6, 7, and 8 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. A Spectre. 2 years had passed. In the first months of them, Marius married Fine and took a small flat on the Cours Bonaparte. M. Martelly, who put his signature to the marriage contract, endowed the bridegroom by taking him into his business. He was no longer a clerk, but a partner who brought his intelligence and zeal with him in lieu of capital. Fine, on her side, left her kiosk on the Cours Saint Louis, so as to be able to give her whole attention to her household. But as she wished to continue earning her living, she made artificial flowers in her spare moments, and was so nimble with her fingers that her work looked almost natural. Sometimes, however, when people complimented her on her ability, she sighed, thought with regret of her fresh, sweet-smelling nosegays of other days, and answered, "Ah, but if you saw the roses of the good God!" These 2 years were 24 months of peaceful happiness. The young household lived like birds in a warm, secluded nest of moss. Days followed days, one as happy as the other, full of delightful monotony, and the pair would have liked this sort of life to go on for ever, each hour bringing back to them the same kisses and the same joys. In the morning Marius left for his office. Fine placed herself before a small table, twisting the stalks, crumpling the petals, and deftly producing delicate muslin flowers with her agile fingers. Then of an evening they both went out for a walk along the noisy streets, and reached the seashore near Andoum. They had discovered a corner among the rocks there, where they seated themselves alone, facing the blue immensity. Night set in, and they gazed with emotion at the great sea which had betrothed them at Saint Henri in the old days. It was thus they came to thank it, and to seek in its deep voice an air suitable for their love. When they returned, the bonds of their affection were drawn even closer than before. Every Sunday they had a day in the country, which was spent at Saint Barnabé, setting out in the early morning and returning late at night. The visit they paid to the child of Blanche and Philippe was a sort of pilgrimage for them; but apart from that, they enjoyed themselves there under the mulberry trees at the door. The warm country air filled them with lively gaiety. They had enormous appetites and recovered all the turbulency of youth. Whilst he talked to the gardener, she gambolled on the floor with the baby, amid peals of laughter and all sorts of charming foolishness. In accordance with the desire expressed by Blanche, they had acted as godfather and godmother to her son, and had given him the name of Joseph. When Joseph called the young woman mamma, she sighed and clasped him in her arms, for she loved him as if she had really been his mother. Joseph was growing up, charming and refined, like a child of love. He could already walk alone, and lisp a few words in that delightful prating of the baby age. For the moment Marius and Fine confined themselves to loving him fondly, later on they would see to making a man of him, they said, and to assuring him the position to which he was entitled. But the young household were not so wrapped up in their own enjoyment as to forget the fugitive, that poor Philippe who was living alone and disconsolate in Italy. His brother had been taking active steps to obtain his pardon so that he might return to Marseilles and begin life again, a life of work. Unfortunately, the obstacles were numerous, and he encountered a stubborn resistance that put his most energetic efforts to naught. However, he did not despair of success, and felt even sure that one day or other he would attain his end. In the meantime, he confined himself to exchanging a few letters with Philippe, urging him to be courageous, and above all not to give way to his craving to return to France. If he were guilty of that imprudence, all might be lost. Philippe answered that he was at the end of his tether and was dying of weariness. This despair and impatience alarmed Marius, who went so far as to invent untruths to keep the fugitive in exile. He promised him he would have his pardon in a month. Then, when the month was at an end, he assured him it would certainly be for the following month, and for more than a year he had in this way made him take patience. One Sunday evening, just as Fine and Marius had returned from St. Barnabé, their neighbors informed them that a man had called to see them several times in the course of the afternoon. As they were retiring for the night, after having vainly endeavored to think who this strange visitor could be, they heard a slight knock at their door. Marius, who opened it, was stupefied. What, you? He exclaimed in despair. Fine hastened to join him, and recognized Philippe, who, after having embraced them both, answered, Yes, it is I should have died over there. I was obliged to return at any price. What folly! Continued Marius, quite upset. I was certain of your pardon, but now I will not answer for anything. Go along with you. I will keep in hiding until you have succeeded. I could not live away from you, from my child, any longer. I was absolutely ill. But why not have advised me? I would have taken some precautions. Ah, but if I had told you of my intention, you would have persuaded me not to return to Marseilles. I have done a headstrong thing, but you, who are a sensible man, will repair everything. And turning to Fine, he said eagerly, How is my little Joseph? Then the danger the fugitive ran was forgotten. After the surprise and dissatisfaction of the first few moments, came the unbosoming of their hearts, a long, affectionate conversation which was prolonged until 3 o'clock in the morning. Philippe related his misfortunes and sufferings in exile. Here and there he had given French lessons for a livelihood, avoiding staying long in any one place, and living alone and unknown. When he had related in detail all he had gone through, his brother, who was deeply moved, avoided reproaching him with his return. On the contrary, he racked his brain to find a means of hiding him at Marseilles, so that he could await his pardon and be near his child. Marius, first of all, insisted on Philippe being shaved, a performance that completely changed the young man's appearance. Then he made him dress in a coarse suit of clothes, and found a place for him as stevedore with Cadet, his wife's brother, who had succeeded Sauveur. It was understood that Cadet would allow Philippe to loiter about the port, without making him do any work. But after the second day the improvised stevedore begged for some employment to help him to pass his time, and he was placed at the head of a squad of workers. Things remained thus for several months, Marius expecting from day to day to obtain his brother's liberty. As to Philippe, he was quite happy. Every evening he went to St. Barnabé, and the pleasure he found there, playing with his son, helped him to forget his troubles. He had already been a year at Marseilles, when one evening, on reaching the gardener's cottage, he fancied he saw a tall, thin man behind him who had been following him from the port, but little Joseph's merry welcome soon made him forget the incident. Had he turned his head the next day, he would have found the same tall, thin man following and watching him again. CHAPTER VII. Monsieur de Cazalis yearns for Joseph. During the 3 years that had elapsed since the birth of the son of Blanche and Philippe, important changes had taken place in the existence of Monsieur de Cazalis. He had not been re-elected deputy at the last elections, and had come to reside at Marseilles. His defeat, due to the unpopularity he had earned among the people, owing to his quarrels with the Cayols, did not seem to affect him a great deal. The truth was that he preferred attending to his own affairs rather than to those of his country. He had enough cares at home, enough work to do to parry the blows with which he was threatened, without troubling himself with a mandate that would rivet him to Paris for several months in a year. He took up his abode at his mansion on the Cours Bonaparte, and acted in such a manner as to make himself forgotten by the whole city. He gave up going out in his carriage and splashing the peaceful tradesmen. He did his best to pass unperceived, and succeeded so well that in a short time he was quite unknown to most people. His dream was to secure his peace of mind as soon as possible, and then proceed to Paris and devour his niece's fortune in grand style. If he led the sad and retired life that he did, it was because his instinct of prudence urged him to study the position and secure immunity before laying a finger on what did not belong to him. He had a mad desire to satisfy himself at once, but was afraid. He was willing enough to despoil Blanche, on condition he would never be branded as a thief. When he had succeeded in being forgotten, when he was shut up in his mansion like a simple bourgeois, fond of retirement and silence, he planted his batteries. He found himself in the centre of the intrigue he meant to direct, and was in hopes that by his nonchalant attitude he had dispelled the distrust of his adversaries. At the bottom of his heart, his most ardent desire was to discover the whereabouts of his niece's boy, and obtain possession of him. Then only would he be able to grasp the fortune that was lying idle in his hands. But by an effort of hypocrisy he was able to restrain himself for nearly 3 years. He remained quiet, without appearing to take any steps to find out where his great nephew was hidden; and in reality he did not risk a single attempt, being faithful to his plan of feigned indifference. The result of this comedy was to tranquillize Marius. The young man had imagined that the day after the babe had been carried off, Monsieur de Cazalis would have flown into a rage, scoured Marseilles, and searched everywhere else to find him. He was first of all very much surprised at the indifference of Blanche's uncle, and suspected that it served to hide some trap. Then, little by little, his suspicions were dispelled, and he dozed away in happy confidence, until at length he thought no more of this man who was hiding in obscurity in order to watch his prey the better. If Monsieur de Cazalis was patient and made no researches, it was because he knew the Cayols could not make use of the child against him for some time. He permitted them to bring it up, counting on stealing it when it became dangerous to leave it in their hands. So long as Philippe did not return to France, so long as his son had not attained a certain age, Marius had his hands tied. It was impossible for him to create a scandal that might turn against his own brother. To tell the truth, Monsieur de Cazalis placed great reliance on the upright and just mind of Marius, in order to bring his own affairs to a happy issue. He said to himself that the young man would never venture to compromise Blanche, and that he would sooner abandon the fortune than to do so. In any case he had at least 5 years' tranquillity before him. But if he relied on the virtues of Marius, he was in absolute terror when he thought of Philippe. He felt that if he ever fell into the latter's hands he would meet with no mercy. He knew the violence, the energetic nature of the fugitive, and considered him a man who would stop at nothing when it was a question of satisfying a hatred or a vengeance. So he took certain precautions to shelter himself from that hatred in case Philippe returned to France. He earnestly desired to see him commit that imprudence; and rather for the pleasure of having him arrested than to escape his vindictiveness, he employed a certain Matheus, a rascal who was devoted to him, to go to Italy and keep at the young man's heels, so as to return with him in case he took it into his head to embark. The spy acquitted himself faithfully of his mandate. He found Philippe at Genoa, and from that moment never left him. When the latter returned to Marseilles, Matheus was on the same steamer, but by chance lost sight of him during the confusion of landing, and he had to inform his employer of the presence of his enemy in the city, without being able to tell him where he was in hiding. When Monsieur de Cazalis learned that Philippe was at Marseilles he felt extremely uneasy, not that he feared immediate and direct vengeance, but because he imagined the young man would obstinately pursue him and make him disgorge. He desired his return to France, but on condition that he might know his hiding place, and hand him over to the police the day after his arrival. But as he had escaped his vigilance, he imagined he was hovering round him and preparing pitfalls beneath his feet. He lived for a year in perpetual anxiety. He watched Marius to no purpose, ordered Matheus to follow him everywhere, but failed to find Philippe, for the 2 brothers had agreed that they would not meet until a pardon had been granted, and they could shake hands without fear. Besides, Philippe appeared so different in his coarse garments of a stevedore, with his sunburnt hands and face, that Matthieu passed several times close to him without recognizing him. M. de Cazalis, who did not wish to take the police into his confidence, without having prepared a certain capture, was in despair at his spy's want of success. He sent him throughout Marseilles daily, making him promises that were each time more tempting, spurred on by the dread of seeing the steps he knew Marius was taking to obtain his brother's pardon, successful. One day M. de Cazalis, who had gone down to the port, mingled with a crowd that had assembled round a wounded man. He ascertained that it was a stevedore whose foot had been crushed under an enormous case of goods. As he went nearer to him he caught sight of another stevedore who was beside the poor fellow, giving orders. This man's quick movements and loud voice made him start. He had only heard Philippe's voice once at the time of the trial, and it had ever since been ringing in his ears. He returned home in all haste, and calling Matthieu, gave him detailed instructions. He was to make sure of this man's identity, to follow him for 2 or 3 days, so as to ascertain what his habits were and the places he frequented. The pursuit commenced next morning. The plan M. de Cazalis had formed was as simple as it was clever. He meant to bring down 2 birds at one shot. He wished to kiss his little great nephew, he thought he had left him long enough with the Cayols, and desired in his turn to have him. To find the child and steal him, he determined to make use of his father. Philippe, he felt convinced, paid frequent visits to his son. Therefore he had only to follow him to discover where the little one was concealed. M. de Cazalis calculated that when he had found out this hiding place, it would be easy to have his enemy arrested, and at the same time to take possession of Blanche's heir. 2 days later, Matthieu informed his employer that the stevedore was indeed Philippe Cayol, and that every night he went to the cottage of a gardener named Ayas, at St. Barnabé, who also had charge of a child. The ex-deputy understood all, and smiled in triumph. ^^At what hour does this man go to St. Barnabé?" he asked Matthieu. ^^At 6 o'clock in the evening," answered the latter, ^^and he remains there until 9 o'clock." Good. Return here to morrow at 6. I will give you your orders." The next day M. de Cazalis had a short interview with Matthieu. Then they set out for St. Barnabé, which they reached at 7 o'clock. A couple of gendarmes accompanied them. CHAPTER VIII. Open in the name of the law. Philippe had been leading a monotonous sort of life since he had been hiding at Marseilles, and his only pleasure consisted in going to kiss his son every evening at St. Barnabé. Marius, out of prudence, had begged him to wait to make these visits until he was free, for he felt that it would have been better for father and son to be separated until the time came when they could see each other without danger to either. But he had had to give way to his brother's urgent entreaties, and he tranquillized his mind by thinking M. de Cazalis must be unaware of the presence of Philippe and his son at Marseilles. The condemned man, who visited no one, not even Marius, went every evening to the gardener's cottage, and there enjoyed the only happy hours of his existence. Generally, as soon as he made his appearance, the gardener and his wife took advantage of his arrival, to set out with the fruit and vegetables they grew, for Marseilles. As he was alone in the house, he bolted the door and played with Joseph like a child. This relieved his mind, he forgot the past and present, to dream of a happy future. When he was there in that old house, so quiet and pleasant, he forgot he was a condemned man, a wretched creature whom a gendarme could lead back handcuffed to the city. He fancied himself a peasant, a laborer who had cultivated the land all day and was resting at night. These serene hours gave him fresh strength and appeased the disagreeable fevers that sometimes racked his frame. No one would have recognized in this bowed down and aged-looking man, watching over a child like a devoted wet nurse, the gay and wild young dandy with whose amorous adventures all Marseilles had been busy a few years before. Ah, misfortune is a hard school. On the evening when M. de Cazalis and Matthieu went to St. Barnabé, accompanied by 2 gendarmes, Philippe had reached the cottage as usual at about 6 o'clock. The gardener and his wife were waiting to take a cartload of grapes to Marseilles. As soon as he was alone, he withdrew into the room on the ground floor and shut himself up. Little Joseph was not in a mood for play. He had been running all day among the vines, and had fallen asleep on a sort of old sofa with smiling lips, all stained with the purple juice of the grape. Philippe moved about on tiptoe so as not to disturb his slumber, and ended by seating himself opposite to him and watching him sleep in the undefined glimmer of the falling twilight. He remained in that position for nearly an hour, silent and motionless, listening to the child's light breathing and finding immense delight in gazing on him. 2 great tears, which he did not feel, trickled down his cheeks. As he sat there, lost in tender ecstasy, he heard a sudden knock at the door, and it seemed to him as if hands had fallen on his shoulders to arrest him. The violent resounding blows drew him from his dream. He returned from his wanderings to his mother earth, and passed from his oblivious serenity to the terror of every moment of his life. There, behind the door, were the gendarmes. Half erect, he listened, firmly determined not to open. He was in the habit of closing the door every evening to make believe the house was empty. Little Joseph continued to sleep, rosy and smiling. The blows redoubled, but the condemned man now observed that they were dealt by a weak and impatient hand. At the same moment he heard the suffocating voice of a woman stammering out in terror. Open, open quickly, for the love of God!" He seemed to recognize the voice, and drew back the bolts. Fine dashed inside at a bound, out of breath and fainting, and quickly closed the door after her. Then for a minute she stood gasping, with her hands pressed against her heart and unable to speak. Philippe gazed on her with astonishment. She had never before been to the cottage at that hour, and something very serious must have happened for her to have risked such a visit, which was compromising for her. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "They are there," answered Fine, heaving a great sigh. "I saw them on the road, and began running across country to get here before them." "Who do you mean?" She stared at him, as if surprised at his inquiry. "Ah, yes," she answered, "you don't know. I came to tell you they were going to arrest you this evening." "Arrest me this evening?" exclaimed the young man, drawing himself up in a passion. "This afternoon," continued the former flower girl, "Marius ascertained by providential chance that M. de Cazalis had applied for 2 gendarmes to make an arrest near St. Barnabé." "Always, always that man!" "Then Marius, who came home mad with grief, sent me off here to take the child and beg you to fly." Philippe made a step towards the door. "Eh, no!" exclaimed the young woman in despair. "It is too late now. I have not come in time. I tell you they are there." Sobbing, she seated herself on a chair near little Joseph, and watched him sleeping, feeling quite broken down. Philippe looked round the room in search of an issue. "And no means of safety," he murmured. "Ah, I prefer to risk all. Give me the child. Night is falling, and I shall perhaps have time to escape." He stooped down to take Joseph, when Fine seized hold of his hands, making an energetic sign to him to listen. Then in the terrible silence they heard the sound of footsteps before the house, and almost at the same moment the stocks of muskets came in contact with the door, whilst a stern voice shouted, "Open, in the name of the law!" Philippe turned ghastly pale and slid down on the sofa beside his son. "All is lost," he murmured. "Don't open," said Fine in an undertone. "Marius impressed upon me, in case you were unable to fly, that you were to put as many impediments as possible to your arrest, so as to gain time." "Why did he not come himself?" "I don't know. He did not tell me what his plans were. He ran off on his side, while I took a fly to get here." "He didn't tell you if he would come and give us assistance?" "No. I repeat, he is mad with grief. I only heard him murmur, 'I hope to heaven I may succeed.'" At that moment the stocks of the muskets were heard knocking more violently at the door, and the terrifying cry resounded, "Open! In the name of the law!" Fine placed her finger on her lips to tell Philippe to preserve absolute silence. Each blow, each word made them start, and increased their alarm. Little Joseph continued sleeping between them, but in an uneasy and agitated slumber. The gendarmes had already been knocking and shouting for 5 minutes, and in the end one of them said to M. de Cazalis that the cottage appeared empty, and they had no power to burst open the door. "If we were sure your man was inside," he added, "we would soon send the lock flying; but we cannot run the risk of such a thing with the chance of not finding him there." "The man is certainly there," exclaimed Matthias. "I saw him enter." "I will answer for everything," added M. de Cazalis. "I'd be responsible for what you do." The 2 gendarmes shook their heads, knowing perfectly well that they alone would be punished if they broke into a house. They only had orders to arrest the person pointed out to them, and were not inclined to go beyond their instructions. M. de Cazalis was in despair at their irresolution, and at seeing them unwilling to proceed any further, when a voice was heard inside the dwelling. "Do you hear?" he said. "You can see the house is not empty, and that our man is within." It was little Joseph, who had just opened his eyes. Frightened at finding himself in the dark, and at the sound of loud voices, he had burst out crying. Fine, in alarm, had endeavored in vain to quiet him with kisses, but unsuccessfully. The son betrayed the father. The gendarme knocked again, and shouted out: "If you don't open, we'll burst in the door." At the violent blows from the stocks of the muskets against the wood, Philippe understood that the door would not resist for very long. He got up and lit the lamp, no longer afraid of the light betraying him. Joseph, terrified by the battering outside, which shook the whole house, screamed louder than ever, and Fine, who had risen and was nursing him in her arms, walked backwards and forwards in despair, powerless to calm him. "Oh, let him cry," Philippe said to her. "They know I am here now." And he went and kissed his child, murmuring in a broken voice, "Poor little darling!" As he looked at him, his eyes were filled with great tears. When he had kissed him a last time, he quickly advanced towards the door. Fine stopped him. "What! Are you going to open to them?" she inquired in agony. Yes," he answered. "Don't you hear? The wood's giving way, the lock's ready to fly off. Aias may return at any moment, and besides, now that flight is impossible, I won't have the door damaged any further. For pity's sake, wait a little longer. Let us gain time." "Gain time? Why, isn't it all up?" "No, I've faith in Marius. He impressed on me to put as many obstacles as possible in the way of your arrest, and I implore you to conform to his entreaty. It is a question of your own safety." Philippe shook his head. "They will make me pay dearly for every minute's resistance," he said. "It's better not to struggle uselessly." Fine saw that despair had transformed him into a coward, and she knew not what to say to instill energy into him. All at once she had an idea. "But," she exclaimed, "what will become of Joseph? As soon as you are arrested, these men will take him." The young man, who already had a hand almost on a bolt, turned round, pale and trembling, and returned to Fine's side. "Didn't you tell me Cazalis was there with the gendarme?" he inquired. "Yes," she answered. He turned very pale again, and stammered out in a choking voice: "Oh, I understand it all now. Wretched egotist that I am, I was only thinking of my own safety, and my child was in greater danger than myself. You are right, they only come to arrest me here, in order to steal Joseph. What is there to be done? Good heavens!" At that moment such a violent blow was given to the door, that the wood cracked, as if it were about to split in two, and Philippe gazed round about him, bewildered. "No issue," he continued, "and in a few moments the door will be broken in. What can be done? Good heavens! To escape them!" The blows became more and more redoubtable. One felt that the gendarmes were becoming furious at the long resistance. Philippe remained for a few seconds with his head between his hands, trying to think, to discover a means of escape. Then, in a low and rapid voice, he said: "I am of your opinion. We must try and gain time. Marius has always been my guardian angel." "Let us barricade the door with the furniture," exclaimed the young woman. "No, that's not advisable. Open resistance will only hasten on events." "What are you going to do, then?" "Open the door and give myself up. But before doing so, you must run to the loft with Joseph, and hide yourself as well as possible. In the meanwhile I will arrange to make the details of my arrest last as long as I can, so as to give my brother time to help us." "And if they take you away at once, and if I am left at the mercy of these men?" "Then everything will, indeed, be against us. However, there is no time to argue, and there is no choice. Do you hear? The door is giving way. For love of heaven, hurry up stairs and hide yourself well." He pushed Fine towards the staircase. Then, when she had disappeared in the dark, he went and drew back the bolts. Chapters 6, 7, and 8. Part 3, Chapters 9 and 10 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Pardon, pardon. Philippe had taken the precaution of putting out the lamp before opening the door, and the gendarmes, who were on the point of rushing forward, stopped short on the threshold, fearing that the darkness might conceal some snare. Perhaps the trap door of a cellar was gaping open before them, or perhaps they would be attacked from behind as soon as they entered. The mass of darkness that expanded before them struck terror into their hearts. " We must have a light," one of them murmured. " We cannot look for and find a man in this obscurity." " I have no lucifer matches on me," said the other. Monsieur de Cazalis was in despair. He had not foreseen this new obstacle. Night was like an impenetrable wall which still separated him from Philippe. " Are you afraid ?" he exclaimed. And in a moment of anger he gave a push to the gendarme, who thus advanced a few steps into the room. Philippe, who had placed himself upright against the wall at the entrance, dashed forward, passed behind them, and found himself outside, after having knocked Matthieu almost over. " Help !" the latter yelled. " The man's escaping." The gendarmes were right about face in an instant. The young man had come to a standstill at a few yards from the house. He could have run away, but he thought no longer of himself, all his mind was taken up with his child. If he had put out the lamp and pretended to make off, it was merely to gain time. With crossed arms and disdainful bearing, he said in a loud voice :" What do you want with me ? Why have you obliged me to open the door ?" The gendarmes had sprung forward, and each had seized him by a wrist. " Let me go !" he exclaimed with violence. " You can see very well I am giving myself up voluntarily. Had I wished to escape I could have been far away by now. Speak, what do you want ?"" We have orders to arrest you," they said, taking their hands off him under the influence of the imperious tone of his voice. " Good," he continued. " I will follow you when you have shown me the warrant concerning me. Let us go in." He entered the room, feigning not to see either Matthieu or Monsieur de Cazalis. When he had relit the lamp, and the former deputy and his instrument appeared, he turned towards the gendarmes and said in a mocking voice: "Do these gentlemen belong to the police?" The nobleman received the phrase right in the face, like a cut from a whip. He was conscious of the unworthy part he was playing, and the silent anger that had been raging within him burst out. " What are you waiting for ?" he cried. " Gag the villain, pinion him. Ah, rascal, so I've found you, and this time you'll not escape me." He was foaming, he asked for the handcuffs to put them himself on the prisoner. The latter looked at him with withering contempt. The gendarme had given him the warrant that had been issued against him, and he was reading it slowly, seeking an excuse for delay. He had lit a wax taper he had on him and had slipped into the staircase. He was going to execute the orders of Monsieur de Cazalis, who had promised him a good reward if he succeeded in stealing little Joseph amidst the confusion of Philippe's arrest. Matthieu was a prudent man who did nothing lightly. For 2 days he had been studying the habits at the gardener's house. He knew that the latter and his wife must be at Marseilles, and he calculated in his mind that Philippe, hearing the gendarmes, had without doubt hidden his son in a room above. He expected to find the child alone and to be able to take him without difficulty. He inspected the rooms on the first floor, and found nothing. He burst open a door that was locked, searched in every corner, and acquired the certitude that Joseph was not there. Then he decided he would go up to the loft. The door only closed with a latch. Matthieu opened it and advanced a few steps on the straw which went up in the heap to the tiles. He held the taper high, looked from a distance in all the corners, not daring to advance for fear of setting fire to the place. He could find nothing. There was a quantity of things in the place impossible to describe in detail. Old caved in barrels, agricultural implements of no further utility, refuse without a name, encumbering the flooring and throwing great dark shadows here and there. Matthieu thought that Philippe could not have hidden his son among all this rubbish covered with dust and cobwebs, and did not pursue his search further, but returned to the first floor, where he made another minute inspection. He opened the articles of furniture, pulled up the curtains, looked everywhere. There was no child. Then he sat down and began to think. The rascal was in the habit of reasoning on all occasions, and of always acting in accordance with the strict laws of logic. His reasoning was short and his conclusion unanswerable. He had heard the child cry, therefore he must be in the house. If he was not to be found on the first floor, he must naturally be in the loft. He had no doubt made an imperfect search. He returned to the loft. As soon as he entered he placed his taper on an old watering pot so as not to set fire to anything. He had thought for a moment of lighting the straw at the risk of burning the place down. The child was there for sure, and he had a vague idea that Monsieur de Cazalis would be delighted at the poor little creature's death. He had only to let the taper fall, and Blanche's hair would be roasted. But he was afraid of displaying too much zeal, of going beyond his instructions. His master had asked for the child alive, and he couldn't decently take it to him dead. He began to search in the straw, to rummage among the old barrels. He proceeded slowly, making sure no corner escaped him, expecting at every moment to put his hand on a warm body. The taper placed on the watering pot cast a yellow, vacillating light over the loft, and afforded him very poor assistance in his search. When he had reached the end of the loft, he suddenly stopped, hearing the sound of restrained breathing. He smiled triumphantly. The noise came from a sort of buttress formed by trusses of hay piled up at some distance from the wall. Matthieu stretched forward his head and hands, but when he had cast a glance into the hiding place, he brought his hands down beside him in surprise. Fine had suddenly risen up before him, holding little Joseph against her bosom. The child was fast asleep and smiling in his slumber. For nearly a quarter of an hour the young girl had been listening to the smothered tread of Matthieu, and during that time had been a prey to most terrible anxiety. She almost betrayed herself when he appeared in the loft the first time. Then when he went down she breathed, thinking herself saved. And there he was back again, and had discovered her. She was lost, he was about to tear Joseph from her arms. Erect, all of a tremor, determined she would sooner be assassinated than part with the child, she stared him in the face. Matthieu was at first stupefied. He did not expect to find this young woman, whom he did not know, and who appeared to be the child's mother. Then the wretch gave a smile of ill omen. After all, he preferred to have to deal with this young woman than with Philippe. With a push he would tumble her over on the hay and easily take the child from her. Fine no doubt read his thoughts in his eyes, for she put her back against the wall and stiffened her legs, ready for the struggle. They did not exchange a word. The taper was dimly burning. He stretched out his hand, she closed her eyes, thinking herself already dead, when a sound, increasing as it proceeded, rose from the room where Philippe was still with the gendarme. A well-beloved voice, which the young woman recognized, was crying, "Pardon! Pardon!" amidst outbursts of joy and triumph. Fine felt her courage return. "Do you hear?" she asked Matthieu. "Heaven has come to our assistance. It's for you, rascal, that the gendarmes have brought the handcuffs." Matthieu, in alarm, forgot Fine and the child, thinking only of his safety. He ran to the door of the loft and listened. Then he began thinking where he could fly to in case things took an unfavorable turn. Down below, Philippe, after reading the warrant for his arrest, had to give himself up to the gendarmes. He succeeded, however, in delaying his departure under pretence that he could not quit the gardener's house without leaving him a few words of explanation. The truth was that he had seen Matthieu disappear by the staircase, and was trembling for Fine and his child. He counted no longer on Marius, he simply wanted to await the gardener's return so as not to leave the house at the mercy of Monsieur de Cazalis. The gendarme allowed him to write a few lines, and then told him he must set out. He gazed about him in despair, and only saw the ex-deputy, who was sneering. "Well," exclaimed the latter, "so you're muzzled. You won't carry off any more heiresses, you won't cause any more scandal in families. Ah! It'll be a curious sight to see the gallant Philippe Cayol fastened to the pillory." Philippe did not answer, out of disdain and so as not to be tempted to smack the man in the face. Since he had been there, he feigned to ignore his presence. Whilst Monsieur de Cazalis insulted him, a gendarme put on the handcuffs. "Off we go," he said; and Philippe was obliged to advance towards the door. He felt dreadful agony at the throat, and almost burst out sobbing. Just at that moment, as the door was opened, a joyful shout resounded outside, and a man walked in, repeating, "Pardon! Pardon!" It was Marius. Not having been able to get a fly, he had run all the way from Marseilles. He drew a paper from beneath his dusty clothes, and presented it to the gendarme. This paper announced the pardon which the King had granted to Philippe. The document had been promised to the condemned man's brother for more than a month, and, as chance would have it, arrived at the very moment when Monsieur de Cazalis was exerting his last vestiges of influence to prevail on the authorities to act. If Marius had not proceeded at once to Saint Barnabé with fine, it was because he wanted to see once more whether the pardon had not come to hand. The gendarme read the all-powerful letter, and bowed before it. Their errand was over. It only remained for them to withdraw. Monsieur de Cazalis, with haggard features, terrified at this unforeseen issue, watched them leave with anger, as if they had been working for the liberty of his enemy. He was thinking, in the folly of his despair, whether there was not some means of compelling them to take Philippe off to prison in spite of all. Marius had embraced his brother on entering, saying to him, "You are free! Heaven be praised! I've come in time!" And Philippe had remained for a moment motionless, choking, not daring to understand. Then he suddenly darted upstairs. He had just thought of the man who had gone up there to rob him of his son. Matthieu heard the sound of his footsteps. In terror, understanding that he was threatened with danger, he looked rapidly about him for something to assist him in flight. Hanging from a pulley before the window of the loft, which stood wide open, was a piece of cord. He grasped it at the risk of falling, and slid down, almost falling on the head of Monsieur de Cazalis, who was leaving with an oath on his lips and rage in his heart. When the ex-deputy saw Matthieu without the child, he almost struck him. His expedition had entirely failed, he had not secured either father or son. Fine, rescued from the brutality of Matthieu, hastened downstairs with Philippe to the room below. And there the two brothers and young woman, mad with joy, smothered little Joseph with kisses. "Now we are strong!" exclaimed Marius. "We are no longer at the disadvantage of having a criminal sentence hanging over our heads, and can work openly for the happiness of this child." CHAPTER X. THE INSURRECTION of February, 1848. The two brothers, on awakening the next morning, experienced considerable delight of finding themselves together and free of all fear. They had brought Joseph away with them the evening before, after having thanked Hayes, the gardener, and handsomely rewarded him. Philippe and his son slept at the little lodging of the young married couple. During the night, Marius, who was very much upset and unable to close his eyes, thought out the plan of a new existence, and as soon as the family were assembled round the breakfast table, proceeded to explain it. "Come," he said, "let us speak seriously. We must decide what we are going to do with this child, and what Philippe will do." Philippe at once became grave and attentive. He had often thought of the life he would lead when it would be no longer necessary to keep in hiding; and he felt it was his duty to work for his son and renounce his ambitious ideas and follies. "The child," continued Marius, smiling and looking at Fine, "will easily find a mother." The young woman was holding little Joseph on her knees, and encouraging him to eat his bread and milk, with all sorts of caresses. When she heard what her husband said, she exclaimed, "A mother! Here she is! He was entrusted to me, given to me. Is not that so, Philippe? It's I who am his mother. As we have no children, I'll take this one, and I'll not part with him. He will always stay with me, and you'll see how fond I shall be of him." Philippe, who was very much affected at these words, pressed the hands of the former flower girl warmly. The thought of bringing up his son had caused him much anxiety, and he had often inquired of himself how he could attend to a boy of 4. Fine's offer relieved him of his embarrassed position. He would not be separated from Joseph, and the child would have a devoted mother to watch over him. "The child is provided for," continued Marius, laughing, "and I will undertake to provide for the father. But before we go any further, tell me, Philippe, what your ideas are." "I wish to work," replied the young man. "I want to make you forget my follies, and to assure for myself a calm and happy future." "That is perfect. You renounce your dreams of wealth, and consent to be a poor fellow like I am?" "Yes." "Then I can give you what you want. You must cast aside the stevedore's blouse. I will offer you a modest position, which will enable you to live without being a drag upon any one." "I accept all, in anticipation. I confide in you with my eyes closed, being sure that whatever you do will conduce to my happiness." "Very well. I am going to place you immediately with my employer, M. Martelly. For more than 6 months I have been reserving a post for you there, that will bring you in 1,800 francs a year. Believe me, my dear brother, remain obscure, Do not seek to bear the sway, and we will enjoy happy times together." The two brothers went to the shipowner, who gave Philippe a kind welcome, and seemed delighted to assist him by engaging him in his employ. "My dear Marius," said he, gayly, "put this young man where you like. There is a great deal of work to do here, and we require an active and intelligent staff. I like those who serve me faithfully." Marius entrusted his brother with a part of the correspondence, which was considerable, and from that moment Philippe commenced a peaceful existence. He passed the daytime at his office, and in the evening enjoyed the tranquillity of the home of the young couple, taking Joseph on his knees and playing with him for hours together. Pine had been able to rent an extra room on the 4th floor from the landlord, and made it comfortable for the young man, whose life was in common with that of the young household. He lodged and took his meals with his brother, never went out, and seemed to care for nothing beyond this domestic felicity. This peaceful and affectionate life lasted for several weeks, and to see such an united and happy family, no one would ever have thought that it had been a victim to the most violent commotion a few months before. Sometimes, however, Philippe's voice took the brief and irritated accents of former days. When he thought of Monsieur de Cazalis the fever seized him again, and he spoke of making Blanche's uncle disgorge. "We are cowards," he said one evening to Marius. "We don't know how to avenge ourselves. I ought to go and slap that man in the face and demand my son's fortune." Marius, whose calm and well balanced mind enabled him to take a more sober view of the position, was quite alarmed at his brother's sudden outbursts of passion. "And what good would it do," he answered, "if he were to slap your enemy in the face? He would have you imprisoned again, that is all. But that man's a thief. He's keeping money that does not belong to him. He's perhaps spending it for his own purposes." "Ah, you're a happy fellow, Marius, to be able to think of such things without getting in a rage. For my part, I feel inclined to wrest this property, which by right should go to Joseph, away from him." "I beg you not to do any more headstrong things. We are living peacefully enough at present. Do not spoil our happiness." "Then you want me to renounce on behalf of my child his mother's inheritance?" "Eh! I prefer that you should renounce this inheritance, at least for the moment, rather than trouble our life again. Let us remain on the defensive and not attack. We are too weak, and shall be smashed at the first shock. I would like to see my son wealthy and powerful. I feel ambitious for him, if not for myself." "Your son is happy. We love him, and will bring him up as an honest man. Believe me, he wants nothing. There would perhaps be more reason to pity him if you succeeded in making him a rich heir." Conversations such as these frequently occurred between Philippe and Marius. The latter felt that Monsieur de Cazalis was too powerful to be attacked with any likelihood of success. He understood that the former deputy would assume the offensive at the first opportunity, and he wished to reserve all his power for the defence. His most earnest desire was to make Blanche's uncle forget the existence of Joseph and Philippe. Besides, he was urged by many reasons to preach disinterestedness to his brother. He feared that the latter on becoming wealthy would go crazy again. What he was dreaming of, moreover, for his nephew, was the same tranquil existence of a clerk as his own, and he did not think that he could prepare him a more agreeable future. He frequently said to himself, "This child will be poor and happy as I am, he will find a fine who will afford him the same pleasure as I enjoy." At the bottom of his heart he had decided that he would never claim a sou from Monsieur de Cazalis. When Philippe pressed him too much he spoke to him of Blanche, and said that a scandal would kill that poor girl, for Monsieur de Cazalis would not consent to being deprived of several hundreds of thousands of francs without revolutionizing all Marseilles. It was thus that he restrained his brother, and prevented him from making a scene which might have caused irreparable misfortune. Briefly, Marius proved to Philippe that the time had not arrived to be avenged and claim the inheritance, and from that moment the existence of the family was even more peaceful. They had only one anxiety, they felt Monsieur de Cazalis hovering round them in the dark, and they took every precaution to protect little Joseph against the attempts they dreaded. In this way they reached the commencement of February. Marius had his mind at ease, he was pleased to see his brother put up with an obscure and modest mode of life, and believed him for ever cured of his ambitious dreams. There was nothing in the young man's conduct to alarm him. He was saying to himself that he had overcome his evil genius, when all at once Philippe took to going out alone, and to absenting himself from his office for entire days. Marius trembled at the thought of their happiness being disturbed. He followed his brother, in order to ascertain where he went, and he learnt that he was a member of a secret society, which, subject to impulsion coming no doubt from Paris, was actively at work propagating Republican ideas. This discovery upset him. He was in despair again at seeing his brother compromise himself and supply M. de Cazalis with arms which he might turn to terrible account. When he ventured to sermonize the conspirator, the latter answered: "Listen, I promised you not to be guilty of any follies on my own account, but I had no intention in doing so, of renouncing my own opinions. The people's time has come, and I should be a man unworthy of consideration if I were not to labor for what I believe to be the good of all." And he added with a smile, "In future I shall have but one love, and her name will be Liberty." Marius endeavored in vain to keep him at home in the evening beside little Joseph. He would listen to nothing, and the young household were obliged to submit in silence and despair to the ruin of their happiness. The truth was that a peaceful life did not suit Philippe. He had been able to live for 2 months in bourgeois tranquillity, but he now began to feel sick at heart. What he required was violent excitement, an existence full of danger and agitation, and he dashed with delight into the peril offered by a revolution that was imminent. He had always been a man of action, and an ultra democrat. Embittered by suffering, having to avenge himself of the nobility, he accepted the hope of an insurrection with lively joy. And so he resumed his blunt manner, made himself the leader of a party, urged the working classes on blindly to revolt, and prepared the indigent population for the barricades that he saw in perspective. On Friday, 25th February, a thunderclap burst upon Marseilles. News came of the overthrow of Louis Philippe and the proclamation of the Republic at Paris. The city was astounded. This population of commercial people, who were conservatives by instinct, having no care beyond their material interests, was entirely devoted to the dynasty of the Orleans, who for 15 years had favored, in a large measure, the development of commerce and industry. The opinion predominating at Marseilles was that the best government was that which allows speculators the greatest liberty of action. Consequently, the inhabitants were greatly alarmed at the announcement of a crisis which would naturally put a stop to business and bring about numerous bankruptcies by causing the credit on which most of the commercial houses alone existed to be stopped. Under these circumstances, Marseilles received news of the Republic as a deplorable commercial disaster. The city felt wounded at heart, in its prosperity, by the insurrectional movement at Paris. The majority were in despair at the idea of losing the 5-franc pieces they had hoarded up, and there were but few who felt a tremor at the word Liberty, or whom it drew from the heavy slumber of wealth. Philippe had been too confident when he thought he could sow and develop Republican ideas among his fellow townsmen. He exerted himself to do so with all the strength of his nature, dreaming wide awake and working hard to realize his dreams. If he had made a better study of the people among whom he lived, if he had possessed the necessary coolness to judge men and things, he would have renounced the idea of raising the standard of liberalism and have prudently remained quiet. The Republican party, to tell the truth, did not exist. There was no connection between the liberal bourgeois class and the people. The latter remained on the lowest stage without leaders, without any well-defined tendencies, and with no courage to act alone. The bourgeois class were satisfied with a little reasonable liberty prepared for their use. The few drawing-room Republicans who uttered their fine phrases here and there, were simple babblers who did not understand the modern ideas of the various classes of society, and who merely took advantage of the new state of things to make themselves prominent. Opposed to these weak and disunited Republican elements were 2 powerful camps: the Legitimists, who were laughing in the sleeve at the overthrow of Louis Philippe, hoping to take advantage of the disturbance to seize the reins of power again; and the Conservatives, the crowd of commercial men who clamored for peace at any cost, whoever were the master, a legitimate king or an usurper. The latter only hoped ardently for one liberty, the liberty to earn millions. If Marseilles had dared, it would perhaps have made a counter-revolution. Compelled to submit to events, it confined itself to opposing the new government with sullen reaction. It accepted the Republic from the first moment with distrust, and endeavored to lessen the effects of the new order of things as much as possible. The Conservative and Legitimist elements still dominated the city, and made it a very active centre of opposition. At times, when Philippe was not led away by excitement, he could see clearly that he and his would never succeed in making Marseilles a republican city, and he then experienced great despair and anger. For some time he took to journalism. But he soon understood that the flaming articles he published were not even read by the frightened swarm of commercial men, and that his enthusiasm was thrown away. He then saw that action was preferable to journalism. One of the measures that made him despair the most was the formation of a National Guard selected exclusively among the aristocratic bourgeois of Marseilles. This National Guard was evidently destined to keep the people in check. He would have liked to see the poor admitted to its ranks as well as the wealthy, so that the guard of the city might be entrusted to a generality of citizens, to a body honestly animated with liberal sentiments. The people alarmed the conservatives who armed the bourgeois class so as to create an antagonistic feeling between the two, and to set one against the other if circumstances permitted. It was simply preparing civil war. The corporation of stevedores was the only element among the laboring classes that was admitted into the ranks, because it was no doubt thought that the members of this corporation, who were in the pay as it were of the merchants who employed them, would consent to fight against their fellows, the other workers, the populace whose name alone caused alarm. Philippe energetically refused to belong to the National Guard. "I shall remain with the people," he exclaimed in public. "If ever they are attacked, if their rights are not respected, I shall advise them to arm also, and will fight with them." From Friday 25th to Tuesday 29th Marseilles could not decide on proclaiming the Republic. The authorities of the former regime remained at their post, and the entire city was anxious and ill at ease. The Prefect and Mayor affirmed that they were without news from Paris. Feeling that there was great peril in leaving the power in the hands of the servants of the former King, the Republicans made several manifestations without effect. Reaction was already commencing, and the Conservatives would not abandon the position without being certain there was no further hope. Monday night was reached thus. A multitude of workmen assembled on the Canebière were to march to the town hall in a body, with torches in their hands and a flag at their head, to obtain a formal promise that the new government would be publicly proclaimed on the following morning. During these 5 days of anxiety, Philippe was in a terrible state of excitement. He did not go to his office, returned home late, quite upset with the violent emotions of the day, and brought angry and threatening language into the sad and distressed young household. Fine and Marius gazed on him in despair, convinced that he was going to his ruin, and unable to stop him at the brink of the precipice. End of chapters 9 and 10. Part 3, chapters 11 and 12 of The Mysteries of Paris by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, in which Matthias becomes a Republican. When M. de Cazalis' temper had calmed down on the day following his expedition to the cottage of Hayès the gardener, he was seized with absolute terror. He felt himself in the power of his enemies. Now that Philippe had obtained his pardon, the Cayols would no doubt track him without pity. He allowed Matthias to be a witness of his alarm. Not knowing on whom to vent the rage that his powerlessness aroused within him, he overwhelmed his agent with reproaches, reviled him, and said that if he had not stolen Joseph, it must be because he was in the pay of Marius. Matthias received the abuse philosophically, and shrugged his shoulders. "Very good, continue," he said impudently. "Call me a villain if that relieves you. At heart you know I am devoted to you, because you pay me far more liberally than those beggars Cayol could ever do. Instead of getting irritable, it would be wiser to think over the position and come to a decision." The rascal's self-possession calmed down M. de Cazalis, and he then confided to his accomplice that he had a very good mind to fly, and go and live in peace in Italy or England. It was the simplest and most expeditious way of escaping the annoyances with which he was threatened. They would certainly not go and demand the accounts of his guardianship in a foreign country. Matthias listened to his master and shook his head. This idea of running away did not suit his views at all. To complete his fortune he required M. de Cazalis to remain at Marseilles, so that he might speculate on his fright, and get all the money he could out of him. He certainly felt that the latter was right in wishing to take to his heels, which meant safety, but he cared very little about the safety of Monsieur de Cazalis, and did not mind if he compromised him, from the moment it was to his interest to launch him into a struggle from which the issue was doubtful. But what he desired above everything else was not to lose his pay as a spy. He therefore pleaded warmly against flight, and he was fortunate enough to find good reasons to support his argument. "Why fly?" he said. "Have you abandoned the idea of avenging yourself, then? There is no reason to despair. Your enemies are trembling before you, and will never dare attack you openly. There are 1,000 things that bind them to silence. Come, you are very wrong to be alarmed. In your place I would remain and conquer. I would openly assume the offensive. Those idiots are sure to make a mistake. We will take advantage of everything, and the time will come when we shall have them again in our power. You have accused me of clumsiness because I did not succeed in bringing you the little one. I am not clumsy, and I have a return match to play. On the word of an honest man, you shall have the child. The deuce! Acting together, we can make anything we engage in succeed." He spoke at length, cleverly appealed to his employer's pride and vengeance, and ended by persuading him to remain and continue the struggle. Then there was a long conference between them. Before doing anything, Monsieur de Cazalis desired Matthieu to make an effort with Blanche. He was to endeavor to obtain her signature to various documents which would deprive her son of a large part of his inheritance. He set out on his errand firmly decided not to get anything signed, for if he acted in accordance with his master's desire, that would simplify matters too much, and his services would no longer be required, as when the documents were once signed his master could dispense with his assistance. He arranged in such a manner that Blanche firmly refused her signature. Monsieur de Cazalis was exasperated at this refusal, and only dreamed of vengeance. He spoke of nothing less than having the Cayols knocked on the head. It was at that degree of irritation that Matthieu wished to see him arrive, and he took advantage of it to make him give him full powers. He then begged him not to meddle in the affair, so as not to compromise himself. Every evening he called and made him a report, which was true or false. He kept him informed of the acts and attitudes of his enemies, calming him, irritating him according to his requirements, and always promising him prompt victory. 2 months passed. Monsieur de Cazalis was beginning to get impatient, saying the Cayols were too circumspect, and that such people would never make a mistake, when one evening Matthieu entered his drawing room, rubbing his hands with the air of a conqueror. "What's the news?" inquired the ex-deputy impatiently of his accomplice. Matthieu did not answer immediately. He had seated himself comfortably in an arm-chair, and, with his hands crossed over his stomach, sat blinking his eyes with a sanctimonious air. This lackey treated the illustrious descendant of the Cazalis as an equal. "What do you think of the Republic?" he abruptly inquired of his master, in a bantering tone. "It's a fine invention of the human mind, is it not?" The master shrugged his shoulders. He tolerated this rascal's impudence, and the latter took secret delight in wounding him. "You are aware that the monarchy is dead and buried?" continued the tatterdemalion in the same bantering tone. "We have been citizens for the last 24 hours, and I feel inclined to address you in the second person." Monsieur de Cazalis had been following political events during the last few months with much indifference. He had learned on the previous evening of the overthrow of Louis Philippe, without even paying attention to the news. Formerly, when he was deputy in the opposition ranks, and sought to shake his throne which the people had just upset, he would have applauded at the event, free afterwards to discover the most rapid way of muzzling the rabble, which was the name he generally gave to the working classes, but at the present moment his only anxiety consisted in discovering a means by which he could retain possession of his niece's fortune so as to be able to devour it with impunity. When he heard Matthieu say he felt inclined to address him in the second person, he nevertheless made a movement of disgust. "No joking," he said dryly. "Come, what news have you?" Matthieu maintained his insolent attitude. "Hey, hey!" he answered with a sneer. "How sharply you speak to your brothers! For you are aware that we are all brothers. It's written on the flags. Oh, what a fine thing the Republic is!" "Come to the point. What do you know? Where have you been?" "I know that we shall perhaps be throwing up barricades one of these days, and I come from the Workers' Club, of which I am one of the most popular members. It is matter for regret, sir, that your opinions debar you from listening to me. I delivered a speech this morning against the Legitimists, which was approved by every one present. But for the matter of that, I can give you proof of my eloquence." And Matthieu, rising, stood upright, one hand on his heart, and the other extended in front of him like a man about to speak. M. de Cazalis understood that his worthy associate had some good news to tell him, and that he was making him pay for that news by amusing himself at his expense. He belonged to this man, and he saw he would be compelled to accept his sneers until it pleased him to say all. By cowardice, and to flatter this rascal who played with him as with a prey, he lowered himself to the point of laughing at his clownish grimaces, hoping by so doing to make him speak out sooner. You certainly must make a capital speaker," he said to him with a smile. Matthieu had kept in the same position, trying to recall the sentences of his speech. Then he let himself fall into the arm chair, crossed his legs, threw himself back, and continued, still sneering. I can't remember it. It was very fine. I said the Legitimists were rascals. I even think I mentioned your name, and suggested hanging you at the first opportunity. They applauded. I must, you understand, take care of my popularity." He laughed, displaying his wolfish teeth. M. de Cazalis, who was becoming exasperated at the scoundrel's familiarity, walked up and down the room, making the greatest efforts not to burst out in anger. The other felt delicious delight at his rage, remained silent for a moment, and when he saw it would be imprudent to make fun any longer, he continued, in a bantering tone, By the way, I forgot to tell you that Monsieur Philippe Cayol is my colleague at the Workers' Club." M. de Cazalis came to a standstill. At last," he murmured. Yes," continued Matthieu, slowly, Monsieur Philippe Cayol is a very warm Republican, and I pride myself on being his disciple. I humbly confess to you that his speeches are of a much more fervent, democratic character than mine. That young man will certainly save the country if it ever stands in need of being saved." Ah, that simpleton has flung himself into the Liberal movement." Body and soul. He is one of the leaders of the Red Party. The working men worship him because he shows no pride with them, and because he has the simplicity to tell them in good faith that the people are king, and that the poor are going to take the place of the nobility and wealthy." M. de Cazalis was beaming. He is compromising himself. We have him in our grip," he exclaimed. Matthieu feigned to be scandalized. What, he is compromising himself?" he answered. Say he is a hero, a glorious child of the Republic. In 10 years the people, conquerors of kings, will erect altars to him. I experienced such enthusiasm at his speeches that I suddenly felt the material of a Republican in me." He rose, and with clownish majesty continued, Citizens, you see in me a Republican. Look at me, observe how a Republican is made. We are only a few hundred at Marseilles, but we are sufficient to bring about the salvation of humanity. As for myself, I am full of zeal." In his turn he strode up and down the room. Here is what I have already accomplished in favor of the Republic," he continued. I have taken Monsieur Philippe Cayol as a model, and in order to inspire my mind with his thoughts, I have followed him step by step. We were both members of a secret society; then I arranged to be admitted to the Workers' Club at the same time as he was. Each time he speaks there I applaud him, intoxicate him with enthusiasm. That is my own poor way of serving the country. I am sure that Monsieur Philippe Cayol, encouraged by me, will accomplish great things." I understand," murmured M. de Cazalis. Matthieu continued declaiming. We will raise barricades. It is I who insist on it, because barricades are necessary to Monsieur Philippe Cayol's glory. The people have labored enough, is it not so? The aristocrats must work in their turn. A few bullets will set everything in order. Monsieur Philippe Cayol will march at the head of his friends, the working men. He will lead them on to fortune, unless a gendarme takes him by the collar and drags him before the judges at the Assizes, who will certainly show the bad taste to sentence him to transportation." The ex deputy was beside himself with delight. The grimaces with which Matthieu accompanied the speech, now amused him. He pressed his hands and repeated effusively, Thanks, thanks, I will reward you. You shall be rich." For a moment Matthias continued standing in his triumphant attitude. Then he burst into a peal of laughter. "Hey, what think you?" he exclaimed. "The trick's done?" He had the manners of a mountebank about him, and was delighted at the scene with which he had accompanied the news he brought. At last master and valet seated themselves and talked in an undertone. "You understand me," said the latter. "We have got Monsieur Philippe, who is behaving like a child. Trust in me. I will make him do something extravagant, which he'll pay dearly for." "But if you follow him step by step, he must recognize you." No, he only saw me once, in the evening, at St. Barnabe. Besides, I have purchased a wig of a bright red color, which gives me a capital Revolutionary appearance. Ah, what simpletons these Democrats are, my dear master! They talk of justice, duty, equality; they have an air of honesty that irritates me. I bet they'd massacre me if they were aware I was working for you. You will never recompense me sufficiently largely for the sacrifice I am making in consenting to pass for one of theirs." "And if the Liberal party wins the day?" asked Monsieur de Cazalis, who had been thinking. Matthias looked at his master stupefied. "What do you say?" he answered, twitting him. "Then do you fancy they are so fond as all that of the Republic at Marseilles? Listen to this. Whatever happens, the Liberals will be beaten in this good city. Have no fear. If Cayol can be caught in some fray, his business will be settled. Before a fortnight's over, our merchants will have had enough of liberty, and will want to strangle all those who serve it out to them." The ex deputy remembered the manoeuvres that had brought about his election, and could not repress a smile. His acolyte was right. Where money is all powerful, Republican ideas do not flourish. "I have no need," continued Matthias, "to expose my entire plan to you. Remain quiet, and I feel sure of handing father and son over to you. We will begin the expedition to St. Barnabe again, but in a more intelligent manner." And as his master renewed his thanks, he bluntly added, "But look here, you must not have me collared with the other Republicans to get rid of me. I am compromising myself, and require a guarantee. Write me a letter instructing me to watch over Philippe Cayol. In that way you become my accomplice. I will return you that letter in exchange for a sum of money which we will arrange between us, in payment for my services." Monsieur de Cazalis consented to everything. He could not, for the matter of that, do otherwise, and he felt he would always have power over Matthias on account of the money. The latter, before leaving, urged him to remain quiet in his hotel, as he wished to act alone. CHAPTER XII. THE REPUBLIC AT MARSEILles. The Republic was at last solemnly proclaimed on the Canebière on the dull, wet morning of Tuesday, February 29th. At the very moment when the former authorities were divesting themselves of office, the temporary commissary that Paris had sent to Marseilles was descending the Rue d'Aix in a post chaise. Thus, by a singular chance, during the march past of the troops and the National Guard, the representatives of overthrown royalty and of the young Republic were brought face to face. That day was a grand and solemn one for Philippe. His fondest hopes were realized. For a moment he had feared that the monarchy might be followed by a regency. The length of time that the Prefect and Mayor of Marseilles had taken to recognize the Revolution had made him think that the struggle at Paris had perhaps not been decisive. They were gaining time, they were no doubt hoping for a reaction that was not forthcoming. When he heard the new government publicly proclaimed, it seemed to him that the people had just won a grand victory, and he firmly believed that the hour of the great democratic cause had arrived. But the hopes the young man had formed on hearing those big words, liberty, equality, fraternity, pronounced, were not long in being dispelled by facts. He fell down from the heights of his humanitarian dreams to the reality of human passions and interests. This terrible fall exasperated him, and drove him to extreme resolutions. He had had the simplicity to imagine that the proclamation of the Republic would be followed by a great movement, which would carry all the city along with it into a liberal channel. He was painfully surprised when he perceived that the superior authorities, urged on, no doubt, by the fatalities of circumstances, were obliged to make concessions to the reaction. The Conservatives, the Legitimists, themselves remained in a measure the masters at Marseilles. Creatures of their own occupied official posts and secretly directed public affairs. In a word, the city tolerated the new government rather than accepted it. When the Republicans understood that they were not victorious, they wished at least to despatch representatives to Paris, who would be firmly resolved to defend the people's interests, and so the ensuing elections absorbed all their power of action. They felt how precious a victory would be to them, and ardently hoped that the deputies would be chosen from their ranks alone. These elections were to be held on April 23rd. During the 3 weeks preceding that date, Philippe took an active part in the work and manoeuvres of the different clubs. The Democratic party had suffered a preliminary check on the occasion of the appointment of a municipal commission, on which men hostile to the Republic had found seats, notwithstanding the desire openly expressed by the Republicans that they should be excluded. And so the clubs, in order not to be beaten a second time, displayed great activity and energy. They drew up preliminary lists, instructed the people in their political catechism, and strained every nerve to make their cause triumph. During these 3 feverish weeks, Philippe continued to throw dust into his own eyes. He forgot what was the real feeling in the city, and would not see the formidable reaction that was surrounding the small group of Liberals. From morn to eve he ran about Marseilles, encouraging some, thanking others, and endeavoring to obtain the largest number of votes possible. He undertook, moreover, to sound certain people whom the Republicans wished to make their representatives, and who by reason of their modesty, or from some other cause, remained in the background. Among these was M. Martelly. One morning Philippe went to his office, where he was now very rarely seen, and sent to ask the shipowner for a short interview. M. Martelly received him at once. He understood that it was not as one of his staff that the young man came to pay him a visit. He did not allude to his frequent absence, but treated him as a friend, guessing the nature of the errand that brought him to his presence. After 1 or 2 commonplace sentences, Philippe entered frankly into his business. " I have not seen you for some time at the Workers' Club," he said. " You are a member, are you not?" " Yes," replied the shipowner. " I go there very rarely. I think that such gatherings do but little to advance the affairs of Liberalism." Philippe feigned not to hear. "Your absence is often regretted," he continued. "Men like you are precious. You were wrong, one of my colleagues said to me yesterday, to have kept in the background on the occasion of the appointment of the Municipal Commission, and now that the elections are drawing near, you ought to show yourself and lend all the weight of your honorability to the cause we are defending." Monsieur Martelly did not answer. He looked his interlocutor in the face, to compel him to make his proposals clear and precise. Philippe understood him, and conformed with good grace. " We are quite disposed to push your candidature forward," he continued. " Why do you not place yourself in the ranks?" There was a moment's silence, during which the shipowner looked grave and sad. " Why ?" he answered slowly. " Because I am certain beforehand to fail. Allow me to speak to you as a friend, as a father. You are going to your ruin, my son. The Republic will kill you, and you will kill the Republic. You know what my convictions are. You do not doubt, I hope, that I am ready to spend my blood for the triumph of what is right and true. But really, we do not find ourselves here in a centre where self-sacrifice can be of use. We are vanquished before having fought. I thought for a moment of repairing to Paris, of offering my services to the Government, of assisting it both personally and with my fortune. At Marseilles I have my hands tied. So I have decided to remain aside, for I will not mix in all the dirty business I foresee ahead." " Then you are certain the reaction will win the day?" "Yes. If all the cities in the provinces are animated by the same ideas as Marseilles, our Republic will last 2 or 3 years at the most, and we shall then soon have a dictator. Interrogate facts and they will answer." M. Martelly's grave tone of voice and calm despair produced a most lively impression on Philippe, who was for a moment conscious of the terrible reality. " You are perhaps right," he answered sadly, " but if young people had your experience, they would cross their arms, and that would look cowardly. You see it is better to struggle. Then you refuse to put yourself forward?" " No, indeed. If the people think they have need of me, I will respond to their call, whatever happens. Although I feel certain of not succeeding, I do not think I have the right to avoid the requirements of circumstances. I will not retire in presence of a repulse, from the moment Republicans ask me to run the bad chance of that repulse, but I will not be mistaken for one of those ambitious creatures who are stirring up the population at present, who flatter the Republic as they flattered royalty, so as to assure their fortune and position. I have kept in the dark up to now so as not to be confused with one of those men, and I wish it to be clearly understood that if I consent to be a candidate, it is because people have asked me, and I have solicited nothing." Monsieur Martelly had raised his voice. Standing up, his eyes sparkling, he accented each word with vigorous action. Philippe had also left his seat. "Come, you are yourself again," he said. "You will see, all will go well. I am going to tell our friends at once that you accept their mandate. Your name will be placed on the preliminary list to day, and it must absolutely come victorious out of the urn." "You are young," replied the shipowner, shaking his head. "You dream with your eyes open. Ah, my poor child, liberty is very sick. I think we are present at its funeral." Philippe drew himself up violently. "Well," he exclaimed, "if they kill it, we'll take our guns and kill its murderers. It will be civil war, barricades, blood, corpses — so much the worse." He trembled with exasperation. Monsieur Martelly had taken his hands and sought to pacify him. "If you make barricades," he said to him, "I will go and place myself between your fire and that of the troops. Blood must not be spilt in the name of brotherhood. No, no, we must have no violence." Philippe withdrew. This interview had filled him with sullen uneasiness. The shipowner's calm reason had thrown cold water, as it were, on his passion. Internally he was in despair, but he continued to busy himself actively with the elections, and when the grand day came he almost recovered hope, so that the result of the first trial fell upon him like a thunderbolt. All Monsieur Martelly's predictions were accomplished. Not only was he not named, but the reactionary party had a complete victory. Out of 10 deputies elected, there were barely 3 Radical Republicans, the others belonged to the Conservative, and particularly to the Legitimist party. From that moment Philippe was in a constant state of irritation. He saw clearly how useless his efforts were, and yet he gave himself up to an ill-fated task that could only lead to misfortune. Each day the party he supported had to put up with a new defeat. The reaction increased in power, and one newspaper went so far as to openly preach political decentralization to escape what it termed the revolutionary dictatorship of Paris. The superior authorities were weak and powerless, and constantly made concessions. If a king had landed on the Canebière, he would have been acclaimed by the entire city. The Republicans protested in vain against the organization of the National Guard, the companies of which were composed solely of rich bourgeois, and consequently of Conservatives. This organization presented permanent danger of civil war. The day the people and the National Guard met, there would necessarily be a shock. Philippe, in his hours of anger and despair, foresaw this fatal meeting, and experienced ghastly delight in thinking of the hand-to-hand struggle. In the meanwhile he fraternized with the people, was at all the banquets, and intoxicated himself with rhetoric. After the elections he had resigned his post with Monsieur Martelly, so as to be able to live freely in the streets amidst the events of each day. He knew not how all this would end, but he nursed the vague hope of a battle out of which the people would issue victorious. Then the Republic would triumph, and the working men would command in their turn. 2 months passed by, and they were in the middle of June. Fine and Marius lived in constant alarm. The latter, not daring to lecture his brother any more, owing to his blunt manner, confined himself to watching him on the sly, so as to always be ready to save him from the follies he might be guilty of. One day, as he arrived on the Canebière, he found himself face to face with a captain of the National Guard, who was making the new gold braid on his uniform dazzle in the sun. After a moment he recognized Sauveur. The former master stevedore was beaming. He struck his heel on the pavement in a victorious fashion. At times, when he glanced at his epaulettes out of the corner of his eye, a smile of satisfied vanity hovered round his lips. His sword troubled him somewhat by knocking against his calves, but he held it, leaning his hand on the hilt with rounded arm. His uniform fitted him tightly in true military style, and if he were bursting in his tunic, he was happy to do so for the welfare of his country. By the way he walked, with his elbows stuck out, one could see he saved France at every 10 paces. You could read on his intensely delighted countenance, childlike joy at being dressed up as a soldier, and a burning desire to be taken seriously. His meeting with Marius at first rather embarrassed him. He feared the latter might remember the past, the time when he frequented the gambling hells, and that he would make fun at finding him in uniform. He looked at him uneasily, dreading to see his dignity compromised. When he perceived the young man suppressed a slight smile, he thought it well to show himself off with all the grace of his rank of officer. "Hey!" he exclaimed in a military voice, brief and resounding. "Hey, it's my young friend! How are you? It's centuries since I saw you. Ah! How many events! Good heavens! How many events!" He spoke so loud that the passers by turned round. This attention bestowed on his personality flattered him enormously. He shook himself in delight, producing a clanking sound of steel, and cast the reflex of his stripes and epaulettes in the eyes of the crowd. As Marius pressed his hand without answering, he imagined he was confounded by the magnificence of his costume. He took his arm with a protecting air, and began to walk up the Canebière, deigning to give him proofs of friendship. "Hey! You stare at me," he continued. "You are surprised to see me in the National Guard. What could I do? They so begged me, so implored me, that in the end I accepted. You understand, I would 1,000 times sooner live quietly at home; but in these difficult times good citizens have duties to perform. They had need of me, and I could not refuse." He lied with the most barefaced self-possession. It was he who had begged for the post of captain with joined hands. He wanted golden epaulettes; on that condition only did he consent to serve the country. Marius sought for an answer, and finding nothing, ended by murmuring, "Yes, yes, we are in difficult times." "But we are here!" cried Sauveur, placing his hand on his sword. "They will have to pass over our corpses before they can trouble the tranquillity of the land. Fear nothing; cheer up your wives and children; the National Guard will not betray its mandate." He delivered this like a speech learnt by heart. Marius, to put him out of countenance, was tempted to ask for news of Clairon. "Observe all this population," continued Sauveur, "how peaceful, what faith it has in our vigilance and courage." He stopped, and continued in his old tone of naivete and self satisfaction. "What do you think of my uniform? Haven't I a martial air? The epaulettes, you know, cost me a tremendous lot of money." "You look capital," answered Marius, "and I confess your unexpected appearance produced great impression on me. And what are your opinions?" Sauveur appeared full of importance. "My opinions," he repeated, thinking what that could mean. "Ah, yes, what I think of the Republic; that's it, is it not? Well, I think the Republic is an excellent thing. Only order, you understand? The National Guard was formed to preserve order. Order! I insist on that." He swung his body about, triumphant at having been able to find he had an opinion. At the bottom of his heart he felt esteem for the Republic which had given him epaulettes; but he had been told that if the Republicans were victorious they would rob him of his money, and therefore he detested the Republicans. These contradictory sentiments had to get on together as best they could, but for the matter of that he never asked himself what his convictions were. He went a little way further with Marius, and then left him with the remark, uttered with much importance, that his duty called him elsewhere. But it was only a sham departure; he turned on his heels and came back to whisper to the young man in a confidential tone, "Ah, I forgot. Just tell your brother that he compromises himself with that lot of tatterdemalions whom he drags along with him everywhere. Advise him to go up the rabble and obtain a captain's commission like me. It's more prudent." And as Marius, without replying, pressed his hand to thank him, he added, like the good fellow he was at heart, "If I can be of any use to you in any row, count on me. I feel just as much inclined to serve my friends as my country. I am at your service, you understand." He was no longer acting. Marius thanked him again, and they parted the best friends in the world. In the evening the young man spoke to Fine and his brother of the meeting, and amused them by a descriptive account of the triumphant attitude of the former master stevedore, but at last Philippe became irritated. "And it's to such men as this that the tranquillity of the city is entrusted," he exclaimed. "These gentlemen are well dressed, these gentlemen play at soldiers. Ah! let them beware!
They may perhaps be compelled to perform their parts seriously. The people are tired of their tomfoolery and vanity." "Hold your tongue," said Marius, severely. "These men may be ridiculous, but one doesn't kill one's fellow countrymen." Philippe rose and continued with greater violence. "The country is not with them. It is the workmen, the workers who are the country. The bourgeois have guns, the people have none. The people are being guarded, musket to the shoulder, like wild beasts. Well, one of these days the beasts will show their teeth and devour their guardians. That's all." And he abruptly went up stairs to his room. End of chapters 11 and 12. Part 3, chapters 13 and 14 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest, Alfred, VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. What Matthieu understood by strategy. Matthieu was decidedly a pure Republican, a Radical with whom there was no joking. His forehead was half covered by his carroty wig, and when he shook his head in the clubs it resembled a torch throwing out a reddish light. He was always on the side of the extreme party, and supported any measure likely to cause disorder in the city. He had ended by inspiring a sort of respectful terror, and his advice was listened to with admiration and fear. On the day following the elections he had spoken plainly of setting fire to Marseilles, and this had made him extremely popular among the exalted Liberals. He often met Philippe, but avoided becoming intimate with him, confining himself to keeping a watchful eye on him from a distance, and to taking note of the fiery language that sometimes escaped him. He wanted to see him mixed up in a nice little conspiracy. So long as the young man limited himself to declaiming in the clubs, taking part in the banquets and popular manifestations, he felt he could do nothing against him, and it was for that reason that he argued in favor of war and barricades. He hoped that at the first shot Philippe would rush down and join the street fight, and be arrested and condemned as an insurgent. Besides, civil war formed part of Matthieu's calculations. Having promised his master to hand over to him father and son, he relied on the tumult of the insurrection to steal little Joseph, while Philippe would be either killed or imprisoned. He had arranged in his head a plan which, according to his idea, could not fail to succeed. But it was a question of persuading the people to fight. They seemed to him quite disposed to do so, and he had made up his mind that if ever a shot were fired, he would sow such discord that an encounter would be inevitable. During this time M. de Cazalis was becoming impatient. For 3 months he had waited in vain for Matthieu to accomplish his promises. When the latter came secretly in the evening to give him an account of the events of the day, he complained bitterly of the long delay that obliged him to live in hiding at his mansion. "But, sir," said the spy, with his insolent laugh, "I cannot make the barricades all alone. Allow the insurrection to ripen. Why, you're more of a Republican than myself. One accustoms oneself to everything, is it not so?" One night Matthieu suddenly burst in upon the ex-deputy, exclaiming, "Faith, I believe we shall fight to morrow. I have just spoken for 2 hours at the club." He was in high spirits, and already saw in the near future the money his master had promised him if he succeeded. The latter pressed him with questions, insisting at length on facts. "Look here," answered Matthieu, "the Marseillais would never, perhaps, have moved, but they have just had the visit of some Parisians who were present at the events in February, and that has put some courage into them. You understand, I am speaking of those Parisians destined for the war in Italy, and who, robbed on the way by one of their chiefs, reached Marseilles stripped of everything." "But those Parisians have gone," interrupted M. de Cazalis. "Yes, but they have left a revolutionary current here. There was a gathering in their favor in front of the Prefecture, which almost came to blows. The people wanted the city to come to their assistance, and the working classes, who are very discontented, will make a great manifestation to morrow, which I trust will end badly." "But what do the workmen want, then?" inquired the ex-deputy. Matthieu then posted him up in the actual state of affairs, which was very serious. The great danger came from the workmen employed at the national workshops, which had been established with much difficulty at Marseilles, and were to cause irreparable misfortune. The only work that could be given to the people by the terms of the decree of the Provisional Government was the digging out of the canal then in progress, which at the present day brings the waters of the Durance to the city.
There was quite a multitude of workmen there, employed indiscriminately at a task other than their particular trades, who for the most part cursed the bread they earned and kept the spark of revolt always alight. The discontent of these toilers arose from the inequality the Government had established between them and their brethren at Paris. The latter, according to the decree, had only to work for 10 hours, while those in the departments labored for 11 hours. In presence of the incessant complaints of the Marseillais workmen, the Commissary, fearing the exasperation of this ill-disciplined body of men, had thought right to make use of his discretional powers, and had reduced the day's labor at Marseilles to 10 hours. Unfortunately, all the heads of workshops would not accept this reduction. Some continued to insist on their workmen doing 11 hours; others deducted the value of the hour's work that was not done. This gave rise to constant rebellion and a permanent feeling of exasperation which could only end in a violent crisis. Up to that time the complaints of the workmen had not met with any serious result; the statements of facts they had drawn up had had no effect; their manifestations had been met by idle promises which were broken as soon as their backs were turned. They wanted to finish the business; they wished for justice. On Tuesday, June 20th, the evening preceding that on which Matthieu had given these details to his master, the delegates of the corporations had assembled to discuss the advisability of making a grand manifestation. They had almost all voted against it, foreseeing, no doubt, the sanguinary struggle it would result in. The delegates seem to me clever and prudent persons," said Matthieu in conclusion, but fortunately the workmen are far too irritated to listen to them. If there happen to be some cool heads among the latter, there are also many fiery spirits who dream of getting the upper hand by force. I think I can promise you a nice little insurrection. I know a great number of workmen will not abide by the vote of the delegates, and have decided that the manifestation shall be held in spite of it. It will be extraordinary if some circumstance does not bring about a struggle. You shall see how I will warm it up for you." M. de Cazalis listened to the spy with delight. Are your plans all formed?" he inquired. You are certain Cayol will compromise himself, and that you will succeed in gaining possession of the child?" Don't be uneasy," answered the other. That is my business. If there be a fight, Master Philippe will be in the first rank of the insurgents, of that you may be sure; and as to the child, he will be in your possession before evening. These workmen are perfect asses; they're going to get killed and imprisoned for nonsense. Ah, the Republic is a great joke. Good night. To morrow morning I will call and give you the day's programme." Matthieu left M. de Cazalis, and remained until night in the streets, listening to what was said, and endeavoring to foresee events. A rumor that was abroad caused him anxiety. It was pretended that the Government Commissary did not seem hostile to the manifestation. It was affirmed that he had received the visit of some delegates, who had hastened to inform him they were powerless to keep back the crowd of workmen, and he had let them understand that he was not displeased at this step, which might enable him to take more stringent measures against the refractory heads of the workshops. It was even added that he had already fixed the itinerary the column was to follow while he received the delegates. Matthieu went to bed in despair and furious against the Republic. "What a lot of cowards!" he murmured. "They will not dare exchange a shot. But fight, you brutes! You ruin me if you do not. They shake their fists at one another, the poor want to eat up the rich, and they always end by hugging each other. It's disgusting. You will see that to morrow the quarrel will end in a banquet, at which commissary and workmen will get an indigestion from eating too much pork. However, we shall see." As soon as he awoke, he hastened to the vicinity of the Prefecture. It was Thursday, the 22nd. The building was surrounded by troops. "And on we go," Matthieu murmured to himself with lively delight. "I knew they'd fight. I'll go and find my friends the workmen to throw them on those bayonets." But before withdrawing he mingled with the groups and found that the Commissary seemed to have repented of authorizing the manifestation. A message had been sent to a few companies of the National Guard on the previous evening, and the line had been called out. No detail escaped the spy, and he remarked that no Republican company was present among the citizen soldiers. Sauvert was parading at the corner of two streets. Matthieu hastened to the Boulevard Chave, where another meeting of the delegates was to be held. They declared themselves opposed to the manifestation, as had occurred 2 days before, and a certain number of them even said that the workmen whom they represented, had that morning gone to work as usual. As the men who were peacefully disposed were about to withdraw, those who wished for the manifestation at any price, urged on and excited by Matthias, persuaded their comrades to join them. A nucleus was formed, which went on increasing, and in the end became a regular crowd. The people were started, and would now not stop. When Matthias understood that the multitude required no more urging on, he allowed it to increase by itself, and roll towards the Prefecture. During that time he completed his plan of campaign. He wished first of all to give M. de Cazalis news, as he had promised. 9 o'clock was striking. Thinking aright that he would not be allowed to cross the Place Saint-Ferréol, which was then full of troops, he went to the Quai du Canal, took the Rue du Breteuil, and found himself within a few steps of his master's mansion. He had to pass by the house inhabited by the Cayols, which stood on the Cours Bonaparte, close to the residence of M. de Cazalis. He cast a triumphant look at the structure as he went by. His plan would depend on circumstances. He relied on the troubles of the insurrection to steal Joseph. No doubt Marius would go in search of his brother at the first shot; and during that time it would be easy for him to tear the child from Fine's arms. Besides, he was in hopes that as the Prefecture was near, all the quarter would take fire; perhaps even barricades might be raised in the neighboring streets. In a word, he awaited some event that would facilitate the capture of the little one, and he vowed to himself he would act boldly, and risk all to succeed. As he took a last glance at the door, recalling to memory the inside of the house, which he had been studying for some time, he saw a young woman leave it rapidly, holding a child in her arms. He recognized Fine and little Joseph. The sudden exit alarmed him, and he proceeded to follow the young woman. Fine walked along hurriedly, without turning her head, impatient to arrive at her destination. She went down the Rue de Breteuil, up the Canebière to the Place Royale, and entered the narrow streets of the old town. Matthias continued hurrying along behind her, wondering where she would be going to, and they thus reached the Place aux Oeufs together. There Fine suddenly disappeared in a house, and Matthias remained for a few minutes in the centre of the square, perplexed, seeking to turn the precautions the Cayols were taking to his advantage. Marius, who had been warned by his brother on the previous evening of the troubles that might occur in the neighborhood of the Prefecture, had decided not to leave Joseph in the house on the Cours Bonaparte. He had vague fears of a surprise. He felt that M. de Cazalis must be there, in the dark, watching for the first opportunity that occurred. When there is fighting in the streets, there are often burglaries in the houses. Marius consequently thought it would not be prudent to keep the child in the room where they would certainly come to look for him in case an attempt were made to gain possession of him, and he arranged with Fine that they would hide him somewhere else, no later than the next morning. For that purpose they selected the little lodging the former flower girl had long occupied on the Place aux Oeufs, and where her brother Cadet still resided. While Marius was running about the streets to watch over Philippe, his wife had just come to seek refuge with the child in a corner of Marseilles where she never thought she would be discovered. As she ascended the stairs she felt quite happy, saying to herself that she and the little one were saved. Matthias, after having taken 2 or 3 turns under the trees, approached a post of National Guards who were at a corner of the square. This post was occupied by men belonging to a Republican party, and the spy saw at once with whom he had to deal. "It seems there will be fighting opposite the Prefecture," he remarked to the lieutenant. The latter feigned not to hear. After an instant Matthias continued: "This would be a splendid place for barricades. Just look! One would almost think the ground had been specially prepared for them." The lieutenant glanced complacently around him, and ended by making up his mind to speak. "Yes, yes," he said, "there would only be a few narrow lanes to block. The workmen are our brothers, we will not fight against them." Matthias, whom the lieutenant had mistaken for a navvy, gave him a vigorous shake of the hand, and hurried away. Chance had served him well; his plan of campaign was now complete. When he reached the mansion of M. de Cazalis he was panting for breath. "All is going on well," he exclaimed. "I'll be answerable for success." He then noticed that M. de Cazalis was wearing the uniform of a National Guard. "What is the meaning of this masquerade?" he inquired in surprise. "I came to advise you not to show yourself." "I cannot keep still," answered the ex deputy. "I'm too impatient.
I must see for myself. Let us go down." They went down, and Matthias related his morning's work to his master. As they approached the Prefecture they heard a dull and terrible sound, the first roar of the riot. CHAPTER XIV. THE RIOT. Whilst Matthias had been following fine, and had called to inform M. de Cazalis of what he had done, the column of workmen was descending towards the Canebière. This column, which had started from the railway station, then only comprised a few hundred workmen; but as it advanced it recruited all whom it met on its road. Men and women, the floating population of the streets, were dragged along by this human torrent which poured down from the heights of Marseilles. When the manifestation issued from the Rue de Noailles it extended to the bottom of the Cours like an immense flood. Thousands of heads were there, swaying about like the waves of a human ocean. A dull, confused sound, similar to the harsh voice of the sea, ran through the ranks of this multitude. Still it was frightfully calm. It advanced gloomy and mute, without uttering a cry, without doing any damage. It fell upon, swarmed upon Marseilles. It seemed unconscious of its acts, and appeared to obey natural laws of downfall and passion. An enormous rock hurled from the plain would thus have rolled to the port. White and blue blouses predominated in the ranks. There were a few bright colored skirts of women, and from distance to distance the black spots of coats — dark clothes worn by men whom the people seemed to obey. The crowd descended the Canebière with a threatening murmur, passing between the rows of houses like a running stream full of multicolored reflex. Philippe marched at the head amidst a lot of workmen, with his head thrown back and a harsh, resolute expression on his countenance. He wore a black frock coat which he had buttoned up closely, and which fitted him in at the waist like a military tunic. One felt he was ready for the struggle, that he awaited and desired it. His eye was clear, his lips were firmly set together, and he uttered not a word. The pale, silent workmen by whom he was surrounded glanced at him from time to time, and seemed to be awaiting his orders. As the column entered the Rue Saint Ferréol there was a slight tumult. It halted for 1 or 2 minutes, then marched on again. The street, as far as the square where it ends, was empty. A few shopkeepers had put up their shutters. People were looking out from the windows. There was a death-like silence, broken only by the deep sound of the tramp of the crowd. In the middle of the empty street, and at the corner of a narrow thoroughfare that crossed it, those who were in the first rank perceived a short, delicate-looking man awaiting the column. As soon as Philippe was near him he recognized his brother. Marius, without uttering a word, placed himself beside him and walked quietly amidst the rioters. The two brothers exchanged a simple look. The people must have thought they were strangers to each other. And the human flood continued to roll on thus to the Place Saint Ferréol. There, at a few yards from the square, further advance was arrested by a cordon of troops. The crowd was without arms, and the soldiers' bayonets glittered in the sun. Murmurs of surprise and anger ran through the first ranks, and rapidly spread from one end to the other of the column, the tail of which was still on the Canebière. The workmen said in a low, angry tone that they wanted to slaughter them, that they must be surrounded by troops, and that the manifestation had only been authorized in order that they might be massacred at ease. While these murmurs were increasing, 4 delegates left the ranks and asked to be taken to the commissary of the government, as had been arranged the day before. They had hardly disappeared behind the line of soldiers when an irreparable event occurred, attended by most sanguinary consequences. When those at the tail end of the column heard talk of troops under arms, bayonets and massacre, they apparently thought that those on ahead were being slaughtered, and began to push furiously forward. Under the impulse of the irresistible movement of this mass of men, the groups surrounding Philippe were compelled to advance a few steps. With their arms crossed over their breasts, to show they had no intention of making an attack, and that they were simply yielding to pressure from behind, the workmen arrived in this way before the soldiers. An officer, seeing them approach, lost his head and abruptly gave the command to lower bayonets. And the bright, sharp weapons came down and faced the people. A desperate attempt was made to retire. Philippe and those around him threw themselves backward, endeavoring to stem the enormous, crushing crowd that were pushing them on to death. But this living wall could not be resisted. It advanced solid as a wall of stone. The workmen forcibly, fatally reached the points of the bayonets which the soldiers held ready for them. They saw these points at their breasts and felt them enter, little by little, into their flesh.
It is related that while the general commanding made a despairing gesture and ordered the bayonets to be raised, a clear voice was heard to shout from the Place Saint Ferréol, "Stick those ruffians! Stick them!" And from the windows of a neighboring aristocratic club, well dressed gentlemen applauded at the sight of the people's blood flowing, as if they had been in a box at a theatre and were amused at the by play of an actor. The workmen, at the first bayonet wounds, uttered cries of rage and terror. This crowd, which had hitherto been silent, became mad at being attacked without any legal warning. It had only its fists to protect it against the muskets by which it was threatened. Philippe was not wounded, thanks to Marius, who held him back at the moment when he was committing the folly of throwing himself forward with clenched fists. A few workmen around him were slightly hurt. One only had his arm run through. At the general's word of command, the soldiers had raised their bayonets and retired step by step, but the crowd had suddenly stopped on realizing the fact that it was without arms. A shudder ran through the column from one end to the other. All at once it disbanded, rushing into the cross streets with the cry, "Vengeance! Vengeance! They are murdering our brothers!" For an instant there was a terrible noise, then the clamor died away. The workmen went off in search of arms, calling for assistance, spreading terror and anger in each street, and always uttering the painful and formidable cry, "They are murdering our brothers! Vengeance! Vengeance!" At that moment M. de Cazalis and Matthieu were descending the Cours Bonaparte. The sullen rumble that they heard was the rush of the mob. Matthieu understood that here was a rupture and joyfully rubbed his hands. To ascertain the truth, he stopped at a peaceful bourgeois who was flying in terror, impatient to shut himself up at home. "Oh, sir," he stammered out, in answer to the inquiry, "they are killing one another over there. The soldiers have charged the people, and the people will set fire to the city, that's sure." And he fled, fancying he saw the flames behind him. "Well, what did I tell you?" said Matthieu to M. de Cazalis. "I knew very well we would be able to take advantage of circumstances. Here we are in the midst of a revolution. We must attend to our little business." "What are you going to do?" asked the ex deputy, in an undertone. "Oh, what I am going to do is very simple. Now the people are mad, I can lead them along as I like. It will suffice if they fight at the place I shall take them to." And as M. de Cazalis did not understand, but gave him an inquiring look, the spy added, "Trust to me. I have not time to explain all to you. A final word. I advise you to take advantage of your disguise to mix with a company of National Guards. If you see a barricade anywhere, march with the troops that attack it." "Why?" "Didn't you tell me you were impatient and curious? Then do what I tell you. You will be in the first row." Matthieu chuckled, and looking his master straight in the face, continued, "You understand, you might find Philippe at the end of the barrel of your musket. Don't go and miss him. And no bad joke, don't fire at me so as to free yourself of my personality. That's understood. When the barricade is taken, I'll show you how I work." Matthieu hurried rapidly away. He was impatient to go and embroil matters. As he followed the Rue Grignan to enter the Rue Saint Ferréol, and mix with the retiring workmen, he saw two men talking together on the pavement, and recognized Marius and Philippe. "Wait, wait," he murmured as he ran along, "I think I shall be able to make you come and fight with us." Marius was beseeching Philippe not to compromise himself any further. He reminded him of his son, of the happiness of all of them, and as his brother showed signs of impatience, he exclaimed, "Well, so let it be. Let us not speak of ourselves. But do you not see that the insurrection which is about to break out cannot succeed? The desire of a good patriot should be to avoid the effusion of blood, when fighting is contrary to the interests of all. I think I serve the country better than you, by preaching peace." "They have tried to murder our brothers," answered Philippe, in a sullen voice. "We must have vengeance. We did not commence. Look here, shall I tell you? We don't want any more of this bourgeois republic. We want a republic of our own, a republic of the people. Don't answer, it's useless. If the people fight, I shall fight." "But, unfortunate being that you are ruining yourself and your friends themselves by encouraging them with your presence, by leading them to certain imprisonment. Remember what M. Martelly told you." Marius, for more than a quarter of an hour, endeavored to influence his brother with arguments such as these, but the latter stood there with a cloudy brow and sparkling eyes, and hardly listened to him. All at once Philippe seized his arm and compelled him to be silent. The sharp crack of musketry was heard at the bottom of the Rue Saint Veriol. Do you hear?" he exclaimed, excitedly. They are firing on unarmed men who ask for justice. And you wish me to stand by quietly while that is going on. You want me to be a coward." He went a few steps, then turning round, continued more softly, If I'm killed, you'll watch over Joseph. Adieu." Marius hastened to join him. I'll go with you," he said, quietly. The two young men descended the Rue Saint Ferréol in all haste. On reaching the Rue Vacon, they heard the firing on their right, and proceeded rapidly to the Rue de Rome. There they were in the midst of the battle. Matthieu, on mixing with the workmen, had begun to shout for vengeance louder than the others, and thus gathered a group of the most hot-headed around him. This party descended the Rue Saint Ferréol singing the Marseillaise, and ended by stopping at the corner of the Rue de Pinsançon to listen to Matthieu, who demanded silence with a motion of the hand. My friends," he said, it's stupid to sing, we must act. If we run about the streets in this way we shall meet with soldiers who will either kill us or make us prisoners." The crowd uttered a cry of rage. Let us avenge our brothers," resumed Matthieu. Blood calls for blood." Yes, yes," howled the workmen. To the barricades! To the barricades!" At that moment Matthieu glanced towards the upper part of the street, and perceived a company of National Guards advancing with a heavy tread. You see, brothers," he exclaimed, they are sending these men to massacre us. We will defend ourselves to the last." The people were intoxicated, they shook their fists at the National Guards, and looked for stones to throw at them. No, not here, we could not hold out for 5 minutes," said Matthieu. Come." The workmen followed him. They wanted a chief, and they chose this man because he spoke of massacre. They ran to the Rue de Rome. Just then 3 large empty carts were passing along the street. The spy sprang to the head of the first horse, and, notwithstanding the carter's cries, ordered his men to unharness it. Then, when that was done, he said to the driver, Take away your horses. The people want the carts. They'll pay you if they conquer." Turning towards the crowd, he pointed to the Rue de la Palude, which faced them, and added, Quick, shove those carts along, and turn them over on the side across the street. Search in the adjoining shops, and see if you can't find something to add to the barricade." In 5 minutes the obstruction was raised. It was only composed of 3 carts and a few empty barrels which had been found in a neighboring cellar. It was foolish to think seriously of defending themselves there. But the rioters were mad with irritation. They did not even trouble to reflect that they had no arms, and were about to be riddled with bullets without being able to respond. Matthieu silently enjoyed the fun. At the bottom of his heart he was not sorry to get some of his good friends, the workmen, killed, for they had been wearying him profoundly during the past 4 months with their humanitarian speeches. Besides, there must be at least 1 corpse in order for his plans to be successful, and for that reason he had taken care that the barricade should be full of holes so that the bullets might pass through it. A death-like silence reigned around. The workmen, lying flat on the ground, waited. All of a sudden they heard the heavy, measured tread of a company advancing in the Rue de Rome. Then only did they remember that they had no arms. Furiously they commenced tearing the stones out of the road, flat, sharp stones that would play terrible havoc. The heavy, measured tread became more and more distinct. At last, the company which the workmen had already seen behind them, appeared at the corner of the Rue de Rome. Captain Sauveur, who was marching at the head, stopped anxiously before the barricade. At the same moment a shower of stones fell on the National Guards. Men were wounded, and the captain's shako was smashed in with a large flint. The company retreated a few steps at this sudden attack. Stones continued to arrive, falling one by one into the body of men with dull thuds. Then a police commissary left the ranks and read aloud the 3 legal summonses to disperse, amidst profound silence. The rioters, who had expended all their store of stones, were again lying down, tearing up the road and preparing for the struggle, without even listening to the summonses. As they rose, the police commissary withdrew, the muzzles of the muskets were lowered, and a shower of bullets passed over the barricade. They had only just time to stoop down, to hide in the recesses of the doorways, anywhere, in fact, where they could find shelter. None of them were wounded. Their rage was such that they did not think of flight. They continued throwing stones, hiding themselves as best they could. The badly aimed shots passed over their heads or were lost at the base of the barricade. Matthieu had prudently found shelter behind a huge cask. From there he encouraged his men, furious at the clumsiness of the National Guards, and endeavoring to place the workmen in the line of fire. He murmured between his teeth, "You'll see that not one of those wretches will get killed." He was not without feeling a certain terror. He knew better than any one that the barricade would be captured as soon as the National Guards chose, and he disliked falling into their hands, as that would have put a sudden stop to the exploits he meditated. He wanted a corpse, nothing more. After that he would fly as fast as his legs could carry him. The misfortune was that none of the rioters seemed disposed to get killed. For 5 long minutes he remained behind his cask, sweating with fear and anxiety. The firing continued, causing splinters of wood to fly about and riddling the carts with bullets. The workmen did not dare leave their hiding place. At last one of them decided to risk his presence in the middle of the street to gather a new lot of stones. He slid along the barricade, taking advantage of every bit of shelter. Matthieu followed his movements with glittering eyes. He felt this man would be the victim he so much desired. "Here's my man," he thought. "If he passes in front of that gap, which I took care to leave open, he will be shot down." He had noticed that during the last few moments bullets had been pouring through the aperture in question. As the workman had quietly set about tearing up paving stones, he beckoned him with energetic gestures to approach. The man, without the least distrust, thinking the chief had something important to tell him, began crawling along slowly behind the barricade. The time came when he found himself opposite the breach. 8 or 10 bullets entered his body and laid him low. He struggled atrociously, then remained quiet, with his face towards the earth. Then Matthieu uttered a terrible cry, and all the rioters dashed into the middle of the street howling with exasperation. The National Guards ceased firing, thinking that those who were at the barricade yielded. The spy took advantage of that circumstance to carry off the corpse. He called for assistance, placed the dead body on the workmen's shoulders, and, crying aloud for vengeance, put himself at their head. "To arms! Let the people know that the Guard fires upon unarmed men! To arms! To arms! They are murdering our brothers!" And in a low undertone he said to himself, "I have my corpse. The people will fight." The party he was leading fled by the Rue de la Palude, and their retreat was marked by their cries as they bore away the body of their dead brother, like a standard of horror and revolt. It was at that moment that Marius and Philippe arrived at the scene of the encounter. They found the company of National Guards stationed in the middle of the Rue de Rome among the remains of the 3 carts, looking very much embarrassed at their victory; for they had imagined they had to deal with at least 100 men, and were quite confused on ascertaining that for nearly a quarter of an hour they had been keeping up a brisk fire against only about a dozen poor wretches. They felt the horrible and sanguinary absurdity of their mistake. Captain Sauveur was exasperated. At the bottom of his heart, what irritated him the most was the terrible blow his shako had received at the commencement of the action. He considered himself attainted in the dignity of his uniform, and feared that all the prestige of his beautiful costume was escaping by the hole made by the revolutionary stone of an insurgent. Marius, on recognizing him, hastened up to him, to obtain some information as to what had occurred. But the ex-master stevedore did not give him time to question him. "What do you think of those blackguards," he shouted, "who attack us with stones? The jackasses have not even guns. Hold on! Look here!" And he held out his shako, on which the gilded metal ornament was broken. "A bullet would only have made a small hole," he resumed. "Now I shall be obliged to purchase a new shako. These things are very expensive." "Could you tell me " began Marius. But Sauveur would not allow him to finish his sentence. He took him aside, placed his damaged shako on his head, and said, "Speak frankly. Doesn't this perforated headgear spoil the look of me? Ah, brutes of Republicans! I'll make them pay dearly for their stone." Marius profited by his anger to at last ask a question. "But what has occurred?" "Eh? We've killed one. So much the better. They were behind those carts, 200 or 300, perhaps 1,000."
We got the better of them after an hour's furious fighting. You see that pool of blood in the street, for sure one of them must be dead. That will teach them to throw stones at the National Guard. Order! Order before everything!"
Marius was about to leave him, when he caught him by the button hole of his coat.
"In reality," he added in a voice weak with feeling, "I am sorry of the death of this poor fellow. It was perhaps not he who threw the stone. Oh, if I were certain it were he! Just now, when I saw blood on the ground, I felt a peculiar feeling. After all, order!"
The young man left him talking, and joined his brother, who was standing a few paces off. He felt extremely sad at what he had just heard. This blood would fall upon the heads of those who had spilt it. ^^Well?" asked Philippe. Marius did not answer at once. He could not hide what had happened from his brother, and he hesitated to tell him of it, expecting a terrible outburst of passion. They took a few steps in silence. "You don't answer," said Philippe, in a gloomy manner. "Behind those carts there were corpses, is it not so?" "No," murmured Marius, making up his mind to tell the truth, "only one workman was killed."
What matters the number?"
violently interrupted the Republican.
"My duty is now traced out for me. The struggle is inevitable. You'll not ask me to remain quietly at home any more. That would be cowardly. I have hesitated too long. I'm going to join those I swore to defend, if ever they were attacked."
The two brothers, while talking, had reached the Cours St. Louis. Their further progress was barred by an immense crowd. There the riot was fermenting. Chapters 13 and 14. Part 3, chapters 15 and 16 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, in which Matthias completes his work. The delegates who had succeeded in reaching the commissary of the government had only been able to obtain a letter from him in which he supported the men's desire to work only 10 hours a day. But this letter came too late. The delegates might well show it to the parties they met, but the word vengeance was now on every tongue, and the people declared that blood called for blood. Besides, as generally happens, the causes of the struggle that was in preparation escaped the majority. The greater part of the population was ignorant of the object of the riot. There was rage and terror in the air, that was all. While the beating to arms sounded lugubriously in the streets, and the National Guards hastened to their posts, people questioned one another, not knowing who was the enemy against whom they were arming. A company composed of stevedores, having heard it stated that this enemy was the people, refused to march. Notwithstanding the hopes that had perhaps been entertained in conservative quarters, these workmen would not fire on workmen. The people were in revolt, that was the only certainty that spread among the crowd. Why were they in revolt? What did they want? No one could answer. The workmen themselves were no longer acting on the motives that had brought them to the Prefecture; they were now solely led on by anger. The struggle had become personal without any hidden thought of political insurrection. If some interested leaders had not urged the people on to violence, it is very likely all would have ended in shouts and threats. The Place Royale, which since February had been named the Place de la Revolution, became the centre of the movement. Some Republican companies had made it their headquarters. As soon as the news of the fight which had just taken place at the barricade in the Rue de la Palude had spread among the groups assembled on the Cours and Canebière, the workmen advanced in a crowd towards these companies, and inquired whether they also were going to march against them. The gathering was soon considerable. The events of the morning were related with furious exclamations, and the names given of those who had been killed or wounded by the troops and National Guard. These accounts excited those who heard them, and the tumult continued to increase. But the crowd did not move, confining itself to shouting and calling for vengeance. It required another shock to throw it into open revolt. At this moment the general commanding the National Guard made a supreme effort. He went into the midst of the people, endeavoring to pacify their minds by gentle words. This general was not popular. He was taxed rightly or wrongly with being hostile to the Republic. He had unfortunately gathered around him a staff chosen in the ranks of the reaction. To the crowd he was unknown, and the people, blind with anger, made him responsible for the deplorable events that were occurring. No one had noticed his gesture of despair in the Rue Saint Ferréol when the soldiers had crossed bayonets without his order. As soon as he had made his appearance, he was surrounded by exasperated men who reviled him and accused him of all the misfortunes of the morning. He remained calm, did not seek to defend himself, confining his remarks to promising the people all possible satisfaction and beseeching them not to bring about still greater trouble. But it was necessary for the Republican companies to come to his assistance. He withdrew, pronouncing words of peace in a loud, firm voice. After his departure the tumult, instead of subsiding, increased. Then an officer of police appeared and summoned the crowd to withdraw. At the same time the companies received orders to go and post themselves on the Canebière. One of them closed the street in its entire breadth, another drew up on the left-hand pavement. But this movement did not have the effect of displacing the centre of the gathering. The Cours Saint Louis and the Canebière were invaded. At every instant the lines of the National Guards were broken, and swarms of people passed through them. The crowd became a crush and the clamor more violent. The least thing would have caused an explosion. All at once a hubbub burst forth on the Cours Saint Louis. The procession in which the body of the workman killed in the Rue de la Palude was being carried, and at the head of which marched Matthieu, had just left the Rue d'Aubagne. Matthieu had torn his clothes to make believe in a hand-to-hand struggle, and had placed himself in the first rank, howling, black with dust, and furiously shaking his red wig. 4 men followed him bearing the body, the arms and legs of which were dangling down and swinging about in a horrible way. The head, which was thrown back, displayed a horrible wound that had carried away half the cheek. Then came the little party who had defended the barricade, with their eyes darting out of their heads and beside themselves with the mad race Matthieu had made them take in the streets of the city. And all shouted, "Vengeance! Vengeance!" in a hoarse, heart-rending voice. The effect produced by this procession was overwhelming. Matthieu, guessing the Cours and Canebière would be full of people, had arranged so as to produce a final dramatic stroke. It was for that reason he had led his followers through all the narrow streets, before bringing them suddenly into the midst of the crowd. He wanted to give the gathering time to form, and he sought, above all, to fatigue his men, to deprive them of sound judgment, to turn them into furious maniacs, whom he would then cast to the 4 corners of the city to bring out the entire population. As soon as the procession had left the Rue d'Aubagne, the crowd opened violently before him, with cries of rage and horror. There was a crush which threw the onlookers against the houses, and the funeral procession, amidst the fury and terror it excited on every side, went straight ahead, piercing the crowd, tracing a broad road, which closed behind it amidst a frightful tumult. On reaching the upper end of the Canebière the procession broke the line of National Guards who were barring the street, and passed through the crowd assembled on the pavement to the Place de la République. The effect produced on this second gathering was terrible in the extreme. These few bleeding men seemed to cast burning embers around them as they marched along. Matthieu allowed the procession to be lost in the old town, and ran rapidly uphill towards the Cours Saint Louis. As he crossed it, he perceived in a café which was then undergoing repairs some National Guards who had taken refuge there in order to save themselves from being torn to pieces by the mob. He returned so as to put in action a plan that the sight of the National Guards had instilled into him. His sole anxiety consisted in seeing the workmen without arms, because the struggle would only be serious from the moment the people had guns. If a few shots were not immediately exchanged the crowd might be daunted and muzzled. It was the want of arms that alone delayed the insurrection. So soon as he reached the Cours Saint Louis again, he mixed with the groups of people who were still excited at the view of the funeral procession, and he drew attention to the café where the municipal troops were. "They are Carlists!" he exclaimed. "Down with the National Guard!" That cry found a responding echo in the crowd. Every one turned towards the café, every mouth began to revile and threaten those who had taken refuge there. "I know them!" shouted Matthieu. "They belong to the company who fired on us in the Rue de la Palude." This statement was false, but who could deny it amidst such confusion? The cries became louder, and the most daring began to pick up stones and to cast them at the windows where they saw the National Guards. The latter were guilty of the imprudence of pointing their muskets at the people. Then the crowd lost their heads and rushed toward the Caf6. Matthieu was ahead, and shouted: We want muskets! Let us disarm them!" Philippe and Marius had been standing for a quarter of an hour at the entrance to the Rue de Rome. Being unable to advance to the first ranks, they had confined themselves to following the mob in a most excited frame of mind, and had seen the lugubrious procession go by with the dead workmen. Look!" Philippe exclaimed, simply pressing his brother's arm vigorously. And he resumed savage silence. Then, when the National Guards pointed their muskets at the people, he dashed forward, without uttering a word, and rushed with the mob to the assault of the Caf6. He and Marius, who had followed him step by step, entered the Caf6 almost at the same time as Matthieu. The rooms above were invaded in a few seconds, the National Guards being prudent enough not to offer any serious resistance, and allowing themselves to be disarmed by the first who entered. Philippe seized 2 muskets and presented one to his brother. No," said the latter, I don't fight with Frenchmen." Philippe gave a gesture of impatience and hurried off to the cour, without even looking to see if Marius was following him. The latter, none the less, went after him, unable to make up his mind to leave him, and still hoping to save him from the scrimmage. The excitement was intense on the Cour and Canebière. The few rioters who had succeeded in procuring muskets by disarming the National Guard, ran and mixed with the Republican companies massed on the pavement. Philippe stopped before the Hotel des Empereurs, at 1 or 2 paces from Matthieu. It was just at that moment that the general made another attempt at conciliation. He showed himself again in the crowd, preaching concord. By a fatal error the people continued to regard him as the only person guilty of the accidents in the morning. As he was passing before the Hotel des Empereurs, some men sprang at the bridle of his horse, and a crowd formed round him, insulting and threatening him, while a few National Guards tried in vain to release him. In the meanwhile, Matthieu looked to see if his gun was loaded. His eyes shone, and an ugly smile distorted his features. A new idea had just occurred to him to hurry on events. Hiding behind the crowd, he aimed at the general, who was opposite him. The gun went off, and there was then a tremendous outcry. The general quietly wiped away with his hand the few drops of blood the bullet had drawn from him in grazing his cheek. Matthieu's shot was followed by several others, which completed the panic. The simple onlookers rushed away to disorder, quite terrified, and expecting to be riddled with bullets in their flight. The rioters moved off with the cry, "To the barricades! To the barricades!" It looked as if an angry breeze were sweeping the crowd away. The lines of National Guards were broken, and the companies dispersed by the torrent bearing them along. In less than 2 minutes the Canebière and Cour were deserted. The general had withdrawn, looking pale and sad. Matthieu had disappeared as if by enchantment. Philippe, full of indignation, had dashed in vain to the spot where a streak of smoke revealed the assassin's presence, but he was only able to distinguish an indistinct form stooping down and fleeing. When the little square was empty, and as the drums broke the frightful silence of the streets, Marius dragged his brother towards the Place aux Oeufs, where their happiness was hidden. As they entered the Grande Rue, they perceived parties of workmen occupying the square and raising barricades. Marius stifled a cry of anguish. It was then about noon. CHAPTER XVI. The barricades at the Place aux Oeufs. While the crowd were flying and dispersing in terror, Philippe and Marius had remained for a few instants near the Hotel des Empereurs, sheltered in the recess of a doorway so as not to be dragged along by the rush of the multitude. Philippe felt all his sentiments of loyalty revolting within him, at the cowardly attempt that had been made on the general's life, and his brother, who could read this indignation on his countenance, took advantage of the opportunity to make a final effort to persuade him to throw off his connection with civil war. As soon as they were alone, Marius said: "Well, do you mean to continue making common cause with these assassins?" "There are scoundrels in all parties," Philip answered sullenly. "I know it, but an insurrection is fatally doomed when it commences under such auspices. Come with me. I beseech you, do not compromise yourself any further." The two brothers had begun slowly ascending towards the Cour. Marius taking Philippe that way so as to bring him to the room where he had hidden his child, he said to himself that once there he would retain him and save him in spite of himself. Fine and Joseph have found refuge near here," he said, as they walked along. I advised my wife to pass the day with your son in the little lodging on the Place aux Oeufs, so as to be beyond reach of a surprise which could easily be accomplished during the troubles of this day. Come along, we'll only remain a few minutes if you like." Philippe followed his brother without answering. He recalled Monsieur Martelly's severe language. The shot that had wounded the general still resounded in his ears, he stiffened his neck, he would not abandon the people's cause, and yet, in spite of himself, he began to hear the grave voice of reason, which whispered to him not to mix in a useless and sanguinary outbreak. Besides, he ignored what was passing. All, perhaps, was over. The workmen might be raising barricades in distant streets, and these would be captured before they had time to defend them. He walked beside his brother with an uneasy mind, half conquered and not knowing what to do. It was then that the two brothers, on entering the Grande Rue, perceived a crowd of workmen on the Place aux Oeufs who were hastily throwing up barricades. Marius stopped in despair. He reflected that Fine and Joseph would find themselves in the centre of the riot, and he said to himself that Philippe would now certainly fight. What worried him more than anything else was that he accused himself of being the author of all this misfortune. Was it not he who had advised his wife to take refuge there? Was it not he who had just led his brother into the middle of the riot? Philippe had also stopped, and called his brother's attention to the scene before them. Look," he exclaimed, chance has spared me from the shame of acting as a coward, by leading me to those whom I had sworn to defend, and whom I was, perhaps, about to abandon. I will fight for liberty, and watch over my son." He climbed over the first obstructions that had been thrown across the street, and found himself in the midst of workmen who shook him warmly by the hand. Marius followed, and ran rapidly upstairs to the room where Fine and Joseph were. Matthieu had completely succeeded. He had attained his end, step by step, assisted by circumstances, and advancing slowly and surely towards his object. It was he who had in a measure produced the events, urging on the people to insurrection, and bringing them to fight at the very spot where he desired the riot to break out. After having discharged his musket at the general, he ascended in double quick time towards the Cours, leading parties of workmen with him, whilst the terrified crowd were trampling each other under foot. As he ran, he uttered this rallying cry: "To the Place aux Oeufs! To the Place aux Oeufs!" So soon as he had succeeded in getting about a dozen rioters to follow him, he shouted louder than ever, and rapidly had a crowd at his heels. This flood of armed men, passing through the gathering, indicated a direction to the insurrectionary movement which until then had been hesitating. The workmen, not knowing where to entrench themselves, would perhaps have dispersed. But seeing some of their comrades running towards a place they indicated, they wished to follow them, and all who were spurred on to the struggle by thoughts of vengeance flew into the Grande Rue. The Place aux Oeufs was soon full. Matthieu, on reaching the square, pointed out the beautiful spot he had chosen to the workmen about him. "Look," he said to them, "the place seems to have been made for fighting." That remark ran through the crowd. The revolt was destined to break out in the centre of the old town, amidst those narrow streets that could be easily barricaded. Every one felt that the insurrection was at home there, and they thought only of the struggle. A breath of irritation spread through this fiery-headed mob. The workmen, however, did not dare act. The post of National Guards, which Matthieu had noticed in the morning, was still in a corner of the square. "Stop," said Matthieu to the most enthusiastic, "I'll undertake to disperse them. They are friends." He went up to the lieutenant, with whom he had previously exchanged a few words, and asked him if his men were for the people. The lieutenant answered that they were there to preserve order. "So are we," Matthieu answered, shamelessly. Then he approached him, and added in a lower voice, "Listen, I have a bit of advice to give you. You go off as quickly as you can. If you refuse, we shall be obliged to disarm you, perhaps kill you, and brothers, you know, don't kill each other. Trust in me. Don't remain a minute longer." The lieutenant glanced round him. He felt only too glad to go away, but he was afraid of appearing a coward. The position was critical. The rioters slowly surrounded the National Guard, and gazed at their muskets with eyes burning with desire. Other men were working at the barricade, and the lieutenant could not quietly look on without making an effort to stop them. He preferred to withdraw, and the National Guards marched off amidst profound silence. From that moment the square was in possession of the rioters, who began fortifying themselves there as well as they could. Their misfortune was that they had not the necessary materials for throwing up a lofty and solid barricade. They had to be satisfied with the benches and packing cases of the dealers in herbs established there. These they first of all placed across the street, and they then searched the adjoining houses for barrels, planks, and any other kind of suitable material. In the meanwhile Marius was resting on his victory. Now that he had attained his end, he wished to make himself as small as possible and disappeared in the crowd, so as not to compromise himself further. He had washed his face at a neighboring fountain, and had left his musket standing against a wall. He lolled about among the crowd with his hands in his pockets, like a good bourgeois. He presented such a tranquil appearance that the workmen who had seen him performing the comedy of anger did not recognize him. He ended by ascending the steps of a house from which he attentively followed the scene that was passing on the square, and searched with his eyes for Philippe and Marius. You will fall into the trap, my little beauties," he thought with a calm smile. My snares are well set. Ah, you wanted to place the child in safety, eh, simpletons that you are! You have thrown him into my arms. You will rush to protect the little darling, and be caught with him." He kept on looking without showing the least impatience. He knew those whom he was awaiting could not fail to come. When the two brothers emerged from the Grande Rue, he merely shrugged his shoulders and murmured, I was sure of it." Then he never lost sight of them. He followed them in the crowd and saw Marius run up to find Fine, whilst Philippe mixed with the rioters. Come, that's perfect," he murmured again. I shall, perhaps, be obliged to kill the little young man. As to the great booby, his business is settled. If the National Guards don't send him to rot in the ground, we'll see that the Assizes send him to rot in prison." He descended and went and turned round Philippe out of curiosity. The hour for him to act had not arrived. He thought himself at a play, his instincts were gently tickled at the hope of being present at a massacre. While awaiting to accomplish the abduction he had undertaken, he resolved to amuse himself by seeing people kill each other. The rioters in the meanwhile had returned to the barricades. Little by little they had piled up a fairly large quantity of material on the square, comprising a pell-mell of all sorts of objects which they distributed as well as possible among the 6 barricades in course of erection. They formed a chain, passing planks, paving stones, everything they came across, from hand to hand, each ran about on his own account, and returning, threw what he had found on the heap. It was a feverish coming and going, a sort of immense workshop of revolt, where every laborer hurried along zealously yet gloomily at the task, with a threat on his lips and vengeance in his heart. Whilst the majority brought materials, others, no doubt wheelwrights and carpenters, had undertaken to strengthen the barricades. Having neither nails nor hammers, they confined themselves to dovetailing the objects one with the other. The 2 principal barricades were thrown up at the entrance to the Grande Rue, on the side of the Cours and at the entrance of the Rue Roquis-Novice. These, notwithstanding the efforts of the rioters, were nothing in reality, but a mass of objects offering but little resistance and forming in no way a serious obstruction. 4 barricades of still less importance were raised across the Rue de la Vieille Cuiraterie, Lune Blanche, Vieille Monnaie, and Lune d'Or. One street only remained open, the Rue des Marquises, which was necessary to the rioters for communication with the Rue Belzunce, the Place des Prêcheurs, and all the crooked lanes of the old quarter where they intended to fly and lose themselves in case of defeat. The Place aux Oeufs, thus fortified, would have been an impregnable stronghold if the barricades had been stronger. As soon as Philippe found himself amidst the Republicans, he had put his hand to work without hesitation. He had labored like the others, carrying all that he could find to the scene of action. He forgot Marius's sober words, and thought no more of his child. All his passion was bursting within him, and urging him forward. As he was dragging a barrel along, he all at once heard an ironical voice say, "Shall I help you, my friend?" He raised his head and recognized M. de Girous, who, with his hands in his pockets, was observing him with a delightful air of curiosity. M. de Girous had reached Marseilles on the previous evening. Feeling there was something serious in the air, he had hastened there so as not to lose the opportunity of dispelling the dreadful weariness under which he laboured. He had been awaiting a drama ever since the Republic had been proclaimed. He absolutely forgot that he belonged to the nobility, and watched the outburst of the people's anger as a disinterested observer. Searching at the bottom of his heart, he found he had more sympathy for the democratic cause than for that of the Legitimists to which he was fatally attached by name. At Aix nobody made any ceremony about saying that M. de Girousse was a regular original, who found pleasure in shaking hands with workmen, and the nobility would perhaps have closed their mansions to him had he not borne one of the oldest names of Provence. He had been running about the streets of Marseilles since the morning, watching the progress of the riot, occupying the most advantageous positions, as a spectator, right in the middle of the scrimmage so as not to lose the least detail. One thing only had disgusted him, the shot fired at the general. Otherwise he found that the people generously risked their lives, that their anger was superb and their violence magnificent. As soon as he had heard that the rioters were making barricades at the Place aux Oeufs, he hastened there. He wanted to be present at the catastrophe. He penetrated within the barricades, mixed with the fighting men, and firmly intended not to move until all was over. Philippe stared at him in amazement. The Count stood there before him, attired in a black frock coat, with a soft felt hat on his head, and smiling in a bantering manner. Under his arm he carried a huge sabre, all rusty and covered with dust. "What, you here?" exclaimed Philippe. "Are you one of us?" M. de Girousse glanced at his weapon. "Look, isn't it a fine sabre?" he said, without answering. "They have just entrusted me with it for the defence of liberty." And then he related in a jeering way how he had just been enrolled among the rioters. The latter, in need of arms, sought to procure them by all possible means. A locksmith had made the remark in the midst of one of the groups that the dealers in second-hand goods in the Rue Belzunce and the Rue Sainte-Barbe must have some old arms in their shops. A band had at once set out to secure them. M. de Girousse, urged on by curiosity, had followed the band and gone with them into the shops. It was in one of these that a workman had handed him the huge sabre which he carried under his arm. "He gave it me," he added, "and made me swear to plunge it into the enemies of our country. I don't think I shall abide by my oath, but as I find the sabre looks very well under my arm, I'll keep it. Do you think any one of my ancestors, any one of those doughty warriors of the past, cut a better figure than I do at this moment?" Philippe could not keep from laughing. "I asked you a stupid question a little time ago," he said to the Count, with some bitterness. "I asked you if you were one of us. I forgot that you could only be here out of curiosity. You have come to see if the people know how to die. Well, I think you'll be satisfied with them." The Republican had drawn himself up, and pointed out to the nobleman the burning active crowd of workmen. "Look at them," he resumed. "There is the flock your fathers sheared, and branded with a red-hot iron. For the third time in 60 years the flock is getting angry. I predict to you that it will end by eating up the shepherds. Instead of urging it on to revolt, it would have been better to have given it liberty and bread, which it requires to live. All the energies it is expending at this hour in raising barricades would then have been devoted to useful labour." M. de Girousse no longer jeered. He had become grave. Philippe continued with violence: "Your place is not here. You have come amidst our barricades, as the patricians of ancient Rome went to the arena to see slaves die. Ah, notwithstanding your goodness, cruel blood runs in your veins. You are pestered with the curiosity of the wearied master. I see it, and our insurrection, this insurrection which will cause us tears, is merely a show for you. Believe me, you will do better to go away. We are not actors, we have no need of the pit." The old Count had turned pale. He remained for an instant motionless. Then, as Philippe stooped down to take up his barrel, he said to him in a peaceful tone, "My friend, will you allow me to help you?" He grasped the barrel at one end, and the Republican and Legitimist carried it together to the barricade and threw it down there. "The deuce!" said M. de Girousse. "It wasn't heavy, but my sabre inconvenienced me considerably." He rubbed his hands to get rid of the dust, and found himself face to face with Marius. After the first words of surprise, he resumed, smiling: "Your brother has just been advising me to go away. He is right. I am only an inquisitive old fellow. I wish you would hide me somewhere." Marius took him into the house where Fine and Joseph were, and the Count made himself comfortable on the third floor landing at a window facing the square. What Philippe had said to him had made him profoundly sad. Marius had merely come down to beg his brother to go and comfort Fine and the child, who were half dead with fright. He returned after Philippe had promised to rejoin him. The latter wished particularly to take a look round the square. The 6 barricades were completed; at least the rioters, being unable to find any more material, had renounced building them any higher. A heavy silence began to reign among the crowd, and the workmen seated themselves on the ground, resting while awaiting events. It was easy to see, from the lowered tone of voice, that the moment of the struggle was approaching. What annoyed Philippe was that there were so few efficient arms in the hands of the combatants. 50 of them at the most had muskets; some of the others carried sticks, billiard cues evidently stolen in the cafes; a great number of those who were without muskets were provided with curious kinds of weapons that had come from the shops of the second hand dealers. Some had spits, old lances and sabres; others simply iron bars. Around the fountain, which stood in the centre of the square, were a dozen workmen or so, sharpening their rusty blades on the cold stones of the basin. Cartridges also were few in number. There were at the most 100 or 2 taken from the ammunition pouches of the National Guards who had been disarmed. Philippe understood that the barricades could not resist long, but he was determined not to discourage any one by showing his anxiety. He confined himself to advising them to occupy the houses adjoining the barricades, in the hope that the assailants would retire if a shower of projectiles were cast on them from the roofs and windows. Several houses had already been invaded. The rioters hammered at the doors of the lodgings they wished to occupy, threatening to break them if they were not opened. Then they insisted on having the keys of the doors leading to the flat roofs, and made every window a loophole, and every roof a stronghold. They labored solely, for nearly half an hour, carrying stones up into the houses. Once above, they tore away and broke up the tiles, and encumbered the tops of the dwellings with rubbish which they intended throwing on the soldiers' heads. When Philippe was satisfied that all the arrangements had been completed, he decided to rejoin his brother. He had placed himself at the head of the men who were to occupy the house where Marius had hidden Fine and Joseph. This house was at the corner of the Grande Rue and the Place aux Oeufs, on the right, coming from the Cours. Philippe foresaw that the barricade in the Grande Rue would be the most vigorously attacked, and he was not without uneasiness as to the danger that would be incurred by the persons who had sought refuge there, and who would be in the midst of the fighting. He only allowed the most devoted men to enter the building, and made them vow to defend the door to their last breath. After having placed them on the roof and at the windows, he returned to the landing on the 3rd story, where he found M. de Girousse, who pointed out a door to him and simply said: "They're expecting you." Whilst Philippe had been settling all this, Matthias had ascended the steps of the house which was on the other side of the square. He had seen the Republican at the windows, and his quiet, rascally smile returned like a grimace to his lips. End of chapters 15 and 16. Part 3, chapters 17 and 18 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile ZOLA. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. What Matthias, the foreseer, did not foresee. The interview was short and touching. Philippe took little Joseph for a moment on his knees, and felt quite affected. "I entrust him to you," he said to Fine and Marius. "I shall perhaps never see him again, but I know he will always have a father and a mother." Marius remained silent. He understood that his brother imagined he was performing a duty, and he did not say one word to retain him. Fine had great tears bulging out of her eyes. Philippe seemed to be making an effort to tear himself away from the room which appeared full of mute despair. He wished to escape the cowardly feeling of tenderness that was gaining possession of him. He gave his son a last kiss, and placed him on Fine's knees. Then, walking feverishly, as if to stir up his thoughts, he moved towards the window facing the Grande Rue, and after casting a look aside, turned towards the young woman and said: "You mustn't remain on that chair. Come and sit here away from the window. The bullets might enter there." He stopped, and could not stifle a cry that rose to his lips. Ah, war is a terrible thing! I have wished for it with all my strength, and behold it places those I love in jeopardy." His head fell on his hand in despair. He was on the point of bursting into nervous sobbing, when moving towards the door, he continued, in a brutal tone, "Are you coming, Marius?" Then on the threshold he bid a last adieu to Fine and Joseph, who watched him depart. At that moment he and his brother thought no more of Monsieur de Cazalis, and any idea of a surprise was far from their minds. They simply feared that the young woman and child might be subjected to brutal treatment by the rioters and soldiers amidst the disturbance. On the landing they found Monsieur de Girousse, who appeared to be hiding beside the window, and watching attentively. "I say, do you know that villainous creature over there?" he inquired of them. And he pointed with his finger to Matthieu, who was standing on the other side of the square. "I've been following his movements for the last half hour," continued the count. "He has not ceased watching this house. Assuredly he must be actuated by some evil design." The two brothers looked in the direction he indicated. "Is it the man with the red hair?" inquired Marius. "Precisely," answered the count. "I detest red-haired people; but then I have a particularly good scent for detecting rascals. That one has evil-looking eyes, and a quiet smile that predicts nothing good." "But," said Philippe, "I know the man. He's a violent democrat. I remember having heard him deliver incendiary speeches in the clubs. I never thoroughly examined him, but I confess I always had a kind of repugnance for him. Look, he's staring this way again." The young man was seized with vague mistrust. He fancied Matthieu might, perhaps, be an instigating agent of the authorities, one of those traitors who glide in among the democrats and lead them on to extremities, so as to hand them over to the police afterwards. Marius had other fears to which he did not dare give utterance. "Come," he said to Philippe, "we must find out why that man is watching the house in that way." They went down and mixed with the crowd, and, while feigning not to pay attention to Matthieu, took care not to lose sight of him. They walked about the square in this way for 10 minutes without relaxing their supervision. Matthieu, in the meanwhile, was spoiling all his beautiful calculations by being over confident. He had so correctly foreseen each event, everything had succeeded so well with him up to then, that he felt sure of victory. He thought he had already triumphed, and omitted his customary prudence, imagining that in the scrimmage every one had lost his head, and nobody was paying the least attention to him. When he perceived the two brothers, he ceased examining the house, and assumed a happy-go-lucky air. He cast down his head, and seemed lost in deep thought. Then Marius and Philippe saw him leave the steps and wander among the crowd, looking very perplexed. In truth, he was thinking if he ought not to go and steal the child then, before the outbreak, so as to avoid compromising himself by remaining any longer amidst the barricades. It was only a question of getting rid of Fine, and that did not trouble him much. He would use a gag, he thought, and, if absolutely necessary, a knife. What really worried him, and gave him an air of such profound thought, was that horrid carroty wig, which up to then had served him as a flag, but which he now wished to get rid of at any price. He said to himself rightly, that it nailed him to his post, deprived him of his liberty of action. He could never carry a child off in his arms so long as he remained the man with the carroty hair, as they called him, the impetuous tribune who had spoken on one occasion of reducing Marseilles to ashes. Matthieu walked about for a long time without being able to make up his mind as to what he would do. He understood all the gravity of a change of physiognomy. Now, when Philippe and Marius noticed the sly glances he was casting around him, they felt certain Monsieur de Girousse was not wrong. All at once he made a movement like a man taking a resolution, and, advancing towards the door of one of the houses on the square, entered it, after looking round to see that no one was spying him. A few minutes later, the two brothers, who had kept their eyes fixed on the door of the house, saw a person make his appearance there who was slightly bald and wore the same attire as the man with the carroty wig. Philippe repressed a cry of rage. He had recognized Matthieu at a glance. "Ah, the wretch!" he muttered in a choking voice to his brother. "He's the Fidus Achates of Cazalis, the man who tried to steal Joseph at Ayesse's." "I suspect some foul play," murmured Marius, who had turned pale. "I see it all now. It was that cursed red hair that led me astray." I felt I knew the man, but I only saw him at night, and couldn't remember who he was." Marius interrupted his brother. "Every minute is precious," he said. "Cazalis must be there in the dark. He has set one of his creatures to dog your footsteps so as to ruin you, and at the climax has sent this wretch here to get possession of Joseph. I don't understand how it has all been done. However, we must first of all get rid of this man. We'll decide on further action afterwards." Philippe, dumbfounded at the thought of all the misfortunes he had brought about, remained silent. "You understand," continued Marius, "we cannot have him arrested by accusing him of an abduction he has not yet committed. And besides, we would find nobody here to seize him by the collar." "You are mistaken," said the Republican, whose eyes suddenly sparkled. "I have an idea. Wait a minute." Philippe ran towards a party of workmen, who were entirely devoted to him, spoke to them in an undertone for a few moments, and returning to Marius, said: "Look, our man is already caught in the trap." The workmen had dispersed. Then, one by one, they had manoeuvred so as to surround Matthieu, while the latter, suspecting nothing, was strolling about with the air of a placid bourgeois. "You go home," said one of the workmen to him in a brutal tone. "Wait," observed another, "this citizen is not unknown to me." "Hey!" exclaimed a third, "what have you done with your carroty wig?" "He's a false brother! He's a false brother!" shouted all the party. This cry ran all over the square. A gathering was formed, and in the midst of it Matthieu was violently hustled. A rioter searched him, and the red wig which was found in one of his pockets was passed from hand to hand as a proof of guilt. They spoke of nothing less than hanging the wretch, for all who remembered the part he had played shouted out that he was an instigating agent, a creature of the police, and that they must make an example of him by stringing him up to the nearest lantern. Matthieu trembled with fright. There was no reasoning within him at the moment, and he was not a bit surprised when he saw Philippe, of all the people in the world, advance to his assistance. "Come, my friends," said the latter to the angry workmen, "don't dirty your hands by killing the man. It will suffice to keep him within sight. He might be useful to us later on. Only, if he attempts to run away, send a bullet into his back." By the young man's order, two workmen caught hold of the wretch, and shut him up in a little shop, one of them standing on guard at the door with a loaded musket. Matthieu's reflections were rather sad. He cursed himself 1,000 times for having had the strange idea of taking off his wig, but he did not for a moment suspect the part the Cayols had played in his arrest. Philippe had feigned not to recognize him, he imagined his misadventure had occurred solely from the rioters taking him for a police spy, an accusation he had been unable to refute. At the bottom of his heart he even laughed at his adversaries for having helped him. However, he did not despair beyond measure, for he had always looked upon the workmen as asses, and he said to himself that he would assuredly find a means of escaping when the barricades were attacked. It was merely an annoyance. He must wait. Philippe had withdrawn with Marius into a corner, and was saying to him in an animated undertone: "I preferred not to let him be hanged, for if we conquer, this man will be a terrible arm in our hands against Cazalis." "And if we are beaten?" inquired Marius. "If we are beaten," Philippe answered sullenly, "I entrust my child to you; you will protect him. Do not overwhelm me with reproaches. I must go straight ahead, without looking backward." The conversation between the two brothers was interrupted by a murmur that arose in the middle of the square. It was about 2:00. More than an hour had elapsed since the barricades had been completed, and the rioters were waiting. They had taken advantage of this moment of respite to organize a plan of defense and make their final arrangements. Since the arrest of Matthieu, a silence of death reigned all around. Each workman, riveted to his post, was gazing fixedly ahead, with his loaded musket beside him and all his thoughts bent on vengeance. Suddenly, those who were guarding the barricade in the Grande Rue perceived two persons advance and boldly enter the stronghold. On hearing the murmur that had greeted them, Philippe approached and recognized M. Martelly and Abbé Chastanier. The shipowner hastened forward to meet him. "For pity's sake," he said to him, "if you have any power over these men, dissuade them from this fratricidal struggle." "My child," murmured the priest on his side, I have come to you to beseech you with joined hands to avoid the effusion of blood." Philippe shook his head without answering. He was annoyed at their arrival. He felt more guilty and upset in their presence. The shipowner continued: "You see, I come as I promised you I would, to place myself between the people's fire and that of the soldiers. I bitterly regret at this moment that I did not devote a few days to winning popularity with the workmen, so as to make them listen to me and follow my advice." "I can do nothing," Philippe ended by saying. "These men are exasperated. They listen to me because I think as they do, that the people have to take vengeance. But if I were to speak to them of pardon and forgiveness they would turn their backs on me. Try it yourself." The workmen had, little by little, drawn near, and M. Martelli went up to them. "My friends," he said, "I am directed to announce that justice shall be done you. I have just seen the commissary of the government." These words were listened to amidst silence and sullen anger. After a moment the entire crowd answered in one single cry: "It is too late!" Abbe Chastanier then addressed each workman; but they turned away, one by one, in ferocious ill humor, without listening. When he told them that the Almighty forbade the shedding of blood, they answered him: "Why didn't you say that this morning to the National Guard?" M. Martelli, on his side, was no more fortunate. They knew him as a man of independent mind, but they also knew he was rich, and they, perhaps, accused him in their hearts of giving way to fright. The priest and shipowner returned to Philippe in despair. The latter would have been glad to see them succeed, but he did not dare assist them openly. Thinking of his faults, of which he now saw the consequences, of the danger which threatened his own near relatives, he felt alarmed himself. "I warned you," he said, "that any attempt at pacification would be useless. The people want to fight, and will fight. Let us do our duty." He stopped to listen. A muffled sound, a distant clinking of metal, came from the Grande Rue. "Here are the soldiers and National Guard," he continued in a grave tone of voice. And he rapidly withdrew, after having pressed the hand of Marius, who hastened up stairs to rejoin Fine. M. Martelli and Abbe Chastanier advanced towards the barricade in the Grande Rue, behind which Philippe had taken up position. Once more there was silence, deadly silence, and amidst it was heard the regular heavy tramp of the military. The rioters, bending down and sheltering themselves, waited. CHAPTER XVIII. THE ATTACK. M. de Cazalis, thanks to his National Guard uniform, had been able to follow all the different phases of the riot. So far back as the morning when Matthieu left him opposite the Prefecture, he had slipped into the ranks of the first company he had met, which happened to be that of Sauveur, and the ex deputy was thus able to be present at the brush with the people in the Rue de la Palude. He had but a vague idea of the plans formed by Matthieu, and was urged by curiosity to follow all his manoeuvres. After the barricade had been captured he proceeded with Sauveur's company to the Canebière, and witnessed all the unfortunate events that had occurred there. When he saw the procession led by the spy go by with the corpse, he understood that a fight was inevitable, and remembered the rendezvous his accomplice had given him. But when a panic of terror had dispersed the multitude, he felt much perplexed. Prudence told him not to abandon his new companions in arms. So for over 2 hours he remained on the Place de la Revolution with the company, which was awaiting orders to march. What made him particularly uneasy was not having a better idea of Matthieu's plans, for the latter had merely told him to join him at the spot where barricades would be thrown up. He was suddenly relieved of his perplexity by an order, brought by a man on horseback, which Captain Sauveur communicated to the National Guard in these terms: "My boys, the country has need of us. Forward, march!" Never had the ex stevedore made such an eloquent speech. He felt so enthusiastic at himself that he began to ascend the Canebière at the head of his men, with the air of a conqueror, hardly giving a thought to the danger he was about to incur. M. de Cazalis felt very much surprised when the company turned to the left, instead of going towards the Rue de Rome. His idea was that Matthieu had been making efforts to bring about the struggle near the Cours Bonaparte, and he could not understand how his accomplice would be able to steal Joseph if the fighting took place in the old town. From that moment he gave up trying to understand, but as the company reached the Grande Rue, he caught sight of the barricade, and that was sufficient. He said to himself he had kept the appointment, and he awaited events, The Cours Belzunce was full of troops. There were 2 platoons of infantry and about 300 artillerymen. As soon as Sauvert's company arrived, the major who had received orders to attack the barricade had a short interview with the captain. "I was awaiting you," he said to Sauvert. "My orders are to show as much consideration as is possible, and it occurred to me that as the sight of the infantry would be likely to exasperate the workmen, it might be best for the National Guard to march on ahead and make a final effort at conciliation. Speak to the rioters as a fellow townsman." From that moment Sauvert imagined that the destiny of France was in his hands. He formed his company into column, and advanced resolutely into the Grande Rue, the tramp of his men ringing out in the silence. The major set his troops in motion behind the National Guard. When the captain found himself at 50 paces from the barricade, he commanded, "Halt!" and approached it alone. On hearing his word of command, some 15 rioters showed themselves. The ex-master stevedore, seeing the musket barrels flashing at his breast, gave a shudder of fright, but out of vanity put on a good appearance externally. "Hey, the deuce!" he said. "I'm a friend. Don't fire. We're all Marseillais, boys. We can't cut each other's throats in a family circle. There are none but good fellows here, is it not so? Come now, throw down your arms, and let each go his own way." There was but one cry in response to these exhortations: "It is too late." "It is never too late to act like reasonable men," continued Sauvert. "In your place, I'd return to duty. They must have told you that the commissary of the government had admitted the justice of your claims. What more do you want?" "What we want is blood. Withdraw!" screamed the rioters. Sauvert, while speaking, had been attentively following the workmen's movements. Suddenly he fancied he heard a strange sound, and was about to retreat, when a powerful voice shouted from behind the barricade, "Look out! Stoop down!" Sauvert let himself fall heavily to the ground, and the men behind him bent themselves. At the same moment a discharge from the barricades and neighboring houses passed over the heads of the attacking party with a terrible roar, but, thanks to the warning which had caused the soldiers to curve their necks, only about a dozen men were wounded. The attack had been so sudden and unexpected that the National Guards, seized with panic, had fled. Sauvert threw himself to the left, against the houses, and hurriedly rejoined his company, which had reformed 100 paces further on. During this time an incident had occurred behind the barricade. M. Martelly and Abbé Chastanier had remained among the workmen, exhorting them to avoid the effusion of blood. Whilst Sauvert was speaking, the shipowner had noticed that some of the more furious ones were preparing to fire, and it was he who had shouted to the soldiers, "Look out! Stoop down!" When the rioters perceived what little effect their discharge had produced, they surrounded M. Martelly in a rage. Philippe, who had come down from the barricade, saw the danger his former employer was running, and, to save him, ordered 2 of the rioters to put him and the priest under arrest, and not to lose sight of them. Ultimately both were taken to the little shop where Matthias was confined. The troops, however, advanced again. The major had given the infantry orders to take the barricade by assault, and a few of the National Guards, exasperated at the volley they had received, had mixed with the soldiers. Among these was M. de Cazalis. Having perceived Philippe at the top of the barricade, he had but one thought, to hide behind something or in some doorway, and kill his enemy. As the new attacking column was about to rush upon the barricade, they were repulsed by a second discharge. This volley was much more murderous than the first. A captain, mortally wounded, was carried in a dying condition into a neighboring house, and more than 30 men were incapacitated from taking any further part in the fray. The major then understood that the struggle was unequal, and that he would never capture the barricade by storming it from the front, as the rioters, hidden behind all sorts of shelter, were able to take deadly aim, whilst those attacking could not do so. From that moment soldiers and National Guards dispersed in the Grande Rue, and, throwing themselves on either side of it, along the walls, opened a skirmishing fire. Shot then followed shot, irregularly, here and there; and as soon as a man showed himself, he was certain to get a bullet whistling at his ears. Sauvert had sought a refuge under a large doorway. The worthy man began to think the business of a National Guard no joke. His vanity had first of all been tickled, by the importance the rank of captain gave him in the grave events that were occurring; but when he saw they were fighting in earnest, his bourgeois pity got the better of him, and he watched the men falling around him with a feeling of sorrow and horror. He felt as if he would like to put a stop to the fighting; first of all, so as not to run the risk of receiving a bullet, and then so as to be spared the disagreeable sight of a battle. Personally, he would not have killed a fly; he only thought of securing his own safety, and of coming to the assistance of friends who might be mixed up in the disturbance. It happened by chance that he was hiding under the same doorway as M. de Cazalis. Recognizing the ex deputy, he repressed a gesture of astonishment, and being aware of the hatred he bore the Cayols, he rightly attributed his presence under a disguise to thoughts of vengeance. He had noticed Philippe on the barricade, and he now began to watch M. de Cazalis, who, with his musket on a level with his hip, seemed to be waiting. The Republican having stood up to reload his weapon, the Legitimist brought his gun sharply to his shoulder and fired, but Sauveur, feigning to slip, knocked up against him, and the bullet was flattened out against the façade of a house. M. de Cazalis was exasperated, but he did not dare show his temper to the captain, under whose orders he had voluntarily placed himself. He slid another charge into his gun, repressing an outburst of rage, whilst Sauveur said to himself, "Eh, the deuce! The Cayols are my friends. Little Marius gave me many a good laugh in the old days with Clairon. I won't let them be killed like that. We must be on the alert." And from that moment he forgot he was a captain, and only thought of affording little Marius pleasure by saving Philippe. The latter had no idea of the danger he had just escaped. Excited by the struggle, he fought as one in despair. All his doubts had left him; he imagined he was defending his child. He fired upon the troops because the troops were firing on the house where Fine and Joseph were. That was his great anxiety. At every instant he raised his eyes towards the window of the room, and turned pale when he saw a bullet shatter one of the panes of glass to pieces. M. de Girousse, with superb contempt for peril, leant out, every now and then, from an adjoining window to get a better view. He tranquillized Philippe with a wave of the hand, and then enjoyed, as an amateur, the sight afforded by the barricade. The struggle continued thus for nearly half an hour, soldiers and rioters exchanging bullets at distant intervals. There were awful silences of 2 or 3 minutes. Then came a shot, a cry, followed by another silence, which was still more oppressive than the previous one. The soldiers' red trousers made capital targets for the workmen, who were thus able to kill a great many men. As for themselves, they were better sheltered; nevertheless, as soon as ever a shot was fired from a window, that window was at once riddled with bullets. The rioters, who had gone up to the tops of the houses, and from there cast down showers of stones, suffered more. Men were several times seen to topple over from the roofs and come down on the pavement in a coagulated mass, picked off like sparrows. The fighting might have gone on in this manner until the evening. This skirmishing sort of warfare was in reality much more murderous than a bold, decisive attack would have been, and some 30 corpses were already weltering in pools of blood on the ground. Marius had descended into the street at the first shot. Not having been able to prevent the struggle, he wished at least to assist those who were fighting. By his care an ambulance was established in a shop on the square, and he displayed great activity in seeing that the wounded were carried there. At one moment, as he was passing behind the barricade, a man fell beside him mortally struck. He leant over him, and was astonished to find it was Charles Blétry, the dishonest clerk of the firm of Dast and Degan. The unfortunate fellow recognized him also, and seeing the young man hastening to attend to him, he said, with a faint smile, "It is useless, Monsieur Marius, it's all over. I am going to die. Ah, Heaven is good indeed to have sent you to me." He continued with an effort, his fingers already becoming rigid, "I swear to you, I never discharged my gun. I was led astray by friends, I had to do as others did. Listen, I want you to render me a service. Promise me you will perform my last wish." Blétry raised himself painfully and unfastened a belt round his waist. While handing it to Marius, he was seized with a convulsion, and as the belt fell to the ground a few pieces of money came out of it. As soon as the former clerk was in a condition to speak, he said, "That belt contains 100 francs. Kindly hand it to Messrs. Dast and Degan, and tell them it is not my fault if I have not been able to reimburse them all the money I turned to such bad account." And as Marius looked at him in astonishment, he murmured, in a voice that was dying away, "You don't know. They let me off 2 years. I have now been out of prison for 3 years, and during that time have been working as a navvy. On the 130 francs I have been earning each month, I have made a point of handing 100 regularly to my former employers. I have not been able to refund more than 3,000 and a few hundred francs, but I had hopes of earning more later on, and I had intended devoting all my life to the repayment of my debt. Death has come too soon." The words were distorted in his throat. He had a short death struggle, and expired, his features convulsed, and his limbs rigid. Marius had felt a sort of respect in presence of this terrible death. The wretched being who was lying there seemed so full of grief and remorse. He picked up the belt and was going away with it, when he heard a dreadful noise in the direction of the Rue de la Lune d'Or and Vieille Monnaie. All at once he saw the soldiers and National Guards advance from those streets and invade the square. During the few minutes Marius had spent with Blétry, serious events had been occurring. While the firing continued at the barricade in the Grande Rue, 2 other bodies of troops had attacked the rioters by the narrow thoroughfares in the old town. A column came to lay siege to the Place aux Oeufs by the Rue Roquis-Novice, but on reaching the Rue Pierre-Quirage, and perceiving the barricade the rioters had erected there, it halted. A police commissary, who was at the head, then advanced and exhorted the workmen to return peacefully to their occupations. The only answer they gave was that the people had been provoked; and, almost at the same moment, he had his arm broken with a bullet. He had barely time to withdraw, when firing became general, and was accompanied by an avalanche of stones and tiles falling on the soldiers' heads. There was a noise like the rumbling sound of thunder, and the street became full of smoke. The soldiers, in surprise, threw themselves on either side, along the houses, and a skirmishing warfare commenced as in the Grande Rue. These encounters at cross roads are terrible, for a few men are often able to keep an army at bay. While firing was thus proceeding at 2 points, another column, destined to be more fortunate, advanced towards the barricade, blocking up the Grande Rue from the side of the Law Courts. This column, which had come from the Hôtel de Ville, did not approach very near. As soon as one of the sentinels had fired, it withdrew, and, seeing it was impossible to carry the entrenchment without artillery, decided on turning the position. It therefore entered the Rue Belzunce, where it found some 30 rioters, who fired and then ran away, some into the Rue des Marquises, the others into the Rue Sainte Marthe, Sainte Barbe, and Moulin d'Huile. The soldiers followed them at double quick time, receiving a few shots to which they answered, and searching, moreover, 2 or 3 houses where they arrested a certain number of people. But they did not dare enter the Rue des Marquises, which would have led them straight to the Place aux Oeufs. This street, which they supposed to be barricaded, seemed to them narrow and dangerous, and they feared being crushed beneath an avalanche of objects cast from the roofs and windows. The column continued turning the stronghold. On reaching the Place Saint Martin, it divided, one part going into the Rue de la Lune d'Or, and the other into the Rue de la Vieille Monnaie. The idea was to issue in a body on the Place aux Oeufs, where as a matter of fact 2 of the detachments arrived almost simultaneously. The soldiers rushed on to the barricades, which on this side had been less solidly built, and the rioters, surprised at this irresistible charge, fled in disorder, seeking refuge in the houses. There they stopped the column for a few moments, by opening a well-fed fire upon it from the windows. But this fire soon slackened, and the soldiers, passing beneath the bullets at the double, found themselves in the centre of the Place aux Oeufs. When Marius perceived the uniforms of the conquerors, he understood his brother would be lost if he were not able to place him beyond danger of arrest. He ran to the barricade in the Grande Rue, where Philippe, with his back turned to the square, had been so busy with the defense on that side, that he had not perceived the victory of the military in the rear. Marius soon found him, but as the 2 brothers set out towards the house where Fine and Joseph were, they saw that they would not have time to reach the door, so they rushed in at another one, which was opposite, and barricaded the entrance in despair, not daring to refer to their mutual alarm at being obliged to abandon the young woman and child. A frightful tumult reigned on the square. As soon as the rioters saw the soldiers and National Guard advancing to secure the position, they imitated Philippe and Marius, and fled for refuge into the adjoining houses. The columns attacking the barricades in the Grande Rue and the Rue Roquis Novice were at first astounded to see the firing cease. Then, guessing what was taking place, they removed the abandoned obstructions and advanced to join the conquerors. The square was thus full of troops, preparing to besiege the houses amidst the most deafening din. It was at that moment that the man watching over the 3 prisoners in the little shop fled. Matthieu slipped into the crowd and disappeared, whilst M. Martelly and Abbe Chastanier, sad and motionless, remained standing on the threshold in the expectation of terrible reprisals; and occasionally the inquisitive head of M. Girousse showed itself at the window which he had not left since the commencement of the action. Chapters 17 and 18. Part 3, Chapters 19 and 20 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, in which Matthieu at last gets Joseph in his arms. Sauveur had lost sight of M. de Cazalis on entering the stronghold, and was furious at not being able to discover where he could have got to, after having had the trouble of watching him for nearly an hour under a doorway. The worthy man continued to ignore his rank of captain. He had one fixed idea, that of coming to the assistance of the brother of his friend Marius. He turned about on the square, anxious and embarrassed, when it all at once occurred to him that Philippe must be hidden in Vine's old abode. He looked at the house and caught sight of the head of M. de Girousse. "Hey! I say, you, up there!" he shouted to the old count. "Come down quick and open the door." M. de Girousse, who was extremely anxious about Philippe, decided to go down, knowing that the 2 brothers had taken refuge in the house opposite, and hoping to be of some help to them, but when he was once below in the corridor, he found himself in the presence of the rioters, who had fastened the bolts, and would not allow him to go out. He succeeded, however, with some trouble, in making them set the door ajar, and after pushing him out, they again closed it. Sauveur and M. de Girousse found themselves face to face. "Hey, the deuce!" exclaimed the ex-master stevedore. "You should have left the door open. I am going to have you arrested." The nobleman examined the captain with curiosity. "You are going to have me arrested," he said. "Well, arrest me yourself, and kindly conduct me to the persons who are over there." He pointed to M. Martelly and Abbe Chastanier. Sauveur accompanied him, and apologized when he heard he had put his hand on a count and wealthy landlord. "It only required transportation," said M. de Girousse, laughing, "for my day to be complete." He then held a whispered conversation with the shipowner, and explained to him the position. "We saw nothing of all that," said M. Martelly. "They shut us up in that shop, in the company of an individual who looked like a regular villain. Do you say Philippe and Marius are hidden in that house there?" "Yes, and I am very much afraid they have been arrested. But the worst of it is that I have left Marius's wife and Philippe's child in that other house." This news completed making the shipowner quite sad. Abbe Chastanier, however, pointed out that Fine and Joseph were not running any very great danger. If the house were sacked, there would always be time to intervene, but they must think above all of the 2 brothers, and endeavor to assist them to escape. The misfortune was that it seemed almost impossible to do anything to help them. In the meanwhile, the troops who had invaded the rioters' stronghold were not inactive. A few shots were still being fired from windows, here and there, and this had to be put a stop to. So the order was given to take by assault all the houses that were closed, and on the roofs of which the insurgents were discharging their last cartridges. A few sappers were sent forward, and these began hacking at the doors with their axes. Sauveur was in despair. He wished to lead the soldiers away from the dwelling where he supposed Philippe was hidden, but he could see no way of doing so. He got his men together, posted them on the opposite side of the square, and set them searching other buildings. But unfortunately a shot was fired from the very house he wished to protect. A lieutenant was wounded, and all the soldiers rushed towards the door. "The idiots!" murmured Sauveur. "What need had they to wound that man? Now my young friend's affair is settled." He approached, wishing at least to be one of the first to enter the place. While these events were occurring, Matthieu and M. de Cazalis were engaged in animated conversation in a corner of the square. The spy, with his piercing eyes, had perceived his master in the midst of a crowd as soon as he got out of the shop. When he had taken him aside, he said in a jeering tone, "Well, don't you congratulate me? I have been doing a tremendous lot of work." "I didn't see you on the barricade," answered the deputy. "Of course. Those simpletons took the precaution of placing me beyond danger of the bullets, by shutting me up in a shop, and I feel very thankful to them for doing so. Come, victory is on our side." "Where did you take the child to?" You're in too great a hurry. I'll hand you the child presently. Look, he is there, in that house, where they are bursting open the door." Matthieu then explained to M. de Cazalis what he had done, and what there still remained to do. He was certain of success. "However," he added, "we must act promptly. They imprisoned with me, I was unable to understand why, 2 friends of the Cayols. Look, they're still standing on the threshold of our common gaol. I am afraid that their presence will be to our disadvantage." M. de Cazalis looked, and recognized M. Martelli and Abbé Chastanier. He did not see M. de Girousse, who was turning his back to him. "Bah!" he murmured, "they're not troubling about us. To work, Matthieu! I'll double the promised reward if you succeed." The sappers had just given the first strokes of the axe, which were producing dull thuds on the door. "And do you know where that villain Philippe has got to?" inquired M. de Cazalis. "I hope he's been arrested," answered Matthieu. "In any case, he will be caught if he has taken refuge in the house. Have no anxiety, his affair is settled, he'll get at least 10 years' transportation." "I'd sooner finish with him here. I had him at the end of my gun. Aren't you afraid that if he be in the house he will interfere with your plans?" "Bah! He's hidden at the bottom of some cupboard. Look out! The door is giving way. Don't meddle with anything, watch me act, if it amuses you, and as soon as I have the child, follow me quickly. We'll settle our account later on." Matthieu left his master in the centre of the square, and mixed with the soldiers. The axes of the sappers had cut through the woodwork of the door, and although the hinges and lock still held good, it was on the point of being broken down. Sauvert had followed this performance with anxiety. He had counted on gathering his own men together, and entering the house first. Just as the door began to give way, he felt a hand on his arm, and, turning round, recognized his old manager, Cadet, Fine's brother. The young man dragged him quickly aside, and in a choking voice asked, "What has happened? Have you seen my sister?" But before the ex-master stevedore could answer, he continued, "I and my men have been confined to the office since this morning. The authorities, being aware of my opinions, placed a picket of National Guards at my door, and I have only just been able to escape. I ran to my brother-in-law's lodging on the Cours Bonaparte, and found the house empty. Goodness gracious, what has happened? Speak quick!" "Good heavens!" murmured Sauvert, "a misfortune never comes singly. The whole family must be in this house." "Do you think my sister is there?" I don't know. What I do know is that I saw Philippe on the barricade fighting like a maniac. Ah, my poor Cadet! I'm very much afraid all this will end very badly. But I forgot. Your enemy is prowling about the square." "What enemy?" "Monsieur de Cazalis. He's disguised as a National Guard." Cadet shuddered. All at once he perceived the door had been broken in. "Let's run there, quick!" he exclaimed. As soon as the entrance was clear, a swarm of soldiers rushed forward, but 3 or 4 shots were fired from the staircase, and the besiegers withdrew in disorder. For a few moments no one dared penetrate within the passage. The insurgents had spent their last cartridges, and after this show of defence had bounded up on the roof to try and escape. After the first moment of panic, the soldiers made up their minds to advance cautiously to the foot of the staircase. Then, seeing they met with no resistance, they invaded the house and searched in every corner. Sauvert and Cadet had committed the imprudence of retiring a short distance away for the purpose of talking, and, when they endeavored to approach the door again, they found themselves behind a regular crowd which prevented them advancing. Notwithstanding all their efforts they had to beat time a long while, and when they at last entered, they were only able to get up the staircase very slowly, on account of its being so full of soldiers and National Guards. As they reached the third floor they were jostled by a man who was running away and knocking up against everyone. This individual, whom the besiegers took for a terrified lodger, had a child in his arms. He passed so rapidly, half hiding his charge beneath his frock coat, that Cadet did not get a good view of him. The young man, however, turned round, as if feeling a presentiment that something was wrong, but the man had then already descended 5 or 6 stairs. Fine's brother, pushed on by Sauveur, who had seen nothing, continued to ascend, and soon found himself at the entrance of the little lodging. This door was wide open, and in the middle of the first room, Fine lay unconscious on the ground. Joseph had disappeared. CHAPTER XX. How Philippe fired a last shot. Fine's anguish during the struggle had been terrible. Each shot had made her tremble, for she thought to herself with horror that the bullet had perhaps killed one of hers. She would have liked to have been below in the street, sharing the peril of Marius and Philippe, but the necessity of looking after Joseph confined her to that room where she was dying with anxiety. The poor child was as white as a sheet, and his teeth were set firmly together, but he was not crying. With his face hidden in the young woman's lap, and his little arms clutching her waist, he stood motionless and mute. On several occasions bullets entered by the window, cutting up the furniture and becoming embedded in the wall. Fine gazed at the holes made by these projectiles with stupor. She tried to make herself smaller, caught up Joseph, and clasped him closely in her arms. She did not care about herself, but an icy shiver ran through her frame when she thought that a bullet might rebound and strike the child she was pressing to her bosom. This torment lasted more than an hour. She listened with anxiety to the least sound. All at once, from the tumult that arose from the square, she understood that the barricades had been carried. She felt relieved, but this feeling was soon followed by increased anxiety. As the firing had ceased, she ventured to approach the window and throw a glance outside. Suddenly she was seized with the most horrible fear. She asked herself why Marius and Philippe had not come upstairs again after the barricades had been taken. They ought to have hurried up there, to hide themselves beside her. If they had not come, it was because they were taken prisoners, or perhaps killed. Her mind, which was tormented with the most frightful thoughts, would admit of no other solution. Then it seemed to her that she saw her husband and brother-in-law stretched out weltering in their blood, or being led away to prison by the soldiers, and these pictures which she conjured up in her terrible grief caused her to burst out sobbing. As she was gazing on the square, she perceived the troops rushing towards the house. She rapidly withdrew from the window, and almost immediately heard the blows of the axes. Joseph began to fret. His fright, which had hitherto been mute, now showed itself in most piercing cries. He called his father, clung to Fine's neck, yelled out that he didn't want the soldiers to come and take him. The poor child's shrieks had the effect of causing the young woman to completely lose her head. She rushed on to the staircase, wanted to go down and run to Marius and Philippe. But she had not reached the second floor before she heard the door give way and fall in. At the same instant the rioters who were hidden in the corridor hastened upstairs, after having discharged their weapons. For a moment she hesitated. A muffled sound came from the vestibule, and she soon heard the footsteps of the besiegers approaching her. She remained firm, and would, perhaps, have stayed there, if, leaning over the banister, she had not caught sight of the man who was coming up first. That man was Matthias. She thought herself in presence of the phantom of her despair. As if fascinated, with her eyes increased in volume with horror, she ascended the stairs one by one, retreating before Matthias, who never ceased glaring at her. As she entered the room, and before she had time to shut herself in, he sprang upon her, and tore Joseph from her arms. She uttered a faint cry, which was the only defence she could offer, for she was broken down with emotion and staggering on her legs. When she no longer felt the child in her arms, she stretched her hands out before her as if to regain possession of the dear treasure, and encountering naught but emptiness, fell stiff to the floor. None of the soldiers who were searching the house noticed this scene, but the abduction had all the same been witnessed by 2 people in a neighboring building. The house in which Marius and Philippe had taken refuge by chance stood at the corner of the square on the other side of the Grande Rue. By a happy circumstance, the two brothers were the only insurgents who had entered it, and as soon as they were inside, they had bolted the door. The staircase was silent and deserted, and the tenants who were barricaded in their respective dwellings took very good care not to show themselves. Marius and Philippe sat down for a moment on the first stair, and held counsel. They hardly knew how they would be able to escape the search of the soldiers who, from one moment to another, might burst the door open. The only chance remaining to them was to escape by the roofs; but this retreat would be very dangerous; and besides, although the peril of remaining where they were was intense, they wished to do so in order to make sure that Fine and Joseph ran no risk. We ought not to have abandoned them," said Philippe. It was cowardly on our part, to have thought only of our own personal safety." Don't let us despair," answered Marius, who had been endeavoring to comfort himself, whilst trying to assuage his brother's anxiety. We should have perhaps done ourselves needless harm. Fine is strong and courageous." No matter. I'll only consent to fly when my mind's easy on their account. Listen, they're breaking in a door. Let us go up, quick." They ascended to the first floor, and saw with the greatest alarm that the house which was being besieged was the one opposite. For the space of a few minutes they remained motionless and breathless. Each stroke of the axe found an echo in their breasts. Never in their lives had they felt such emotion. They followed the different phases of the siege with painful anxiety, but their greatest suffering, after all, was their powerlessness to do anything. They could not run to the assistance of those whom they believed in peril, but must stay where they were with their hands tied, and watch this onslaught of a crowd of furious soldiers. All at once Philippe uttered a savage cry. He had just caught sight of Matthieu in the first rank of the besiegers, and pointed him out to his brother. Ah, the wretch! he murmured bitterly. I ought to have let them hang him. He must have escaped, and is there to steal Joseph. He was turning round, when another cry escaped him, and he pointed out to Marius a National Guard half hidden behind one of the trees on the square. Cazalis! he exclaimed in a choking tone, and bringing his musket to his shoulder, he continued, I have but one bullet left, and it shall be for him. He was about to fire, but Marius tore the gun away from him, saying, No unnecessary murder. We shall perhaps want that bullet. It's regular foul play. At the same moment the door gave way beneath the blows of the axe. Let's go up higher, continued Marius. They ascended to the third floor, where a terrible sight awaited them. Exactly opposite was the window of the room where Fine and Joseph were. They saw the young woman wringing her hands, but were unable to cry out to her, amidst the tumult, that they were watching over her, and they were thus pale and trembling spectators of the abduction. When Fine went downstairs they followed her with their eyes, each window having a landing looking on to the street. Then they saw her come up again, retreating before Matthieu. The next thing was Matthieu entering the room and tearing Joseph from the young woman's arms. Marius returned Philippe his musket, saying to him in a husky voice, I felt we should have need of that last cartridge. Philippe brought the weapon to his shoulder, but the barrel shook in his hands. He was afraid of hitting his son, and so Matthieu was able to leave the room and commence going downstairs. When the villain passed before the window on the second floor landing, Philippe again felt himself shaking, and could not pull the trigger. If you let him reach the street, murmured Marius, we shall lose the child. Then Philippe made a violent effort, and recovered his customary coolness. He rested the barrel on the window, and waited for Matthieu to pass again. As the spy, who continued to descend, placed his foot on the first floor landing, the gun went off. Sauveur and Cadet, who were attending to Fine, raised their heads at the report, and perceived the two brothers leaning anxiously out of one of the windows on the other side of the street, endeavoring to find out the effect of the shot. The ex-master stevedore uttered a cry of surprise and satisfaction. He now knew the whereabouts of those whom he wished to protect. Cadet had a sudden presentiment of what had just occurred. Not having found the child in the room, he had at once thought of the man who had dashed past him on the stairs. He ran down as fast as he could, and found a strange sight awaiting him on the first floor. Matthieu, with his head smashed, was lying on the landing. In falling, he had opened his arms, and Joseph had slipped on to him without doing himself any injury. Philippe's bullet had lodged in the spy's skull, passing close to the child's forehead. The latter, recovering from the fainting fit which had helped Matthieu to carry him off easily, and resting half on the corpse, began to cry bitterly. Cadet pushed aside the dead body and took the little boy in his arms. He had got half way upstairs again, when a sudden thought struck him, and going down again he searched the corpse, taking all the papers he could find on it. These, he was sure, would be useful. When he returned to the room on the 3rd floor, he found Sauveur very much embarrassed, not knowing what remedy to administer to Fine, who was still unconscious. The worthy man had confined himself to placing her on the bed, and Cadet put Joseph beside her. The child immediately clasped the young woman round the neck, nestling close up to her, quite happy at having his favourite place again, and brought her back to life with his caresses. She raised herself up and kissed Joseph passionately. It seemed to her that she was awakening from a frightful nightmare. All of a sudden she turned pale again. Where are Marius and Philippe?" she inquired. Hide nothing from me, I beg of you." When Cadet had pointed out the 2 brothers to her in the adjoining house, she remained for a time motionless and quite absorbed with joy. All danger was not over for them, assuredly, but they lived, and for the moment she did not ask for anything more. Philippe and Marius also had good cause to be thankful. The former, after having discharged his gun, felt quite overcome, his eyes were bursting with tears, and he uttered a cry of terror on seeing Matthieu and the child fall. For an instant he felt as if he were choking, being unable to distinguish through the smoke whether he had struck his son or not. But when Marius heard the cries of the little one whom Cadet had just brought into the room, he exclaimed, "Look!" Then the 2 brothers followed the scene that was passing before them with profound happiness. They saw Fine and Joseph safe and sound, and said to each other that they ran little risk themselves, now that they had friends at hand to defend them. What gave them still further confidence was to see M. Martelly and Abbe Chastanier go up into the room conducted there by M. de Girousse. These 3 gentlemen had followed the soldiers into the house in order to protect the young woman, and had no idea of the rapid drama that had just occurred there. The sight of the corpse on the staircase had made them run up hurriedly, and as soon as they reached the room they heard what had happened from Fine and Cadet. "This Cazalis is a scoundrel!" exclaimed M. de Girousse. "I'll undertake to settle him. But before all, we must think of how we can shelter Marius and Philippe from the search of the troops. Indeed, there is no time to lose. Look!" He pointed to the square. The position of the 2 brothers was becoming critical. The shot fired by Philippe had attracted the attention of the troops to the house where they had taken refuge, and sappers were already belaboring the door with heavy blows from their axes. "They have only one chance of safety," said M. Martelly, "to try and escape by the roofs." "That's impossible," answered Cadet excitedly. "The house is much higher than those adjoining it. They're lost." Fine felt herself going mad with despair again. All those in the room were racking their brains in vain, and the blows from the axe were becoming more and more violent. Suddenly M. de Girousse addressed Sauveur, whom Cadet had presented to him as a friend. "Cannot you make your men stop?" he inquired. No!" exclaimed the captain in despair. "Think you they obey so easily as that in the National Guard? Wait a moment, wait a moment." Sauveur opened his eyes quite wide, and it could be seen that some conception was being painfully evolved in his mind. All at once he said, "I have an idea. Come with me, Cadet." The 2 men ran rapidly downstairs, and M. de Girousse and the others awaited their return with the most painful concern. At length they made their appearance, each carrying a bundle of clothes, and Cadet at once made signs to Marius and Philippe to open the window behind which they were concealing themselves. When they had understood what he meant, and conformed to his injunctions, the young man, at the expense of considerable strength and dexterity, threw the 2 bundles over to them. The soldiers, being busy below with the door, failed to see what was passing above. Such was the idea that Sauveur had conceived. Accompanied by Cadet, he had gone to an ambulance where about a dozen wounded National Guards were lying, and had there quietly stolen 2 complete uniforms amidst the confusion of amputations and the dressing of wounds. Philippe and Marius had had all the gravity of their position brought home to them, and were on the point of deciding to attempt escape by the roofs, when they understood that their friends were busying themselves about their safety. As soon as they had the uniforms, they rushed up into the lofts where they attired themselves as National Guards, and had barely had time to do so and to throw their own clothes out of a window looking on to a neighboring courtyard, when they heard the front door giving way. They at once hid themselves; but after a moment or two, cleverly mingled with the swarm of besiegers whom they pretended to assist in the search, and eventually quietly walked out into the street, where they found M. de Girousse and Sauveur awaiting them. A short distance further off on the square were Cadet and Fine, with M. Martelly and Abbe Chastanier. The young woman who was carrying little Joseph had expressed the desire to return at once to the lodging on the Cours Bonaparte. As soon as she perceived Marius and Philippe in the street, she moved away, looking behind her at every step. She had requested M. de Girousse to follow her with the two brothers. Philippe and Marius warmly shook the ex-master stevedore's hand, unable to utter a word of thanks. All right, murmured the worthy man, who was very much affected. The least one can do is to assist one's friends, hang it! But we must have order, you see, before everything. The National Guard was only formed to preserve order. I'm the man for duty." And he began to cry out against the National Guards, who were all in a flutter on the square, whilst M. de Girousse and the two brothers rapidly moved away. As Sauveur was trying to get his men together, he perceived M. de Cazalis behind a tree, looking pale and anxious. He pretended not to see him, and watched his movements. The ex deputy could not understand the strange events that were passing around him. Since Matthieu had disappeared in the house, he awaited his return without being able to form any idea of what was occurring. When he saw Fine appear with little Joseph, when he perceived that his enemies were miraculously escaping from all his snares, he was agitated with sullen rage. What added to his anger was his being tortured by the idea that Matthieu had betrayed him. "What can the scoundrel be doing?" he murmured. "He's sold himself to the Cayols, and has helped them to escape." At last, unable to restrain himself any longer, he made up his mind to go and see what Matthieu could be doing in that house which he did not leave. Had he met him, he would have strangled him. On reaching the first floor landing, he came in contact with his accomplice's corpse. Livid, terrified, and with his mouth wide open, he stood and stared at it. Then he abruptly stooped down and searched it. When he found the pockets were empty, he was in despair, and giving the dead man's body an angry kick, he hurried rapidly away. "I knew very well," thought Sauveur, who had not lost sight of him, that bird of ill omen must have had something to do with the abduction of the child." The struggle, however, was over, and the troops victorious. It was about 4:00. The resistance had been smart, but of short duration. The principal leaders of the rioters had fled as soon as the barricades were captured, but a great many workmen were made prisoners. Those who were unable to escape by the roofs of the houses where they had taken refuge were discovered in the cellars, cupboards, under the beds, in the chimneys, and even in the wells, where they had thought they would have been in safety. When the houses had been searched, the 6 barricades were removed and the Place aux Oeufs occupied by the military. There was a family gathering at Marius's apartment in the evening. The young couple, Philippe and Joseph, had found themselves united again amidst tears of joy and tenderness. M. de Girousse troubled their happiness by pointing out that it was necessary to make Philippe disappear as soon as possible, if they did not want to see him dispatched to one of the colonies. He offered to take him with him to Lambesc on the following day, and hide him at one of his houses, and this suggestion was gratefully accepted. In the meanwhile, Philippe was to stay with M. Martelly. When he had left, M. de Girousse had a long conversation with Marius about M. de Cazalis. Cadet had handed his brother-in-law the papers he had found in the spy's pocket, and among them was the letter which the latter had insisted on his master giving him, and in which he was guaranteed a sum of money for Joseph's abduction. This document was a terrible arm. Henceforth the Cayols would be able to make Blanche's uncle disgorge. But Marius thought the best thing would be not to claim anything from M. de Cazalis, confining themselves to preserving the letter as a constant threat, and so restrain the ex-deputy from taking any steps against Philippe. A scandal, he thought, would only reflect on the whole family. M. de Girousse expressed his warm approbation of this disinterested attitude, and undertook to see M. de Cazalis personally. The next day he called on him, and had an interview that lasted 2 hours. No one ever knew the tenor of the conversation between the two noblemen, but from the loud, angry tones that reached the servants' hall, it is supposed that M. de Girousse must have bitterly reproached the former deputy with his unworthy behavior, and have crushed him with the heel of an upright man, in order to wring from him the necessary formal promise to desist from further persecution. It was thus that the nobility, in regard to this matter, washed their dirty linen in private. When M. de Girous withdrew, the servants noticed that their master accompanied him humbly to the door, with lips firmly set together and pale cheeks. An hour later, the old count and Philippe were driving along the road to Lambesc in a cabriolet. End of chapters 19 and 20. Part 3, chapters 21, 22, and 23 of The Mysteries of Marseilles by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred VIZETELLY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Duel. A year after the sanguinary events just related, the shadow of death passed again over Marseilles, and the entire city was touched by it. It was no longer a question of a few dozen wounded; people were struck down by hundreds. Civil war had been followed by the cholera. A history of the numerous and terrible epidemics that have decimated Marseilles would be a most painful one. The position of the city in a warm climate, its constant connection with Asia, the filth of its old streets, everything seems to fatally indicate it has a hot bed of infection where contagious diseases spread with frightful rapidity. It is threatened as soon as ever summer comes round. At the least negligence, if by mishap the scourge is allowed to enter the city, it never fails to gain all the coast line, and from there to spread throughout France. The epidemic of 1849 was relatively benign. It broke out about the middle of August, and it is stated that it was not serious until a convoy of invalided troops were landed from Rome and Algiers. 50 of these soldiers succumbed, it is said, on the night following their arrival. From that moment the disease had taken firm hold in Marseilles. Amidst the outbursts of political passion at that time, the government of the Republic was bitterly reproached with a decree dated August 10th, which authorized vessels from the Levant to enter the port on a simple declaration from the medical man on board. This decree suppressing quarantine laid the city open to the germs of the disease. The incubation was rather slow. By the end of August there were 196 victims, but in the following month the mortality was terrible, no less than 1,200 persons succumbing. The epidemic died out in October, after nearly 500 more people had been added to the death list. The inhabitants were seized with panic from the very outbreaks of the disease, and there was a general stampede. The news that the cholera had again visited the city ran from quarter to quarter like a train of gunpowder. A man had died in frightful agony, and the case was forthwith multiplied, old women affirming they had seen more than 100 burials go by. The people spoke in an undertone of poison, accusing the wealthy of having infected the water at all the pumps, and these statements increased the panic. A poor wretch who was drinking at the fountain on the Cour was nearly massacred because a workman pretended he had seen him throw something into the water. Fright produced terrible effect upon the lively imagination of the crowd. The inhabitants believed a foul vapor was passing over the city, and the women walked about the streets with handkerchief pressed to their lips. Daring neither to drink nor breathe, the Marseillaise hardly existed. The city was deserted. All who could run away did so. The country houses in the vicinity were crowded with refugees. There were even families who went and camped out as far as the hills of the Nert, preferring to live in the open air under a tent, to remaining in a place where they encountered death at the corner of every street. The wealthy, those who had residences outside or could rent them, were the first to leave. Then the employed, the workmen, the breadwinners who compromised their everyday existence by abandoning the workshops, lost courage in the presence of the scourge, and a great number of them preferred to fly and run the risk of starving, so that Marseilles, little by little, became dismal and empty. There remained only men of courage who either resisted the epidemic or regarded it with contempt, and the poor wretches who were forced to remain at their posts in spite of their fright. If there were acts of cowardice, such as the sudden disappearance of doctors and functionaries, there were also examples of energy and self-sacrifice. Offices where assistance could be obtained had been opened in the most severely visited quarters, from the commencement, and there men devoted themselves day and night to the relief of the crazy population who were dying of fright. Marius was among the first to offer his services, but in presence of the tears of Fine and Joseph, he had to give way and consent to leave Marseilles. He knew his wife, she would have remained at his side and shared the danger, and the child would then have run the same risk. The thought that Fine and Joseph might die in his arms had struck Marius with terror, and he had ran away trembling for the safety of those he loved. The family found refuge at a house which they had rented in the Saint Just quarter, close to the old country residence of the Cayols. It was then the end of August. Philippe had remained with M. de Girousse at Lambesc for 12 months, and during that time had not set foot in Marseilles, waiting till the days of June were forgotten. Indeed, he was not disturbed. Inquiries were made about him at first, but powerful influence having been exerted on his behalf, further search was abandoned. As soon as he learned that the young household was in the suburbs of Marseilles, he bade good bye to M. de Girousse, and hurried off to see his son. He felt weary at Lambesc, and soon convinced his brother that he would be able to lodge with him without being guilty of the least imprudence. The cholera had driven all recollection of the rioting out of people's minds, and no one thought of going to arrest him at a long league from Marseilles. A delightful existence commenced. While the disease was ravaging and striking terror in the city, the inmates of the little country house in the Saint Just quarter were enjoying happy hours and charming tranquillity. They drifted into egotism in spite of themselves. After the terrible blows they had received, they bathed in happiness. It was their turn not to suffer. They went out but little, finding the little enclosure surrounding the house quite large enough for fresh air and exercise. A fortnight passed very peacefully. Then one morning Philippe, who had been dreaming all night of the past, announced that he was going for a walk. He went out in the direction of the mill of St. Joseph, following the road he had often passed along before to meet Blanche. When he came to the little pine wood behind the country house, he thought of that day in May, that afternoon of folly, which had thrown Blanche into his arms and been the misfortune of his existence. That souvenir was both sweet and bitter. He recalled his youth, his mad, burning passion, and at the same time the tears and grief of the only woman he had ever loved. 2 great tears rolled down his cheeks without his feeling them. As he wiped them away and gazed around him seeking for the spot where Blanche had sat by his side, he all of a sudden perceived M. de Cazalis standing motionless in the centre of a path with his terrible eyes fixed upon him. The ex-deputy had been among the first to leave Marseilles. He had taken refuge at his country residence in the Saint Joseph quarter, where he was living alone, and was quite ferocious with suppressed irritation. Since his interview with M. de Girousse he had fallen into a state of despondency which was broken at distant intervals by frightful outbursts of passion. Although a year had passed, he still heard the old Count's words of indignation and contempt tinkling in his ears. These words were choking him, and he would fain have relieved himself by wreaking vengeance on some one. Understanding that it would be impossible to pick a quarrel with M. de Girousse, he ardently desired to find himself face to face with Philippe, so to end the matter one way or another, either killing his enemy or being killed by him. He thought no more about the money, he had lost his appetite for luxury and power. Since he had heard that the Cayols abandoned all claim to his niece's fortune, it became a matter of indifference to him. He now had but one great desire at heart: to wash away M. de Girousse's expressions of contempt with the blood of an enemy. And lo! all at once, he met Philippe at a deserted spot in the middle of this wood which belonged to him. He had gone out, his head bent down, seeking a means to attain his end, and chance placed him face to face with the very person he wished to meet to satisfy his vengeance. The 2 men stared for a moment at each other in silence. They had both stooped, as if to be ready to spring at each other's throats. Then each felt ashamed at finding himself in the attitude of a wild animal, when they wished to act toward one another as civilized animals. I have been seeking you for a year," said M. de Cazalis, at last. You are in my way, and I'm in yours. One of us must disappear." I'm quite of your opinion," answered Philippe. I have weapons in that house. Wait for me. In a few seconds I'll be with you." No, we cannot fight so. If I were to kill you they would accuse me of murdering you. We must have witnesses." And where shall we find them?" In a couple of hours both of us can go to Marseilles, and be back again with 2 of our friends." Good. The meeting is for noon at this same spot." Yes, at this same spot." They had spoken in a stern voice, and without the least insult. The provocation was natural, as if it were a matter agreed upon long before. Philippe went immediately to Marseilles, resolving to keep his brother in ignorance of what was about to occur, for he felt the encounter necessary, and would not run the risk of an obstacle being placed in the way of it. As he was going down the Cours, he met Sauveur tearing along. Don't stop me said the ex-master stevedore to him. I'm returning to the Aigalades in great haste. The men are falling like flies here. There were 80 deaths yesterday." Philippe, without listening to him, told him he had a duel on hand, and relied on him. When he had named his adversary, Sauveur exclaimed, "I'm your man, and I would not be sorry to see that scoundrel's brains blown out." They called together on M. Martelly, whose courageous behavior was causing universal admiration in Marseilles. The shipowner listened to Philippe gravely, and thought as he did that the duel was necessary and inevitable. "I am at your disposal," he answered simply. The three men took a cab, and at a little before noon entered the pine wood where they had to wait for M. de Cazalis. At length he arrived. After having ran through Marseilles in search of a couple of friends in vain, he had made up his mind to go to the barracks, where two obliging sergeants consented to act as witnesses. As soon as the cab that brought them had been sent to stand near that of Philippe, the paces were counted, and the weapons loaded, rapidly and in silence, and without any attempt being made at reconciliation. Never before had preparations for a duel been more prompt or simple. When the principals had been placed face to face, Philippe, whom fortune had favored, raised his arm ready to fire, but he all at once felt a presentiment and shuddered. Before M. de Cazalis had arrived, he had been looking in a melancholy way at the pines which surrounded him and beneath which he had courted in days gone by. Chance is at times cruel. The scenery was the same, the vast heavens expanded with the same limpidity, the country displayed an horizon as soft and peaceful. When Philippe raised his pistol, he thought he remembered that he was on the very spot where Blanche had given him her first kiss, and that remembrance caused him singular trouble. He fancied he heard his heart murmur, "Where I have sinned, there shall I be punished." He pressed the trigger with a trembling hand. The bullet, badly aimed, sped and broke a branch of one of the pines. M. de Cazalis, in his turn, raised his weapon. He aimed with contracted features and flaming eyes. Sauveur and Martelly, looking very pale, waited. Philippe, with his body slightly sideways, looked courageously at the pistol threatening him, but in truth he did not see it. He was thinking, in spite of himself, of Blanche, and he heard all his being crying louder than before, "Where I have sinned, there shall I be punished." The pistol went off. Philippe fell. M. Martelly and Sauveur ran up to him. He had sunk down on the grass with his hand to his right side. "You are touched?" inquired the ex-master stevedore in an unsteady voice. "I am killed," murmured Philippe. "This spot was bound to be fatal to me." And he fainted. The two witnesses consulted together for an instant whilst staunching his wound. In their haste they had not thought of bringing a doctor with them. It was imperative to transport the wounded man to Marseilles as rapidly as possible. "Listen," said M. Martelly. "We'll put him in a cab, and I'll take him to the hospital, for he'll be more promptly attended to there than anywhere else. In the meanwhile you run and tell his brother. Act so that the young woman and child do not suspect anything." Both were deeply affected. It seemed that they were losing one of theirs. Sauveur ran off towards St. Just, while M. Martelly, assisted by the sergeants, carried Philippe to the vehicle. M. de Cazalis had retired, acting the indifferent, but with his heart bounding with intense delight. The shipowner instructed the driver to go slowly. For nearly an hour that the sad journey lasted, he supported the unconscious wounded man's pale, vacillating head. He had placed his handkerchief to the wound to stop the blood; but he saw the patient so weak that he feared he would never be able to get him to the hospital alive. They arrived at last. When M. Martelly stated that he brought a wounded man, he was answered rather abruptly that all the wards were full. At length Philippe was received, only there was no room, and he was taken into a cholera ward, the doctor who had seen him on his admission shaking his head and saying they could put him anywhere, as he was beyond all danger from the disease. M. Martelly accompanied him, for he would not go away until Marius arrived. The ward into which he entered had a sinister look, and extended in the dim light to a considerable length. The 2 rows of white beds were set against the walls like tombs, and on them one could perceive the rigidness of the bodies in the furious agony of death. Patients afflicted with the disease yelled and distorted themselves in this long, cold room. Sisters of mercy, slim, delicate women, moved softly round the beds, assisting the doctors in their work. Monsieur Martelli had seated himself near the mattress on which Philippe had been placed, face to face with death, and watched the Sisters of Mercy who were quietly and compassionately attending to the dying. He noticed one, a short distance away from him, who was comforting with her tender words the last moments of an old man. The face of this patient, although contracted in the death agony, did not seem unknown to him. He drew near and recognized with pain that it was Abbé Chastanier. The priest was dying, a victim to his consummate charity. Since the commencement of the epidemic he had not taken an hour's repose. Day and night he ascended to the garrets visiting poor families struck down by the disease. He had parted with all he possessed to give help to the unfortunate, and when he had nothing left but the clothes he wore, he had gone begging to the rich. As he was leaving a house in the old town that morning, he had been struck down with a violent attack of cholera in the street and hurried off to the hospital, where for the last 2 hours he had been enduring the most atrocious agony with exemplary fortitude. When Monsieur Martelli approached him, his eyes were already covered with a film and he was unable to see the ground, but he nevertheless recognized the shipowner. He smiled, but he could not utter a single word. Then, raising a hand, he pointed to heaven. After he was dead, Monsieur Martelli gazed at him for a moment, and then returned to seat himself beside Philippe, who continued as rigid as a corpse. Just then the young Sister of Mercy, who had knelt for an instant beside Abbé Chastanier's body, came forward to see if she could not render the wounded man some assistance. She had hardly glanced at Philippe's face, when all her features were distorted with emotion. With her eyes fixed on the young man and her breast heaving, she stood there, lost in painful contemplation. At that moment Marius entered the room, followed by Sauveur. Seeing his brother extended, stiff and livid, he sobbed aloud. The news of the duel and Philippe's wound had come upon him so abruptly that he was quite stupid. As soon as he was face to face with the wounded man, he asked violently for a physician and insisted on the patient being saved. The doctor, who was in the ward, touched by this outburst of grief, consented to sound the wound again. Marius felt a burn in his inside when his brother uttered a plaintive cry, on feeling the touch of the instrument. That cry made the young Sister of Mercy shudder. As she came forward, Marius caught sight of her. "You here?" he murmured angrily. "Ah! I ought to have expected you would be present at the last moments of the man whom your love brought to misfortune. You are the worthy niece of your uncle who has just killed my brother." The young Sister of Mercy had joined her hands. She looked humbly and beseechingly at Marius, half choked by anguish, and unable to reply. "Pardon me," continued the young man immediately. "I know not what I do. Do not remain there. Philippe might see you on opening his eyes. We must avoid causing him violent emotion. Is it not so?" He spoke as a child wandering in his mind. When he had recognized Blanche in the costume of the Sisters of St. Vincent de Paul, he really thought he saw a phantom rise up before him. She reminded him of a whole past full of suffering. At the outbreak of the epidemic, Blanche had begged as a favour to be allowed to work in the hospital at Marseilles. Perhaps she hoped to die there. Her devotedness was the admiration of all. She lived in the midst of death with the courage and abnegation of a martyr. To have seen her bending over the frightful features of the dying, no one would have guessed that her childhood had been so weak and delicate, and her birth so illustrious. On several occasions they wanted to send her away, telling her she had discharged her tribute, but she had obtained permission to remain, by beseeching the authorities to allow her to do so. For a month she had been defying death, and death had respected her. Abbé Chastanier's last agony, and the sight of Philippe lying inanimate before her, had just given her a shock that broke her courage. She was staggering, and all her human feelings had returned to her. She retreated a few steps, obedient to Marius's gesture, while the doctor completed the dressing of the wound. Philippe at last opened his eyes, and looked round about him with an expression of lively astonishment, but on seeing his brother he remembered all. Marius, mastering his tears with a violent effort, bent over him. "I don't see Joseph," Philippe said to him in a voice as faint as one's breath. "Where is he?" "He is coming," answered Marius. "Immediately, is it not so? I want to see him immediately, immediately." He closed his eyes again. Marius had told a falsehood, he had run off without telling Fine and Joseph what had happened, in the desire of delaying their despair for at least a few hours, but now, in face of his brother's request, he would have given all he possessed in this world to have brought the child with him. Shall I go and fetch the little one?" asked Sauveur, who felt extremely uneasy amidst all these cholera patients, and yet dared not run away. Marius accepted the offer at once, and the ex master stevedore ran off immediately. Philippe had no doubt heard what had been said, for he reopened his eyes and thanked his brother with a look. As he turned his head, his face became overspread with a look of happy ecstasy. He had just perceived Blanche, who had drawn near on hearing the sound of his voice. "Am I dead?" he murmured. "Oh, dear, tender vision!" And he fainted again. CHAPTER XXII. THE PUNISHMENT. When the vehicle carrying away Philippe had gone some distance from the scene of the encounter, M. de Cazalis warmly thanked the sergeants who had assisted him as witnesses. "Gentlemen," he said to them, "excuse the trouble I have given you, and kindly allow me to drive you back to Marseilles." The sergeants made some difficulty, saying that they could very well return to town alone, but M. de Cazalis insisted, the truth being that he wanted to know if Philippe was really dead, for he dared not rejoice until his enemy had been nailed down in his coffin. As the cab in which the ex deputy and his two witnesses were seated was coming out of the Rue d'Aix, it was stopped by the solemn procession conducting the statue of Notre Dame de la Garde back to her church. This Virgin is the guardian saint of Marseilles, and when a misfortune overshadows the city, the inhabitants carry it along their streets, prostrating themselves before it and beseeching the Virgin to implore the clemency of the Almighty on their behalf. M. de Cazalis was irritated at this obstruction, for he was kept waiting for a long quarter of an hour, whilst dying of impatience to get news of Philippe, and at the bottom of his heart wished the procession to the deuce. But at the very minute when the statue of the Virgin passed before him, he all at once felt a mortal shiver which descended into his very bowels. He leant on the shoulder of one of the sergeants, growing paler and paler, and suddenly sank all of a heap to the bottom of the vehicle, uttering plaintive moans. He had been brought down by a violent attack of the prevalent disease. He had escaped the hand of Philippe, and it was the cholera that had undertaken his punishment. The two sergeants had sprang from the cab, and the crowd, who soon ascertained that they were in the presence of a cholera patient, fled from the vehicle aghast. "Drive him at once to the hospital," cried one of the sergeants to the coachman. The man whipped up his horse, and the cab entering the old town, which the procession had just left, was in a few minutes before the hospital, where two attendants carried M. de Cazalis into the cholera ward. Only one empty bed remained, and he was placed beside Philippe. When the ex deputy, who was already turning black, was brought in, Marius and M. Martelli, who recognized him, had stepped back affrighted, but M. de Cazalis did not immediately notice what neighbors chance had given him. The disease was racking him most terribly. He was lost. In one of his convulsions he raised himself and at last perceived Philippe, who was extended on the adjoining bed, still unconscious. Then he reflected that he was dying himself, and would not have enough life to enjoy his vengeance, and at that thought he fell back on his bed, literally howling with rage. "Save me!" he shouted out. "I want to live! Oh, I am wealthy! I will reward you!" And he distorted himself in the most frightful suffering, exclaiming that they were tearing out his entrails. Philippe, in the meanwhile, had opened his eyes. The hoarse voice of his enemy had momentarily drawn him from the lethargy that was gaining possession of him, and, raising his head, he stared at M. de Cazalis as if in a trance. When the latter saw the wounded man resuscitated and looking at him, dreamily, his rage and terror increased. "He is not dead!" he yelled. "Ah, the wretch will live, and I'm dying!" They contemplated each other. Hatred brought them together even in death. Suddenly they heard a celestial voice exclaim amidst the silence, "Give each other the hand! I insist on it. One must not go into eternity in anger." They raised their heads, and perceived Blanche beside them, standing erect in her gray gown. She seemed taller. Philippe joined his hands without speaking. He thought himself already on the other side, where he had often dreamed of finding his sweetheart. His dream continued. M. de Cazalis clenched his teeth when he heard these words of peace. The sight of his niece exasperated him. "Who brought you here?" he cried. "You knew I was going to die, and you came to enjoy the sight of my death." "Listen," continued Blanche. "The Almighty is going to judge you. Do not appear before him with a soul black with hatred. For pity's sake, give Philippe your hand." "No, 1,000 times no!
I would sooner be damned than reconciled to him. When I held him at the end of my pistol barrel I knew he would die. Don't think you'll save him, and take him back for a lover." He blasphemed, shook his fist at heaven, vomited foul words upon his niece and Philippe, but the disease was gaining possession of him, he felt himself already turning cold, and the horror of his end made him like a mad animal that was powerless to bite. Blanche had drawn back. She leant against the bed of the wounded man, who continued gazing at her with great tenderness; and, bending towards him, she said in a gentle tone, "Will you offer that man your hand?" Philippe smiled. "Yes," he said, "I forgive him, and would like him to forgive me also. I want to live with you in heaven. Tell me, will you not pray to your God to admit me to your paradise?" Blanche, very much affected, took the dying man's hand, which she felt trembling in hers. "Give me yours," she said to Monsieur de Cazalis. "No, never, never!" shouted the cholera patient, amidst a convulsion. "I don't want to live with you in your heaven. I prefer all the flames of hell. Go! Never, never!" He had clasped his hands together, and was wildly distorting his arms. As he bellowed, "Never, never!" he was seized with a spasm and expired. His body remained in its frightful position. Blanche had turned away her head in horror. When she looked down on Philippe again, she saw that he, also, was dying. He gently pressed her hand. His eyes had become clear, his lips wore a faint smile. He imagined he had been dead a long time, and thought no more of his brother who was there, or of his son whom he had been inquiring for. "Tell me," he murmured, without making the least struggle against death, "you will take me with you, won't you?" And he died. At that very moment, Fine and Joseph entered the room. Marius closed his brother's eyes. Fine, in despair, went and knelt down. The poor little child, standing alone at the foot of the bed, was unable to understand, and quietly sobbed. Since Joseph had entered the room, Blanche had been gazing at him in bewilderment. All at once she saw he was in danger. She kissed Philippe's hand, which she had retained in hers, and then abruptly caught the child up in her arms and ran off with him. Monsieur de Martelly had to lead Marius and Fine away, but as Marius was about to retire, he heard one of the dying calling to him. "Don't you remember me?" a woman asked. "Have you forgotten the wretched Armande? I had vowed not to see you until I had obtained my pardon. I made myself a servant in this hospital, and am dying. Will you give me your hand?" Marius grasped the poor creature's hand, and it was only then that he discovered where he was. Overcome by grief, he had not looked round about him before. The cholera ward now appeared to him in all its horror. M. Martelly pointed out the corpse of Abbe Chastanier, and from that moment he seemed to see Death standing erect in the centre of the room, with his immense arms extended. Thrusting Fine before him, he went out staggering with giddiness. It was not until they were on the staircase that they perceived Joseph had disappeared. They called him, inquired for him, searched for him in every corner. At length he was discovered at the bottom of an inner courtyard. A Sister of Mercy of the Order of St. Vincent de Paul was holding him in her arms, and passionately kissing him. The following day, Marius, while returning from his brother's funeral, learnt that Sister Blanche had been carried off by an attack of cholera during the night. CHAPTER XXIII. Epilogue. 10 years have passed. Monsieur Martelly has retired to a villa he had built on the rocks of Andoum, and resides there with his sister. The only thing that makes him feel sad is to see that liberty is a plant that does not thrive in France. He feels sure he will die before the advent of democracy. Marius has succeeded him at the house of business in the Rue de la Darse. Thanks to the fortune Joseph came into at the death of his mother and Monsieur de Cazalis, he has been able to extend his operations considerably, and the shipowners Cayol are now one of the principal firms in Marseilles. The family has grown older amidst the love and happiness it had waited for so long. Fine spreads her gay and tender serenity around her, and her brother cadet is one of the most active partners in the house. Joseph is now a tall youth of 19, possessing the delicate beauty of Blanche, with Philippe's passionate energy. He has just completed his studies, and expects to work with his uncle, who has had the care of his fortune.
Sometimes, when the family is assembled of an evening, they talk over the past, and those dear phantoms, Blanche and Philippe, are brought back to life; but the tears that are then shed have no bitterness about them. Peace has come, and recollections savor of the sweetness of a sad and far off song. Joseph goes every year to Lambesc to open the shooting season with Monsieur de Girousse. The Count is very old, but he still possesses the lively and original mind of his youth. Besides, time does not hang heavily on his hands, for he has started a large factory. He often says to the young man, "If you only heard what the nobility of the department say about me! I am a Jacobite. I have made a misalliance by espousing industry. I really regret not having been born a workman, for if I had been, I should not have passed 50 years of my life dragging out a weary and useless existence in this corner of France." But Joseph's great friend is the worthy Sauveur. The former master stevedore, a prey to rheumatism, has nevertheless preserved his triumphant manner. On sunny days he still displays his vanity on the Canebière, and honestly believes that all the girls he meets suddenly fall in love with him. Joseph seems to him too serious. "Look here," he says to him, leaning on his arm, "one must amuse oneself in this world. In my time we used to laugh from morn till eve. Ah, by Jove! what fun I had! All the pretty women in the city were under my protection. You ask your uncle; remind him of Clairon. What a lot of money that girl cost me!" And then, in a lower tone, he adds the following phrase, which he delights in repeating: "It was the priests who took her from me." End of chapters 21, 22, and 23. End of The Mysteries of Marseilles, by Émile Zola. Recorded by Celine Major.